Chapter 251. Of these these are also 3 generations of Naruto. Can only say that the older, somewhat not see a thing. The 3 generations of Hokage are not completely undesirable, otherwise they will not be on the position of Hokage. Using benevolent governance, and political struggle restricting the various factions in the village can still show that the 3 generations are relatively strong, that is, the 3 generations have been in power for a long time, and no young man is allowed to govern. Perhaps it is because the 3 generations of Hokage also saw this, so in the original plot, they also chose Bofeng Shuigate. It's a pity, my own brother Watergate, the student he had taken with him, slapped his hand, and he belched just after a year. Under the feeling of the 3 generations of Hokage, they could only regain the upper position. GT. The most awesome thing is the treatment of Naruto Uzumaki, Grandma, thinking that his brother's son will be so angry. Fenglin can't wait to beat the 3 generations. The son of the 4th generation of Hokage has been bullied everywhere since he was a child, and he has no personal control. He didn't get better until he met Hyuka. I really want the 3 generations to taste this feeling. Okay, wait, 3 generations. The son of 3 generations, isn't it the Asuma? Fenglin finally felt a little more relaxed in his heart. That's fine. Anyway, Asuma was bullied by herself. Find a time and beat him up too. Although I talked about some changes in the village when I was chatting with Hong, she is not a decision maker after all. There are many times when she can only feel it a little. Who made himself think of that person? I just woke up with Brother Waterman at random, and I have to say that after only half a month, there are still many changes in the village. In this regard, Hong seemed a bit silly. But it's okay. Just be smart. Hong only needs to be responsible for being beautiful. Fenglin hesitated, but in the end he thought it would be better to mention it, so he said, Hokage-sama, how about the external intelligence? After thinking about it for a while, Bofeng Shuiman spoke. In this regard, it is a little bit, almost, the first priority in the current village is reform, as well as internal affairs. I'm not saying that we don't want to reform, I mean that we should pay attention to the situation in other villages. Fenglin quickly explained. Bofeng Shuiman was a little helpless, but still said, some things are still helpless. In the Third Ninja World War before, in order to seek victory, the village summoned some spies from other villages. Although it is sufficiently concealed, many spies have been killed. There is no way. The intelligence station is like this. Fenglin understands that co-authoring is still a matter of war. It is estimated that it is not just Konoha, but the same situation in other ninja villages. In other words, each village should be thinking of ways to send a group of people to each ninja village. Inside, some people are to be buried in various villages. However, there are some people who have tasks in the village and are responsible for inquiring about some things. However, although our intelligence network is not much, some news is still received. But it is a little bit delayed. It's like we just learned that UI in village was recruiting guards some time ago, but unfortunately we only know now, otherwise it would be nice to bury a thunder in it. Bofeng Shuiman said with some regret. It is really a pity, after all. The time node on the intelligence is very clever. In addition, it was the agent Xu Ying who did it. As soon as Bofeng Shuiman thought about it, he knew that this Xu Ying recruited guards. One was to buy people's hearts, the other was to divert attention, and the third was that he wanted to expand his own strength in a serious manner, and remove the word agency as soon as possible. TSK, the same person has no fate. But because of the support of 3 generations, the support of the people in the village, and the clever little guy Fenglin, his road has been paved. Trumi is different. Although she has a shinobi sword in her hand and can recruit 5 high-level thugs for her, Fenglin also quietly took aim at these people. One move in seconds. How can I protect my sister Trumi? Trumi is difficult. Most of the power is still in the hands of Master Yuan, but the situation is much better now. Fenglin thought. No way, it's just that wayward. It's all a good thing Fenglin did, helping his good sister to deal with some misty affairs a little bit, just like helping Bofeng Shuiman. Seek flowers middle dot 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 middle dot. But now the Wei Feng Shui door do not know offerings according to the US soon to become 8 Children of a Water film. After all, even in the fog-hidden village the glorious Nan Shannon didn't even inquire about it. Naturally, Fenglin would not say it stupidly. This matter also involved some other small calculations of his own. Anyway, he can't calculate Konoha. The timing was not yet ripe. Fenglin stood with his hands behind his back and thought, standing by the window. I have to say that this appearance of him is somewhat villainous. It doesn't look like a good person at first glance. Maybe it's the same if there are more calculations. Now Fenglin doesn't think so much. After all, he is now full of marriage 3 months later, and Naruto within a year is born. This is Fenglin's short-term goal. As long as these 2 goals are completed, it will undoubtedly be comfortable for the year. Still a bit difficult. I still have to find a way to pay attention to some conditions in other villages. After all, I feel something is wrong in some places. Fenglin still said. Fenglin finally decided to say this to Bo Feng Shuiman in such a tactful way. He couldn't directly say that someone was going to do something. Fenglin also told Bo Feng Shuiman what he wanted to do next. Bo Feng Shuiman thinks it doesn't matter, but it's okay to find something to do. And without Konoha's help, it would be difficult to pay attention to these situations. So thinking about it this way, Fenglin's ingenuity and Konoha's intelligence power can take the lead in this kind of thing. After all, expecting Fenglin to develop such a huge intelligence agency alone would be a hell of it. For Fenglin, it was a waste of time. Bo Feng Shuiman heard Fenglin's words very seriously, knowing that Fenglin would not make jokes in this regard. Are you aware of what's wrong? Bo Feng Shuiman asked. Fenglin shook his head and said, that's not true, or he'll get them out directly. That's also true. Bo Feng Shuiman thought. If Fenglin is aware of specific things, Fenglin will teach them how to be humans. After all, the strength of Fenglin's younger brother lies here. This is a headache, hidden in the dark. No matter whether Fenglin is wrong or not, Bo Feng Shuiman intends to do what Fenglin said. This little guy won't hurt himself, and he's smart enough. Section 252. In the previous dialogue, the North Maple tastes quite right to say a word. Wei Feng Shui door, cold stabbing outside must first be peace within. Not that we must expand outward, but is necessary to grasp a movement in other villages is mainly for the stable development of their own villages. Konoha's internal situation is still being sorted out, but it will not take long to sort out, so that you can start to send your own strength to some forces outside Konoha. Although Konoha is already sending out his own power, helping other ninja villages to restore production and so on. Of course, just resume production. There is no need to think about other things, unless it is Konoha's vassal village. Fenglin and Bo Feng Shuiman were whispering for a long time, and it was okay. The content of the chat was almost done, and it is also considered to continue to contribute to the relationship between Fenglin and Zai Ryong. That's not bad. In the next step, Fenglin plans to go to several large villages in other countries to experience it, and inquire about some information by the way. Of course, this time, Fenglin intends to go with Zai Ryong just as a honeymoon trip. As long as there is Bi Fenglin, the whole journey is still very easy. Take a look at what other villages are like. See other customs, they are all very good. Fenglin thought, just to solve some problems first. Fenglin looked at Bo Feng Shuiman and said, Brother Shuiman, let's discuss it. Bo Feng Shuiman didn't expect that Fenglin would suddenly make such a suggestion, but since it was Fenglin's proposal, then it's okay to discuss it. Speaking of it, since taking office, Bo Feng Shuiman seems to have never interacted with others. After all, there is no time for Bo Feng Shuiman to act in person. Fenglin proposed this plan, and Bo Feng Shuiman instantly felt itchy in his heart, knowing the strength of his precious brother, and he didn't need to be afraid of hurting him. It's also pretty good. Bo Feng Shuiman took a look at his work schedule. It was good. There is nothing to do today. Then he went out with Pfenglin. The two of them must not be in the competition room. Although there is this discussion room near the Hokage office, it is a place specially set up for Hokage or other high-ranking officials when they are bored. With the speed of Bi Finglin and Bo Feng Shuiman, good guys, this competition room is not enough for them to move their muscles and bones, so it's better to go outside to play. Bo Feng Shuiman brought Pfenglin to a clearing. The place here is big enough. Whether it is Bi Finglin or Bo Feng Shuiman, you can use your hands and feet, which is great. Pfenglin hadn't had much discussion with his waterman brother before, and this time I mainly wanted to experiment with several newly developed spells. Bo Feng Shuiman was in the sun, and his yellow hair was gleaming like golden light. Hey, I didn't find that Watergate was still so irritable. Bo Feng Shuiman's appearance is pretty good, and he is even more handsome at the moment. The Pfenglin on the side is also a little shorter than Bo Feng Shuiman, but Pfenglin is still growing up. When Pfenglin reaches the age of Bo Feng Shuiman, he can't determine how tall it is. Bo Feng Shuiman said, "Let's start." There were no referees, and no bystanders. Some were shots by the two brothers. As soon as Bo Feng Shuiman spoke, Pfenglin's figure turned into a blue flash. Good guy, thought Bo Feng Shuiman, he seemed to be serious. Bo Feng Shuiman did not show weakness. His figure turned into a golden flash, and he rushed towards Pfenglin. If there are outsiders, it must be a dazzling look. After all, if ordinary people look at it, there will only be a blue flash and a golden flash intersecting. In the current ninja world, the speed of Bo Feng Shuiman and Bi Finglin can be called the top three in the ninja world. And both of them are in an ascendant period. God knows how strong and fast their peak state will be. The two people didn't have any weapons. Under the high-speed collision, the fists of the two people burst into the flesh, and the sound of their muscles and bones burst. You can imagine how fast they are. Good boy, this speed is okay. Bo Feng Shuiman sighed. Unknowingly, Pfenglin's speed is almost the same as his. In the Third Ninja World War, although the two had never compared, Pfenglin was a bit slower than Bo Feng Shuiman. If Pfenglin opened the state, it was the buff, then Pfenglin was faster, 1 point. But its speed is roughly between par. I thought Pfenglin went out. The speed was almost the same as that of Bo Feng Shuiman. Speed is not to say that speed can be increased by speeding up. Pfenglin drove sideways, avoiding the blow of Bo Feng Shuigate in a thrilling manner. Unexpectedly, the moment he turned sideways, Bo Feng Shuiman changed his body behind Pfenglin, and a pair of fists rushed directly to Pfenglin. Is it a transposition technique? Really? Pfenglin had no time to think so much. Immediately using the Ki Engine pendant, he threw himself into the open space. Bo Feng Shuiman naturally also chased down from a high place by gravity, and the speed was vaguely faster than Pfenglin. The moment Pfenglin arrived on the ground, the soil on the ground instantly rose up and wrapped Pfenglin. This was not the soil escape of Bo Feng Shuiman, but the ninjutsu that Pfenglin used to save himself instantly. The figure of Bo Feng Shuiman slid across Pfenglin's earthen cage. After such a moment of blockage, Pfenglin came a few steps away. Then Pfenglin quickly sketched the spell, and the blue spell quickly formed in the open space in front of him. Waterlore filled Waterland. This is Pfenglin's own spell, which is similar to Pfenglin's previous marriage proposal, but with a slight change in its form. It still has a little bit of lethality, but for a ninja at the level of the Watergate, it is very small. The key is the ability to restrain. Bo Feng Shuiman followed Pfenglin to the front, who knew that this water method was completed, and the speed became a lot faster, Bo Feng Shuiman thought. In contrast, during the Third Ninja World War, Pfenglin at that time sketched a spell and was not as fast as it is now. If Pfenglin knew it, he would say, "That's not it." The previous spells were more or less given by the system. But after coming back from Uin Village, it was different. Pfenglin created some spells, because it was created, and sometimes the speed of drawing was taken into consideration. Part of Bfenglin's spells is like this, simplifying its power, and only taking its core ability, such as this. The core is to trap people. Chapter 253 To the foot control, and then focusing instead on output, which is the North Maple own some of the conjuration of thinking, anyway, is just an experiment, and if there are any questions, and then modify that. Isn't that? The blue brilliance burst out from the body of the Bofeng Shuiman instantly, like a solid stream of water entangled in the calf of the Bofeng Shuiman, and it was still climbing upwards. Upon seeing Bofeng Shuiman, there was a golden flash of light walking around her body, and the small flashes that split out were intended to crush the flowing water, and at the same time the body stopped the speed of the fall. Bofeng Shuiman's reaction was also very quick, and the golden flash was about to flee out in an instant. Unexpectedly, he forcibly stood up from the ground, and several Q-Wu flew out and rushed towards Bfenglin. Bfenglin called the good guy, so vicious. It's not that they haven't seen the Bofeng Shuiman match. Bfenglin is very clear about what these Kunwu are used for. Bfenglin's body moved backwards while sketching some spells in front of him. This time, the speed of sketching was not as fast as that of the one, but the speed was not slow. Just a few seconds slower than the water filled the ground. Suddenly, a water dragon came out of the spell. The whole body 27 of this water dragon is composed of blue water, and the body presents a beautiful streamline shape. This water dragon is much more lifelike than the water dragon technique seen in Bfenglin in the past. It was too late to say, it was fast. The water dragon instantly broke through two of them, and one of them was floating in the air, and it was about to fall to the ground. At this moment, just after the water dragon rushed over, suddenly, this karma flashed, and the wave of wind water gate suddenly appeared. The art of flying thunder god. It is also a ninjutsu that only the fourth generation of Naruto can be known except for the second generation of Naruto. This ninjutsu really can be called a bug ninjutsu. It instantly shifts its position behind the enemy and catches one of them by surprise. The magical effects are endless. Bfenglin had expected that this water dragon was not prepared to defeat Q-Wu from the beginning. It exploded, Bfenglin thought. And then the water dragon burst open. Because the distance was too close, Bofeng Shui Gate couldn't dodge, and he was bombed instantly. Boom! A small water dragon rushed out of the bursting water dragon, which stabbed behind Bofeng Shuiman. And in Bfenglin in the same place. The third spell has been outlined. The water law middle dots door I tan long. Bofeng Shuiman didn't think about why he had to endure two attacks before and after he had just moved to this place. Unexpectedly, door I tan long rushed towards the water gate. Was it the water that burst before? Bofeng Shuiman thought of this in an instant. But now, it seems there is no way to remove the mark. Kobayashi is really good. This is a set of continuous bad moves. And Bofeng Shuiman has understood it thoroughly, which makes him very pleased. Even if you know that Bfenglin is already very strong, but the previous stronger is the magic itself. Like today's competition, Bfenglin showed what tactics he showed. It is indeed growing very fast. Bofeng Shuiman jumped to the side in an instant. His hands quickly sealed. Ninjutsu middle dot shuriken shadow clone technique. In front of this ninjutsu is the door I tan long, a huge shuriken swelled out, and in a flash, Wai Tan long is as huge. Then shuriken shadow cloned out tens of thousands of shurikens for continuous attacks. Good guy, this Shu Bfenglin is familiar with. 3 generations of Hokage have used it against Dashwin. Good guy, the attack power of this technique. Bfenglin is still fresh in his memory. There is one thing to say, whether it is for the 3rd or 4th generation, this ninjutsu is considered to be their most powerful technique, of course, considering the attack intensity and continuity. Therefore, the scope of application of this technique is very wide, not lacking in damage and scope, and not lacking in continuity. Really a strong group. Bofeng Shuiman decided to use this technique. But he saw the great mighty Tan long cast by Bfenglin, with such a huge size, and felt the aggressive aura of the mighty Tanlong. This Doi Tanlong is not easy. Doi Tanlong stepped on the Shuriken Shadow Avatar, and countless shurikens rushed towards Doi Tanlong. The scene was spectacular, and the money in his hand continued to consume Doi Tanlong. A round of shurikens were also bounced off by the Doi Tanlong. This is Doi Tanlong. Whether it is Bai Finglin or Bofeng Shuiman, they actually control their casting range. After all, this is in the village. Even so, the range of the avatars of Doi Tanlong in Shuriken Shadow is surprisingly large. Bofeng Shuiman glanced at Bfenglin. Seeing that he had no desire to attack, he understood that Bfenglin wanted to test the power of this ninjutsu. It's really good. You must know that Shuriken Shadow Clone is a third-generation move adapted from the second generation. It is very powerful in terms of attack range and attack strength. Now the ninjutsu developed by Bai Finglin, called Doi Tanlong, is really good. After waiting for a while, the Shuriken Shadow Clone was also exhausted, and he rushed forward. And the proud and powerful Tanlong couldn't move. Although the Shuriken Shadow Clone was exhausted, the Doi Tanlong still existed. Although the aura was a little wilting, the scales that were clearly visible before on his body were gone, and only the water flow was barely maintaining the dragon shape of the mighty Tanlong. Bofeng Shuiman turned into a yellow flash and came to Bfenglin. Is this technique still attacking? Bfenglin thought. And this great mighty dragon walked forward for a while, and it burst before it was too far. Open. After all, it is a newly created ninjutsu, and it can only do this. Bfenglin said helplessly. Good boy, you can modify it better, so that it can compete with the Shuriken Shadow Clone, and it will be stronger if it is perfected. Bofeng Shui said. It's great to see that this younger brother is getting better and better. Bfenglin was thinking about some of his own spells, including continuity and power. It is indeed very strong. Now when it comes to water law, it is the water escape of the out and out New Iron village. Alive like their cutting-edge combat power. No way, be a human being. Don't be too good. Just a visit to New Iron village is more powerful than their practice of water escape in New Iron village. No one can believe that. Who makes it so? This Doi Tanlong is also the water escape used by some people in New Iron village in North Fenglin. It is called the water escape and water dragon bullet technique. It can be said that the appearance is indeed very handsome, but when Bfenglin saw this technique, he felt that this technique could also be developed by himself. Later, after seeing a lot of Shui done in the library, Bfenglin instantly understood the great mighty dragon, and then matched it with his other skills. Strong thief, old iron. This is the water law middle dot Doi Tanlong dot. Chapter 254. Thought of the water law middle dot Venus dragon, North Maple. My mind some strange idea. Boy, can become Zebuding Thunder middle dot Venus dragon. After I've studied Huodun a little bit, I'll come to another fire method middle dot Doi Tanlong, TSK 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 TSK. After suppressing these strange thoughts, Bfenglin couldn't help sighing the strength of Bofeng Shuiman. No wonder that in the original plot, the Bofeng Shui gate was hung up, and it was impossible to hang it, and the combat power exceeded the standard. The current Bofeng Shuiman is only in his early 20s, so strong, he will live for another 10 years, and when Naruto grows up, he will be in his early 30s. In his 30s, his energy is still at its peak. The key is to have experience, and he is not stupid. Recalling that before, Bofeng Shuiman quietly asked Bfenglin about the tail beast jade, and when the human body came to use it, Bfenglin just talked a few words casually. Bofeng Shuiman has an idea, and now he has also developed a spiral pill. Good guy, if you let him live until the 4th Ninja War, maybe he can beat Uchiha Madara alone. This is possible. Naruto was born almost 10 months later. Just 10 months later, Bofeng Shuiman killed a lot of troublemakers, and then dragged his tired body to level with Kyuubi, and then sealed it. The protagonist's combat power at the time can't be overstated. Nine Tails are different from other tail beasts. To say that Bfenglin is now fighting other tail beasts, it is a sling. If you don't believe it, Just ask Brother Yura to know that this person has gone to the Yellow Spring. The heyday of the 9 tails. Without the 8 tails, you can single to 7 tails. But if Fenglin faces the 9 tails, it may be more difficult to win. A tie won't be enough. After all, it's better than Brother Watergate now. Sure enough, the protagonist is still the protagonist. After Fenglin discussed some issues with Bofeng Shuiman, the two left separately. In this battle, both of them have gained a lot. Like Bofeng Shuiman, they have also realized during this period of time, they have been busy in the village, and they have not practiced much. It seems that it is time to practice a little bit. Sometimes it is terrible, that is, the amount of chakra in Bofeng Shuiman is not large enough. It is not big enough, that is relatively speaking. After all, for Kakashi, who is so serious and lacking in blue, the amount of blue in Bofeng Shuiman is surprisingly large. Fenglin turned and walked towards the library, remembering to go back to the library, and after doing his best, he learned some forbidden techniques. But Fenglin now wants to see some basic ninjutsu, mainly to learn from it and find inspiration. The current BI Fenglin is different. After all, the current BI Fenglin is not only using spells, but also creating spells. It is far more difficult to create than to use, but Fenglin unknowingly likes this feeling. After learning other forbearance techniques, I use my own spells to outline it stroke by stroke. That kind of feeling is good for a thief. It is like trying to interpret high school questions after learning the knowledge of junior high school. This is called difficulty and comfort. Soon, Fenglin came to the library. It was another day of study. Fenglin sighed. Can these people learn from me? I'm so strong and come to learn. These people still have the face to play. That's true. Walking into the library, Fenglin smelled a hint of knowledge, which was really good. Turning over some scrolls at will, I found that they were all a basic line of forbearance. Yes, this is what I want. Fenglin quickly flipped through it. The previous BI Fenglin was able to understand a lot of water escape, and formed its own water method to use it. That was because the true water curse was well given, and it was itself a basic curse that he could learn and develop. But in terms of fire method, it seems that there is not much to learn from, but the problem is not big. Feel free to take a look, it shouldn't be difficult. Fenglin is now proficient in thunder method and water method. And one method can do everything. Fenglin suddenly understood the reason why the system had to give him these spells. Really, after meeting one, it seemed that he knew something else. I don't know if he is too smart or what's going on. Anyway, when Fenglin was in Uian village, it was the first time learning Shui done for the first time, and then he was surprised to find out. Now that the master will be integrated, you can also develop so too for fun. It's really awesome. Let's take a look at the fire method now. Speaking of it, I haven't opened the system for a long time. When I was reading in Uian village, the system rang twice, and then when the door Itanlong was being developed, it rang again. I'm too lazy to open it now. Just kidding, it's not that I don't know how to develop ninjutsu, and it's as powerful as it is. The current system is an aid to myself. The spells developed by myself are much cooler, and Fenglin is still thinking about some questions. That is, can his own spell be retained for a long time? This is a good question. Just like Naruto has a companion, by the way, it is called Sai, who is also a member of the Roots, and then uses ink painting to confront the enemy. One's own spell is just a virtual copy, not an entity. What happens if you use entities? This idea is really good. If it can be preserved, it will undoubtedly be a huge protection for the people around him. Fenglin was very satisfied. Thinking of this trip to the library would not be a loss. Fenglin went on to read some forbearance techniques. Art Fire Escape Ho Fireball. Explanation. Created by the Uchiha clan and refined from chakras, a large fireball is emitted from the mouth, and its power can burn out a cave with a diameter of 7 meters. Uian, CY Hainu Nyin Tut, isn't this the favorite ninjutsu of these people like Sasuke? Of course, it's their early stage. If you remember correctly, Uchiha has it. Madara is pretty good too. I like to use it. Fire escape middle. Hey oh long UO. Explanation. The form of the move is like a dragon, and its power is amazing. Hey, this is good, this is good, isn't this what I'm looking for? Fire method middle. Itan long addition. A moment of satisfaction flashed in Pfenglin's eyes. Huo done middle. Fu blast array. Entangled with a large number of detonating symbols buried in the ground and triggered a series of explosions. User, Hanzo. TSK Tusk. This ninjutsu, there is something. It is exactly the same as Xionen's detonating talisman. Some ninjutsu is not marked how to use it. On the one hand, I really don't know. On the other hand, the donator kept one hand. Just like the first two ninjutsu, both belonged to the Uchiha family. TSK Tut, this mention, another Uchiha family still has to solve it. Good guy, I have to remind Brother Watergate to go. Pfenglin temporarily put aside these thoughts, and then walked forward. Chapter 255. Of course, slightly, there are also more than just a fire escape, but there are other basic ninjutsu. Just like the situation in Uin village. Pfenglin went on to look at some things, perhaps because he had read the Water-Done scrolls on a large scale, and now Pfenglin understands these fire escape ninjutsu very quickly. It would be great if I could find a magma, Pfenglin thought. This is not unfavorable. When I was in Uin village, I looked at Shui-Dun and learned a lot, not only because of enough water, but more importantly, Uin village is surrounded by the sea. Pfenglin can learn how the water moves through the flow of these sea waters, and Triumi Ming also uses water escape hand to hand, accompanied by related explanations. It is one thing to have Triumi Ming's explanation. Pfenglin would not admit that it was because Triumi Ming is so good looking, and he listened a lot. It is the impact of the environment. If Pfenglin is now in a volcanic crater with lava flowing in it, it is guaranteed that Pfenglin has many thieves. Now if I just look at Huo-Dun here, what I can get is still limited. Hey, volcano. Then you have to go to other villages to experience it, and bring Xerong by the way. How good a honeymoon trip is. Thinking of returning, Pfenglin continued to look at it. Although I can't bring much inspiration to myself, it's okay to understand some of the connotation of Huo-Dun. But there are some moves that the Uchiha family can use very well. Pfenglin didn't know if he could use it. After all, some of them really needed blood to inherit the boundaries. It doesn't matter how much can be seen. Pfenglin had a studious attitude and saw everything that Pfenglin could see. It can be said that the current Pfenglin has seen a lot of ninjutsu. Even Kakashi, who will be known as a copy ninja in the future, is far behind him. After all, Kakashi hadn't visited the library of Uin village and watched their water escape. Of course, if you continue to travel, go to other villages to see if you can get into their library. Anyway, Pfenglin is just to see some basic ninjutsu. TSK Tusk. The difference between Pfenglin and Kakashi is that there is no shortage of blue in Pfenglin, and there are indeed thousands of ninjutsu copied by Kakashi, but it is impossible for him to use all of these ninjutsu. In Kakashi's daily life, he still uses Huo-Dun and L-Dun more often, as well as writing round eyes. Put it up and write round eyes. Do you want to have a fun at that time? Pfenglin is still curious about writing round eyes. I always see these writing wheels, but Pfenglin has never felt that way. Of course, Pfenglin's strength doesn't care whether the opponent has the Shalomyan. After going through the ninjutsu in this library, Pfenglin left here. It can be said that today Pfenglin knows Konoha's ninjutsu. That is quite a lot. To what extent? That is in addition to the ninjutsu of the Naruto heritage and the ninjutsu of the various clans. There is no ninjutsu that Pfenglin has never seen before. Hey, I can't be too much to be a ninjutsu professor, Pfenglin thought, and then returned home. After going home, Pfenglin lay on the bed and fell asleep. Well, it consumes too much brain cells. I want to sleep well. Pfenglin fell asleep in a daze. The next morning, after Pfenglin awoke naturally, he screamed for a good feeling. It feels really good. After stretching, Pfenglin went to have breakfast after washing up. Brother Watergate has gone to work, and Sister Juxinei rests at home with peace of mind. Maybe after a while, Juxinei will give Naruto prenatal education. Now that Brother Watergate and Sister Juxinei didn't mention the baby's name, then Fenglin couldn't be anxious, so he just took a look. See if this little guy is called Uzumaki Naruto or Hake's Naruto. When Naruto is born, he will see his parents guarding him. When the time comes, Uchiha will take the soil, and leave it to Kita Fenglin to solve it. After eating breakfast, Fenglin walked out of the house. Today is another day in love. Red, let's buy a house together, Fenglin said suddenly. Zai Ryong froze for a moment, then nodded immediately. Hong actually had this idea a long time ago, but he was not in a hurry. It was too late to talk about it when he got married. Fenglin also suddenly realized that if he and Hong were married, he would never be able to continue to live with Sister Juxinei and Brother Shuiman. Fenglin knew that the two of them would definitely not mind. But Hong, this girl, can't live with him in his brother and sister's home. It doesn't matter if the family is separated, the relationship between Fenglin and his brother and sister will not change with the change of distance anyway. Moreover, it feels good to have a little home of your own. Just do it. Fenglin immediately took Hong to look at the free house. For so many years, Fenglin has not actually spent much money, such as food and daily use. Sister Juxinei is even more generous. There is no pressure, and because Fenglin has done many tasks, the money is still quite a lot. By the way, in the hospital, there is also Fenglin's salary. Now Fenglin didn't know how much money he still had. First go and see how much money you have. If you don't have the money to buy a house, it will be embarrassing. Fenglin took a look at his own money. Good fellow, there are a lot of them, and the red on the side also looked over. Unexpectedly, you have so much money, more than my father's savings. Hong said, I didn't expect that the person I wanted was still a rich man. Hongdu intends to ask for more dowry. Besides, Hongdu has also saved a lot of money over the years. I just didn't expect Fenglin to have so much money. You said that with so much money, you should be able to buy a good house. Fenglin asked. Hong did not feel angry. So much money, buying a courtyard is enough. What do you think? After hearing this, Fenglin immediately shook his head. Don't want a courtyard, we only live with two of us, even if we have children. There are only 3 people, and it is troublesome to clean up in such a large courtyard. Yes, Hong said, and then his face blushed. What, did he say a child? We are going to have a baby. Look, this is not the woman's concern, but it is the house. In a blink of an eye, I think of the child. Let's go to see the house, and buy something you like. Fenglin said. Really proud, you can buy it when you meet one you like. Chapter 256. Fenglin and Hong turned Konoha again. Thanks to both of them are powerful ninjas, otherwise, hey, ordinary people really can't get off. Fenglin's face was a little pale at the moment. Good guy, I call good guys. Women go shopping ruthlessly, I know that, but I didn't want to buy a house so ruthlessly. It's really ruthless. Raoub Fenglin's physical quality is extremely tired, but Hong is like a gay person. MMP, it is a mistake to let Hong go to learn physical skills, and honest illusion skills will do. Red, this girl, really, after reading one family and looking at the others, she finally became one of the 3 choices, which is the trip of these 3 companies back and forth. Running abruptly tired. That red, or just by this. Fenglin looked at the house in front of him and said, this house is very close to both of our homes, and it usually has a caregiver. The area is a bit larger, but it is not too difficult to clean. Anyway, I will help you get it. Now stop in front of a house. Come down, good fellow. Really can't turn it anymore. I used the buff secretly. After I used it for Hong, I didn't know that she was even more energetic. This made Fenglin regret it. He had already known that he would not feel sorry for her. Now he feels uncomfortable. Originally, the person who sold the house said that he could pay the deposit, but Fenglin couldn't wait, so he bought it in full, and really didn't want to leave. This place will take about 5 or 6 minutes to walk back to Fenglin's home. Hong thought about it carefully, and thought this place was really good, but it was a bit more expensive. After all, this place is a small courtyard with a small lawn. After thinking about it carefully, after buying this house, Pfenglin's assets have been reduced by 1/3. But as for the house, of course it's better to buy a better one. That's it. Thank God, it's over at last. If it hadn't been for Bofeng Watergate to become Hokage, maybe there was an Anbu member squatting at the door of his house. It would take about 10 minutes to go back to Zairyong's house. Generally speaking, it is quite close to both. Someone was found to clean the house. Hong wanted to live right away, but neither of them told the family. The matter of buying a house happened suddenly. Besides, this place needs to be reserved as a wedding room, and it needs to be well arranged. Pfenglin also entrusted others to do it. Just add some surprises by yourself at that time. In accordance with the style that Bai Pfenglin and Hong both like, some interiors need to be changed. It takes almost 2 months together. It will be the wedding day after exactly 3 months. So let's talk about it then. Pfenglin and Hong went back to each house immediately and had to report to their family members. No, the house has already been bought, and it can no longer be called a report. Is more appropriate to call it notification. When I got home, it was Brother Prajanam who was cooking today. This is how Sister Juxinai and Brother Watergate get along. Generally, if Brother Watergate does not have a job or comes back early, then Brother Watergate cooks and eats. Most of the time, I still cook and eat. After all, I am boring to stay at home alone. It is impossible to let her go out to perform tasks in the village. After all, it was Kyubai who was facing him, so he couldn't be too cautious. Well, Brother Watergate, Sister Juxinai, I plan to move out in a while. After all, I am getting married, Pfenglin said, somewhat shy. And Pfenglin had already predicted the reaction of Brother Watergate and Sister Juxinai. What? Is this family unable to accommodate you? Do you have to move out when you get married? Kushina roared. In fact, both Juxin and Bofeng Shui men also had anticipation of going out like Pfenglin. After all, it is normal for children who are older and married to live out. Not to mention that the family must be separated between brothers. Like Pfenglin, he has to pass on his surname. Well, don't be angry, sister, I will come back often. If Hong is not at home, I will still come over to eat, Pfenglin said. Juxinai's eyes were red. This was a person who was regarded as his own younger brother. Although he knew that he would see each other often in the future, he thought that Pfenglin was about to get married. I am always happy for Mr. Pfeng. Watergate also clutched the side of the Juxinai shoulders. Moderate, said, this is a good thing fishes are. Kobayashi, after all that we grow up are. Seeking flowers and Kobayashi is right. We can still eat here in the future. Let's eat together if you're fine. Nami Feng Shuiman leads to Kushina, and Nami Feng Shuiman also does the same. Reluctant to bed Pfenglin, but after all, he was a man and did not cry. Have you chosen the house? Asked Bofeng Shuiman. Shuiman had already planned to give Pfenglin his own money. Pfenglin quickly replied, I have chosen it, not far from home. I have time. I will show you all. Both Bofeng Shuiman and Juxinai nodded. Then Juxinai still wanted to join him for a meal. I didn't expect Pfenglin to move out so soon. And this place has been there for many years. For him, here is not only growing up, but also youthful. After a few casual chats, Pfenglin, Bofeng Shui men and Juxinai went back to their respective rooms. Lying on this bed of her own, Pfenglin was full of emotions. I slept in this bed for many years. In this not very big house, there are Pfenglin, Juxinai and Bofeng Shui men laugh and sorrow together. And there are many common memories. Pfenglin is in this place, and walking with his eyes closed will not break into things. This is what Pfenglin is familiar with about this place. Still somewhat reluctant. I think so it's not uncomfortable to die. Pfenglin thought so, but felt a little distressed. I have to comfort her tomorrow. Today, there are still things about the Uchiha family that have not been said. After all, Bo Feng Miziano never talks about official affairs at home, and has always tried his best to let the family talk about the short and long things of the family. Fenglin thinks this is good, so let's stop by the next office tomorrow and talk about it. In Fenglin's view, these bastards used some political struggles to destroy their clan more or less too much. Did the Uchiha family do something wrong? Of course there is. But many things Uchiha did. Weren't they all persecuted by the 3 generations and Danzo? Forget it. I don't want these messy things today. I'll talk about it tomorrow. Chapter 257. In the morning, North on Maple and 9 Xinai out the door. Sister Juxinai insisted on going with Fenglin to see the house I bought yesterday, just as she took Juxinai to recognize the door. After walking for almost 6 minutes, Fenglin and Juxinai came here. Yes, it's still a courtyard, but it's uncomfortable to clean. Juxinai said. Yesterday, I heard Fenglin say something about it, but I didn't expect it to be like this. It's really good. It smells like a rich family. Someone inside is already redecorating the interior, and then Fenglin and Hong are going to choose something they like to add to their new house. Juxin now walked in and saw that there was a wall surrounding the whole house. Inside, there were some lawns, which looked a little messy. It has not been repaired. After leading Juxinai around, Juxinai said, after knowing that you live in such a big house, there is nothing missing. Maybe a child is missing. Juxinai faced Fenglin, raising his eyebrows and making smoke. Fenglin coughed, and then said, I'll talk about it after you get married. Maybe you can grow up at the same time as this little guy. The feelings are good, said Gushina. My child is about to be born in about 10 months. And Fenglin will see it next year. It's good to have grown up together. Both children have playmates. Juxinai spent a lot of money on this house, but he didn't say anything. I believe Fenglin is well measured. After all, Fenglin is an adult. Fenglin and Juxinai stopped by to go shopping, and there was no one to accompany Juxinai for a long time. Seeing Juxinai smile brighter on his face, Fenglin was also very happy. Now that I can see the relatives around me happy is something that makes me very happy. After sending Juxinai home, Fenglin went out again. This time he went to find brother Bo Feng Shuiman. When I arrived at Hokage's office and saw someone talking about things, Fenglin took a break next to it. Sitting on the stool, Fenglin sketched some spells in his heart. To be honest, he also made a sketch in his heart. If you want to display it, you still have to copy it in the void. Only by copying in the void, the spell can draw the power between heaven and earth. Exert the true power that belongs to the spell. After thinking for a while, someone knocked on the door and opened it to see that it was a male ninja. This is the secretary of Bo Feng Shuiman, who is responsible for helping Bo Feng Shuiman take charge of some files. Take care of some trivial things by the way. Master Fenglin, Master Hokage invites you over. Fenglin nodded and followed him. After entering the door, waiting for the secretary to go out, Fenglin said directly, I don't know what Naruto-sama thinks of Uchiha's family. After Heifeng Mizuno heard this question, he looked up at Fenglin and said, Uchiha regarding the Bo family, my point of view is soft, but things are not that simple. Kitamoto also believes that things are not that simple. After all, suppressing the Uchiha family is a policy that began in the 2nd generation, and now wants to liberate them. The power of the village, put it into the village, will cause dissatisfaction among many people. Fenglin came here to talk about the Uchiha family, only to remind, after all, it is still a few years before the Uchiha family was destroyed. But now we have to prepare the Bofeng Watergate. There are some things that can no longer be led by Shimura Danzo. That old silver coin is not fake for the village, but it is also serious to use the power of the village to improve one's own strength. Otherwise, after Uchiha's annihilation, Shimura Danzo's writing round eyes. After briefly talking about the Uchiha family's affairs, Fenglin thought for a while, and there should be nothing wrong with it. Bo Feng Shuiman said, by the way, there is one more thing. Didn't you find a child in the secret base of Dashimaru? That child has died. There is an abnormal muon in the child's body. The ueki in the child's body is too serious and he has no breathing. Good guy, this is no way. As a medical ninja, it feels a little bit uncomfortable to hear such things, but if the child is still alive, words of hope. Daishiwan will not let him go. At the beginning of the treatment, Fenglin thought that the child was Yamato. After returning, he asked the people in the village and found that Yamato was already in Anbu. The problem is not big. Alas, silent for the child. One more thing. During the large-scale inspection in the village, some spies in each village were cleaned up. It seems that we must release the power to the outside. Bo Feng Shuiman said. This is still a comprehensive check in order to clean up the Maru to see if there is something left behind. In the end, something was really discovered, which was a surprise. I also found a laboratory in -1. The things have been processed almost, but there are still some reports. You can go and check it. Bo Feng Shuiman said. Fenglin nodded, and followed the secretary to the file room. Some important information will be backed up here. Some reports of -1 have been archived here, and what you can see now is the content that B.I. Fenglin can see. After flipping through it, they are all reports of some experiments, tusk, and some contents, which are experiments done on the human body. Maybe Konoha can be used directly. Wait. This thing? Fenglin saw the shape of a mask. This mask didn't know many people, and Fenglin's expression suddenly became more gloomy. This thing, Oshmaru, should not have been found, but there is something to do. But is it necessary to get this mask in advance? All of a sudden, I was a little undecided. Fenglin was a little entangled, but he still kept this in his heart, so he could pay attention to it when he was on his honeymoon. If you can find it, you can find it, and you don't have to ask for it if you can't find it. This thing is useless for Fenglin, and it is useful for Dashimaru and Uchiha Belt Soil. After reading all these materials, nothing was seen, except for this mask. Nothing else was of much reference value. Slowly, Dashimaru has spots and they are playing chess, but they are not yet. And for the entire ninja realm, Madara and them are in the dark, but for Fenglin, it means that Fenglin is in the dark, and Madara is in the light. After all, they knew a lot about their conspiracies and tricks. After taking precautions, many things would look like that. Chapter 258 North Maple. After reading the left here, these things still messed up a little. Now I am going to find the red. After I found red, I saw red, and the surroundings of Red's eyes were still red. Fenglin looked at the red in front of him, but couldn't tell. It's okay, you can come back to see them if you have time in the future. You see how close our family is, so close, Fenglin said. Then he took the red in his arms. Like an overbearing president, Fenglin accompanied Hong to go out and turned around. Looking at these scenery, I felt Hong's mood improved a lot. After sending Hong home, Fenglin had nothing to do again, and went to the practice range, just in time to experiment with some new gadgets. Brother Xilin, you are here. Long time no see. Let's have a discussion, Kakashi said. It seems that this Kakashi is also very hard work. Except for the affairs and tasks of the Anbu, Kakashi has spent most of his energy on improving his own strength. Kakashi should already have a slightly higher strength than Shinobu, but there is not much improvement. What should by 27 say? Although Kakashi has a writing wheel, it is not bad in other respects. However, success is also called a round of eyes, and failure is also a round of eyes. What the writing round eyes brought to Kakashi is known as the copy ninja, but the downside is that writing round eyes is too costly. So that Kakashi behind, when using his own ninjutsu, the thieves can save, and can save a little bit. Fenglin said that he was going to experiment with some new spells. It would be quite comfortable for someone to be a sparring partner for himself. In the field, Fenglin and Kakashi stood opposite each other. Fenglin said, "If ready, let's start." Kakashi nodded, and then sealed his hands. Fire escape middle. Hole of fireball. The huge fire wave rushed towards Fenglin. Okay, guy, this power feels faintly improved. Pure Lang saw that he rushed towards Fenglin, Fenglin began to draw the spell on the spot, and after a few seconds, the outline was completed. Fire magic middle dot door I Tanlong. Good guy, said to develop a fire-like power. Tanlong is to develop a great mighty Tanlong. If one day, Fenglin will finish watching the forbearance techniques of other ninja villages, it may be possible to develop other door I Tanlong. Apart from other things, my own thunder method can be used in the same way. This is a good idea. As long as there is a good environment in the battle, Fenglin's thinking is fast. Sometimes, it's obviously a small thing, and if it weren't for something else to remind you, it might just be hard to remember. That's why we have to brainstorm. Take a moment to assemble Leaf a door I Tanlong. The fire method door I Tanlong took shape in an instant, and it rushed towards the fire wave, but I don't know why. Fenglin always felt that his fire method middle dot door I Tanlong seemed to be missing something compared to the water method middle dot door I Tanlong. Door I Tanlong can't think. After receiving the order, the fire wave facing the opposite side rushed over. The moment when the fire dragon and the fire wave crossed. The dragon head is constantly fighting with the fire waves. Either the fire dragon swallows the fire waves, or the fire dragons. Before long, the fire dragon and the fire wave exploded at the same time, and the high temperature instantly swept across the entire site. Seeing this, Fenglin had no choice but to deal with it first, and then sketched out with both hands, water law middle dot door I Tanlong. A water dragon similar to the fire dragon appeared, cooling the entire site. At the same time, Kakashi also rushed up, and after he got the seal, he spit out some fireballs from his mouth and went straight to the North Maple Forest. TSK Tusk, I felt you done disgusting at first. Isn't it disgusting that these fireballs come out of my mouth? Kakashi in front of Tukao still has to send it away. The great mighty dragon of Waterloo came from behind Kakashi in an instant, and Fenglin also turned into a blue flash and jumped away. Kakashi's writing wheel moved, and only then did he follow the speed of Shang Fenglin. Well done middle dot Chidori. After Kakashi completed the seal, the whole figure came towards Fenglin very quickly. Chidori, it's really good. For your art middle dot fire blade shadow. A huge array-like thing appeared from Fenglin's body, and then from the array, fire-like spears and long swords were continuously bursting toward Kakashi. Past. This was yesterday when he was fighting against Bofeng Shui Gate. His shuriken shadow clone felt very handsome, so he performed it with the fire method. Not to mention, after it is deduced by the fire method, it becomes more handsome. The magic circle is like a product of a different world. From the magic circle, a long sword with flames is fired. The thief is handsome. These long swords carry flames, and not only have higher burst damage than shurikens, but they are also more lethal. At that time, Fenglin was considering the issue of lethality. Otherwise, it would be good to change the growth gun. Another idea came out. Then this had to be renamed Fire Method middle dot Fire Spear Shadow. I don't think it sounds as good as Dao Ying, Fenglin was thinking while fighting, but Kakashi on the other side was miserable. How did it feel that it was more terrifying than Xilin's last time? Is this kind of ninjutsu developed casually? In contrast, his Thunder Dungeon Chidori were nothing. But he wouldn't admit defeat easily. The writing wheel in Kakashi's eyes turned again, looking for the flaws in front of him. At the moment when he saw those Zwinyan turning, Fenglin nodded with satisfaction. Right, using Zwinyan is the right way. Use yours Zwinyan. Hurry up and help me find the flaws. Look at that. Is this talking human? During this battle, no one like Fenglin wanted to find his own flaws, wishing he had no flaws. Kakashi's blade shadows slowed down in an instant, and then Kakashi shook his body. Didn't he find any obvious flaws? What would happen if this circle was destroyed? Kakashi found the key point in an instant. It is true that this technique does not have much flaws, but the biggest flaw is this magic circle. Individuals can tell that this magic circle is the core of this technique, then just destroy it. Well done middle dot Chidori. Kakashi's figure instantly turned into a blue figure, rushing towards the magic circle. This place is indeed a flaw. Fenglin saw Kakashi's movement. When Chidori touched Fenglin's magic circle, the magic circle was shattered. Chapter 259 North Maple. To not look at Kakashi, in fact, is Kakashi, and if other people's words could not carry the power of the circle of hard to position to punch. How should I put it? Kakashi is not hard to resist. After all, Kakashi has a writing wheel, which can slow down the speed of many muskets, so that he can get close to the fire array. Other people's hard connection is not as simple as this. Water technique. Water cage technique. Fenglin sketched such a spell. Then you can see that at the foot of Kakashi, there is obviously still some flame burning, and it is instantly covered by running water. Flowing water instantly restricted Kakashi. Kakashi was very uncomfortable at this time. He was still suffering from the high temperature just now, and his whole body was about to be burned. In a blink of an eye, there was a water law. Kakashi immediately felt that the whole person was sticky. Fortunately, it was not ice, Kakashi thought. The current Kakashi seems to be in a pond, and the resistance brought by the flowing water is strong. If it is only flowing water, of course it doesn't matter to Kakashi. The upper hand. However, Fenglin's spells were not ordinary spells. It can be said that this water is a little heavier than ordinary water. If so much water is added together, the weight of this one is very impressive. And I don't know why. Fenglin's water method has the effect of sticking people. That is, the current Fenglin has not taken any action against outsiders. Otherwise, his title of Blue Lightning might change. As for what it became, it might be the Blue Swamp. I know this day. After Fenglin restrained Kakashi, to be honest, Fenglin didn't know how to use the combo. From his perspective, it is natural to see that whether he uses the fire method or the water method, it is best not to use them together, as the two will consume each other's strength. This is different from Fenglin's original idea. The original Fenglin thought was that the water method was used for restraint, and the fire method was used for explosive output. It's alright now. The restraint of the water method has been achieved, but the damage of the fire method is not in place. Let alone the two water method and the fire method are still consuming each other. Tusk. It seems that I have to change my mind. Water method and fire method are not the same. After all, even when it comes to fire method, one can naturally think of the high damage of fire method, and the effect of burns, etc., a typical output type. But the water method is different. The water method is more of a simulation of the impact of the sea. After watching such a water escape, Fenglin also found that many of them are emitted in the form of water waves. The shock wave can be understood as a range of damage. What Fenglin wants now is a single water attack. Monomer. Fenglin seemed to have thought of something. Fenglin sketched the spell in the void, but the speed of this sketch was called turtle speed. Because this was the first time Fenglin used this spell, and it was just an idea that just came to mind. That's why Fenglin was so mad. He created his own ninjutsu when fighting against others, which ninjutsu development did not go through several years of development, and I don't know what arduous process it went through. Fenglin had never felt this way before. Now he has created a new ninjutsu. In the battle, Fenglin still wants to use it as quickly as possible, so it is inevitable to panic. Kakashi on one side took advantage of Fenglin to outline the spell, and it took a lot of effort to escape. As soon as I came out, I saw Fenglin sketching the spell. Although I don't know what Fenglin is doing, this is a discussion. What if Fenglin has any new ideas? Therefore, Kakashi did not interfere with Fenglin. Kakashi is a little bit distressed about the water on his body now, and he doesn't know what the hell is this water. After finally getting out of it, these waters do not exist as pure flowing water bodies, but between a kind of flowing water and colloidal shapes. Maybe this is glue. Kakashi really felt that this thing was more glued, so he pulled him down with his hands, and he got it in his hands. If Bo Feng Shui Men was also here, then the two of them should have more common topics. They were all delayed by Fenglin's water law. Kakashi took out a Karma to study. While Kakashi was studying glue, The spell drawn by Pfenglin was finally almost complete. Good guy, it took a few minutes to sketch it out. If it is said that there is so much damage that destroys the world, it is hell. The ninjutsu that has just been released, Pfenglin feels that if it can meet his own standards, it will be enough. Pfenglin looked at Kakashi, who was on the side. Forget it, he didn't know the damage. So don't call Kakashi to pick it up. There are targets here anyway. After all, there are often people here who want to test the power of ninjutsu, so there is still something like a small mountain. The moment the spell was completed, in front of the spell, there was a ball of water droplets instantly. Yes, it was just a ball of water droplets. These water droplets continuously absorbed the energy related to water between heaven and earth. Then the water first twisted into a ball, and then began to shrink rapidly. Within a second, it shrank into a fist-sized droplet shape. This fist-sized drop of water instantly accelerated, faintly bringing some blue brilliance. This was not water blue, but thunder-like blue. In a flash, he rushed to the front of the hill. Kakashi observed the damage of the attack with his riding wheel. Facing the mountain, the water droplets were like a mouse hitting a big bear. With such a huge difference in size, Kakashi couldn't help but doubt the damage of this technique. The speed and sharpness of thunder and lightning gathered in the first half of the small water droplets, and the small water droplets rushed into the mountain in an instant, and the second half also burst open in an instant. In Kakashi's eyes, the water droplets swell instantly under slow release, as if as someone is inflating, and then burst like that. A small drop of water the size of a fist blasted out a diameter circular hole directly from the middle of the hill. Good guy, this technique, fortunately, I didn't use it to myself. Kakashi secretly rejoiced. Otherwise, he can only survive him by using the supernatural power of Shaolin Yan. This is Pfenglin's new technique. Fortunately, these efforts were not in vain. Pfenglin wiped the sweat from his head. This technique is still quite exhausting to his spirit, and it should still have something to do with the first time. Just condensing into a fist is the damage. What if it condenses into a bullet? Pfenglin thought deeply. The comparison between the size of a bullet and the size of a fist is also very big. Brother Xiaolin, what is the name of this technique? Kakashi asked. Pfenglin laughed and said, it's called Death's Sniper. Chapter 260. Looks like some second-level names, but if anyone encounters this technique, he will be pretty. At the current speed of Kakashi, I feel that I can only avoid it by opening the writing wheel. If you are someone else, you may have to wait for death. The main ninjutsu is the ninjutsu that Pfenglin had just thought of. There are also some new problems. If Pfenglin can solve it in the subsequent development of ninjutsu, then the power of this technique can be very terrifying. Small problems, if they are really capable condensed into the size of a bullet, the power of this one is greater than that of a sniper rifle. That's why Pfenglin named it Reaper's Sniper. There is also the issue of distance. Since it is a sniper, it is a long-range ability. If you can use this ninjutsu at a distance. Based on the distance and damage of this ninjutsu, Pfenglin felt that there was no problem with sniping to death at this level. Of course, Pfenglin now has the means to truly threaten Liu Dao's soil, but there are still Liu Dao spots behind and a Hui. These two are the big bosses. Just this technique is not enough. After all, the only ones that can harm the 6 modes are the physical technique and the fairy technique. After you have time, you can add some fairy skills to Death's Sniper. Then this game can end happily. Pfenglin is secretly happy. If this is a result of a competition, then what use is this system for himself? During this period of time, Pfenglin has watched many water escapes and fire escapes, and has learned something about the Xianyuan village. Otherwise, even with Pfenglin's talent, it would seem a bit difficult to develop ninjutsu at will. Brother Xiaolin is so powerful. This ninjutsu is so powerful, Kakashi said. Kakashi put on the blindfold again, feeling that Pfenglin was really an idiot. Pfenglin said, thank you for giving me this idea. Kakashi looked confused. What did he do? Can you have this idea? Am I so awesome? Pfenglin went on to say, you have made progress. it seems that you have not worked hard. After all, he is also a person who bears hatred. Fortunately his father has not died. Otherwise, Kakashi would not be as easy to deal with as this. Brother Fenglin praised me, so happy. Kakashi thought so, and then nodded coldly. Fenglin knew that Kakashi was sincere. There was another good compliment. After all, I still expect this kid to continue to be a sparring partner for himself. He is not easy to be beaten to death by himself, which is very good. It would be great if this kid's defensive power was stronger, and this blue amount was really pitiful. If some of Fenglin's spells can be used by others, Fenglin has no doubt that these spells can kill other people's chakras alive. Good guy. If Kakashi knew that Fenglin was spitting against him in his heart, it would be sad. Fortunately, Kakashi didn't know. After Fenglin asked Kakashi to eat a delicious meal, and after chatting with him for a few more words, they left separately. As a member of the Anbu, Kakashi is very normal when performing tasks outside, and it may become more and more difficult to see. I just don't know if this one will become the 6th generation of Hokage. Fenglin suddenly thought of this question. Good guy, Tut Tut, and his sister Tsunade. However, in the original plot, it was because Konoha was really unmanned at the time, and because Tsunade was there, Tsunade was allowed to take charge. Now some things are different. Maybe Kakashi works harder and can be a 5th generation Hokage Dangdang. Then his own brother Prajanam has been around for a few years. Let Kakashido experience a few years, and get some qualifications up. Kakashi stayed for a few more years, and then directly let Naruto become the 6th generation of Hokage. As for the later Hokage, Fenglin didn't bother to care about it. Tsk Tut, don't say it, this idea is really okay. It's horrible. Fenglin's brother has now quietly arranged the next few Hokage. The key is that according to Fenglin's expectation, it is really possible to achieve it. Cattle Batch. Fenglin returned home. You have to rely on Dashimaru, or wait until you are free before looking for it. He hid in his own small room, and then Fenglin took out his notebook. I recorded the situation about the Oshimaru mask that I saw earlier, but I still need to remember a little bit. After all, Fenglin really couldn't remember the location of the mask. Hey, I don't know, I developed this kind of spell by myself, but it is more practical. The key to the problem is that Fenglin has no way to start, and has had this experience. I also recorded some other content on the small notebook. I flipped through the previous content a bit. What can be recorded by Fenglin is not simple. If people from Uchiha Madara's group saw these things, if they could understand them, they would just call the good guy, or it would save trouble, or they would surrender directly to Kitakiden. It's really mocking, and I don't understand it. Don't long for it, you know. Fenglin thought about the next arrangement. Yes, that's it. Tomorrow, I'll see if there are any tasks, and take it on. After spending a few days at home with Sister Juxinei, he went out with Hong on his honeymoon. Of course, cultivating relationships with Hong is one aspect, and the other is to find something. It would be great if I could find Oshimaru. I still have something to discuss with older Oshimaru, although cooperating with him is also seeking skin from the tiger. But like Dashimaru, in the world of Naruto, there are really too few people addicted to technology. And many views of Dashimaru really have something to learn from. Of course, Fenglin considers these issues entirely from its own perspective. Next, Fenglin's goal is to find and separate Ninetales in a short period of time. I had imagined it before, but after discussing it with Bofeng Shuiman, I found it impossible. But there is no other way. It can effectively increase the combat power of the Wave Wind Water Gate, not to mention, if Fenglin can't deal with it by that time, the riot in the Ninetales will be divided after the split. Bofeng Shuiman uses the other half of the Ninetales, which can easily suppress the Ninetales. You don't have to do anything for Brother Watergate to offer sacrifices to seal up the ghouls. What Fenglin thinks, there are only two people, one is the 6 Tao Immortals, and the other is Kaienzu's Eugeon. You said how did these two guys get it out? Isn't this hell? So, It's better to look at me, Pfenglin. 261 chapter. If Pfenglin knew that Hong was looking at him in this state now, he would definitely say not to be obsessed with brother, he was just a little more handsome than others. 2 days later, after Pfenglin finished eating at home, he embarked on a honeymoon journey. Many stories are destined to happen along the way. 9. Xinai reluctantly sent Pfenglin away. This time leaving is still relatively long. After all, Pfenglin also took a few tasks to complete. Adding to the things that I had planned to find about myself on the road in Bifenglin, it took a long time. The mood when I went out this time was different from when I went out. There was a little drag oil bottle beside me. It is not accurate to say that Hong is a dragging oil bottle. After all, Hong's current strength is not weak, because Pfenglin has always been consciously filling in Hong's weakness. If it were to talk about illusion alone, the current red had almost the level of forbearance, and it would be worse in other respects. But none of these matters. After all, there is Pfenglin, so I panicked. You can always trust Bifenglin. Zai Ryong also reluctantly said goodbye to his family, and then went directly to the village gate to find Pfenglin. Just when he arrived at the village gate, Hong saw Pfenglin at a glance. It's really because Pfenglin is too handsome. Standing in the doorway, he was handsome and charming, who was originally a delicate face. There may be too many fights now, and the whole person's momentum is a little more fierce. There is some faint brilliance in the eyes. This thing is called wisdom. Maybe Pfenglin himself hadn't noticed that since he returned from Yuan village. His whole person has indeed gained a little more of a scholar's temperament. In addition, in the past few days, Pfenglin has been doing some of his own research. If it continues for a few months, Pfenglin's momentum may change even more. Pfenglin looked at Hong, and Hong ran all the way towards Pfenglin, and when he saw Pfenglin, his eyes were full of joy. Holding Hong in his arms for a while, Pfenglin felt that everything was so beautiful. When all the calculations were over, he returned to his and Hong's home and gave birth to a small Pfenglin. Gee, tut, how great! In the eyes of others at this time, Pfenglin and Zai Ryong are so perfect, golden boy and jade girl, a match made in heaven. It seems that all beautiful words can be used on them. It's almost there. Red, let's go, Pfenglin said. Hong murmured, well, let's go. Pfenglin and Hong embarked on this mission trip. For Pfenglin, several missions were incidental, mainly to find what they wanted. Looking for something. Oh, yes, and have a good time with the celebrity. After several hours of rushing, Pfenglin and Hong took them to a ninja village. This is a small ninja village located in the country of fire. It can be regarded as one of Konoha's vassals. Some people who conducted human experiments on Oshimaru plundered it from here. The disappearance of some of the people before did not attract Konoha's attention. If it weren't for Oshimaru's madness to take Konoha's Heinin, Zongnin, and Anbshangnin, Dashimaru won't be caught so quickly. This ninja village is called Lankai village, and the highest combat power is Shangren. There are ninjas in this village, but the whole village is mostly civilians. Relying on the advantage of being close to Konoha village, it develops a trading life. Pfenglin and Hong entered Lankai village, and they were all commoners between them, and a few of them were still stubborn. Let's rest here and have a meal, Pfenglin said. Hong naturally listened to Pfenglin's words. Generally speaking, Hong is very independent and self-reliant outside, otherwise his strength would not improve. But with Bifenglin around, Hong naturally let Bifenglin think about something, and just make Bifeng's pendant with peace of mind. While eating, Pfenglin and Hong listened to the people around them to see if there was anything Pfenglin was looking for. Pfenglin didn't conceal what Hong was looking for. After all, for Pfenglin, this was not a shameful thing. As long as it wasn't for the little book written in the language of the previous life, Pfenglin didn't conceal anything from Hong. After eating, there was no valuable information, but a ninja living in the village of Konoha was found. Pfenglin brought Red to the Konoha ninja. Hello, There are things I want to ask you about. Fenglin went straight in. Middle dot 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 ask for flowers middle dot 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 middle dot. It's so straightforward. It's near Konoha. And it's people from my own village who are asking questions. You don't need to meet your own people outside. Then it's oblivious. Upon seeing this, the ninja stood up directly. Master Fenglin, please tell me if you have anything to do. Hey, someone who knows himself. Just as Fenglin thought, this place is near Konoha at any rate. And it is also Konoha's ninja. Now Konoha is so few people who don't know Fenglin. I heard that this village has ink forbearance. I don't know where to visit. Fenglin asked. Oh, this ninja. You are asking the right person. You can find it in one place. The ninja then told Fenglin the detailed information. Unexpectedly, I found the information I wanted when I came in. The start was very smooth. This ink forbearance is the reason Fenglin came here. Fenglin arranged 3 things for himself along the way. This first one did not expect it to go so smoothly. The ink forbearance method is no longer available for investigation. In Fenglin's memory, it seems that only the same period as Naruto. There is a talent named Sai who knows this. The key is not ink forbearance, the key is the giant ink beasts that Sajing summoned from it. This allowed Fenglin to find the direction in which his spells were carried by entities. It took Fenglin a lot of time to investigate this ink and wash technique. After all, Fenglin couldn't remember some of the little character Sajing. If Fenglin knows some details, then it doesn't matter if Fenglin doesn't know it. Sai is a war often. The specific ninja village is unknown. If you can find out that such a ninja village is related to the ink and wash ninja method, it is all in heaven. Take care of B.I. Fenglin. Sai was also miserable enough. He was absorbed into the roots by Shimura Danzo. He brainwashed Sai since he was a child. That is, he got better after meeting Naruto. Most of Sai ninjutsu was taught by Shimura Danzo. If Kitagawa knew about this, he might have to go to the roots. First hit Shimura Danzo again, and then ask him if he knows about this ink wash ninja method. Chapter 262. Soon, North Maple and Red Ninja came to this place to say, this ninja wanted to take them one up North Maple. But this place is really easy to find, so it doesn't bother others. This is a residential building, which looks relatively ordinary. If it weren't for asking people, the ghost knew that there were clues related to the ink and wash technique. After knocking on the door, after a short while, someone came to open the door. What are you doing? The girl was an old man with grey hair and a small stature. Red stood tall in front of him. Hello, my name is Fenglin, and I am here to learn about some ink and wash forbearance things. Fenglin said, this is also very straightforward, because the ninja mentioned the character and daily life of this old man. By the way, the reason why it is so easy to get the news about the ninja of ink painting is because this old man, named Ryotaro Natsume, is the dean of an orphanage. In this village, 27 is also more respected by the people, so I know the old man's ink forbearance. These were not in Konoha's intelligence, but they came out as soon as they came to the local area. In fact, a lot of information is like this. After all, how can I say it, like the case of Konoha village, even if you want to pay attention to external intelligence, you will also pay attention to several other large villages. Konoha was able to mark that there was ink forbearance here, because the ink forbearance is really special, and it has the value of being recorded. In the archives room, there is only one sentence. There is ink forbearance in Lankai village. When the old man heard Fenglin's purpose, he gave a cold snort and invited them in. For the elderly, it is also a good thing for a young man to learn about his ninjutsu. After all, to be honest, this ink and wash ninju is about to end. If there is no B.I. Fenglin, the facts are similar. That is, Sai has obtained some ink forbearance techniques. What do you want to know more about? Natsume Ryotaro said. Can you conceal what it is like? Fenglin said with some embarrassment. Fortunately, this ink and wash forbearance is indeed about to end. because this behavior itself is a bit offensive to the privacy of others. Natsume Ryotaro couldn't help it. Even if he took the children who went to the orphanage to study, there were not many children there willing to go to study. After all, this ink forbearance technique is not the mainstream. If you have this time, it is better to learn Huodon, which is handsome and hurtful. The old man brought a pair of scrolls, and Fenglin began to concentrate on the scroll in front of him. This old man was really interesting. Fenglin was thinking about what he could help the old man. Natsume Ryotaro spread out the scroll, picked up the pen and ink, and began to paint on it. Soon, an ink dog appeared on the scroll. The old man put down the pen and quickly printed with his hands, and then a cloud of smoke caused an ink dog to appear in front of his eyes. Fenglin's eyes showed some thoughts. Just these actions, Fenglin still saw clearly. I have to say that there is a reason why this ink forbearance cannot be passed down. This set takes almost a minute, even if the old man is getting older. The display time of his ink forbearance technique is also too long. Such a long period of time is enough to die hundreds of times in battle. Of course, there may also be old people who want Fenglin to see clearly. Fenglin also tried this scroll. But even if Fenglin was branding a simple spell on it, it wouldn't be branded at all. Now after seeing the old man's ink forbearance, Fenglin's heart also thinks about the same. First, it was either the seal formation process after the lack of Fenglin, because the spell of Fenglin could be released directly after sketching it out. Now branding the spell onto the scroll, it may need to be sealed. The second kind of conjecture is more nonsense, because the old man's ink painting is a dog, but his own technique is different, and the forms of expression are different. In other words, if your own spell is an animal aspect, you might be able to brand it, but your own spell is not related to this aspect. Hey, I don't know if Doi Tanlong is a living organism. Fenglin opened his mouth and raised his own question. This is the specialization of the surgery industry, not to mention Fenglin. Even Hong can blast this old man. But the old man in front of him may be able to solve his own problems. After listening to Fenglin's words, Natsume Ryotaro was stunned for a moment. You should show it to me. It sounded similar to the ink painting technique, but the details are completely different, and the old man suddenly feels a little confused. Fenglin sketched a meditation spell in the air. Tusk. It is impossible to sketch an offensive spell in this room. The whole auxiliary is almost the same. By the way, I sketched one and gave it to Red. After the spell was formed, he went directly into the old man and Hong's body. Before the old man had time to react, he immediately felt relieved in his heart. Two more spells were played casually, making the old man feel deeply about these spells at once. Feeling the power of these buffs, the old man immediately said, "This is still different from the Ink Ninja technique. In the Ink Ninja technique, you can understand it as a seal or spiritism. And it feels like a summoning?" Obviously, this question is very difficult for the elderly. But it was enough for the old man to point out the difference between the two. Fenglin didn't need to teach him hand in hand. It was enough to let Fenglin understand the key points. Indeed, sealing technique. This was a problem that Fenglin had never thought of. I still wanted to be simple before. Fenglin immediately asked the old man to continue to use ink and wash forbearance, as long as it was related to ink and wash forbearance. Then Natsume Ryotaro began to talk nonsense for half an hour, and the Red on the side fell asleep. His boyfriend was interested, but he was really not interested. Fenglin was still very interested, and Natsume Ryotaro continued. Recently, I am also thinking about some things, but it is that the ink painting technique can be used for logistics. For this reason, I am conceiving a variant of the ink painting technique called Zhao, I'm the Beast. Good guy, this seems to be a trick that I often uses, and it really matches here, Fenglin said with emotion. After listening some more respectfully, seeing that the time was almost up, Fenglin said goodbye. Having left a lot of money for the old man, Fenglin directly said that it was donated to the children in the orphanage. The old man suddenly had no reason for Fenglin to take it back. Chapter 263. North Maple. After with Red came out, still thinking about some problems. Red also did not bother him. After Fenglin found a place, he bought some things he needed, and then he found a rest hotel. Fenglin asked Hong to take a rest. Then he sat on a chair. Fortunately, there was a table in this place, and Fenglin spread out the blank scroll he bought. According to what Ryotaro Kazumi said, his ink washing technique is a sealing technique. It is not simply a painting of ink washing on a scroll. This is the current ink washing technique. Later, say I may have made improvements to these, but now, the ink washing technique is still the current routine. After Fenglin thought for a while, he decided to start with simple spells. But no matter the system or what he understood, there was nothing simple. This didn't bother Fenglin. Fenglin stretched out a finger and drew strokes one after another on the scroll, although there was no imprint on the scroll now. However, energy was faintly fluctuating. When finishing the last stroke, Fenglin slowly let out a sigh of relief. When he tried it by himself in the past, it was stuck at this point, and all the strokes were clearly outlined. But there was no response. Now I use Hokage's things to solve the problem. Fenglin quickly formed the seal with both hands. This is still a ninjutsu that he once learned. This ninjutsu is used to seal energy, and it is a right choice to use in this situation. After the Ji-in was completed, there was energy between heaven and earth gathering here, and after forming a mark on the scroll, Fenglin knew that this time was a success. Under the seal of the seal, there is a pattern braving flames. This is a spell that Fenglin has just thought of, referring to the art of fireball. When the user uses this technique, a fireball will be ejected from the scroll. Looking at the scroll in front of him, a gleam of light flashed in Fenglin's eyes. After an experiment that didn't know how long, it was finally possible. Although it was still a simple spell that couldn't be simpler. Fenglin called Hong and went to find a suitable venue outside. The two came to a clearing hand in hand. Fenglin handed the scroll he had made to Hong. He also made it clearer on the way. This magic circle leapt into the sky, and then faced the open space. A fireball appeared in the middle of the circle, and the speed of its release was slower than that of Fenglin himself. After Fenglin told Hong about the sealing technique, Hong took the scroll, spread it out on the ground, and quickly unprinted it with both hands. The moment the seal pattern on the scroll disappeared, the flame-printed pattern instantly vacated, and then there was no need for guidance. This pattern was the form of the magic circle. But this spell is a technique that no one has guided, and Fenglin is already very satisfied with the power of the first experiment. The power of this technique is still there, but it hasn't changed much, and it's not comparable to your commonly used technique. Hong said. This is Hong's first feedback as a user. Fenglin said, this is the first attempt. I must have chosen a simple one. This time I will try to see if the powerful technique can be sealed in it. If the process goes well, Fenglin can be sealed. If the commonly used technique was sealed in it, then this would undoubtedly be a huge change for the entire ninja world. Imagine this. If it were the most powerful ones in North Maple Forest, an ordinary Xirin holding a seal scroll might be able to threaten a shadow. Good guys, what do these people still work hard to do? Just make money and buy seal scrolls from Fenglin. Of course, that's just a casual thought. After all, Fenglin's energy is also limited, and the simplest scroll just made, all of which consumes the energy in his body. The energy consumption of the seal on the scroll is about 3 times that of directly using the spell. This consumption may have been consumed by Fenglin. Fenglin unfolded a blank scroll. This time I wanted to outline it. It was the water method middle dots do I tan long. This damage power and range were quite good. With other water methods, it was quite suitable for Red. Fenglin stretched out his index finger, just landing the first painting. Fenglin felt that the consumption was quite large. After all the sketches were completed, the water properties between the world and the earth appeared to be scarce. Fenglin hurriedly used the seal technique, but the moment the seal pattern was imprinted on the scroll, it dissipated immediately. Fenglin's face is full of question marks. Why is this? It went well before. and the power of the spell on the scroll was about to dissipate, otherwise this opportunity would be wasted. Fenglin immediately resigned and sealed it again. This is also the first time Hong has seen Bi Fenglin develop these new gadgets. But the same result quickly dissipated again, and the sealing technique dissipated, so that the spell also dissipated. The spell does not dissipate normally, but the energy that instantly turns into pure water attributes explodes on the scroll. Fenglin sensed the moment it was about to explode, and hurriedly took the remaining blank scrolls that were still red, turned into blue lightning, and flashed to the side. Hey! Fenglin carefully thought about what happened just now, feeling a little powerless. Fenglin and Hong discussed a few words. Sure enough, the two people had similar views, and they concluded that this sealing technique was too rubbish and was not suitable for sealing Fenglin's spell. Good fellow, is this a new seal technique up and down? This seal technique is currently a more common seal technique in the ninja world. After all, what Fenglin wants to seal against is not a physical existence. I recalled some of the forbidden techniques that I saw in the forbidden place on the second floor of the Konoha library, and some of them were about seals. But this is the case now. There is nothing that can be used directly. After thinking about it a little bit with Liz, I can experiment a bit and let Hong hide a little bit further. Fenglin took out a blank scroll, and then sketched the spell first. This time, he won't sketch the spell of the Dao Itan Long level. Now let's experiment with the sealing technique. The spell of the fireball was immediately completed, and then Fenglin's hands began to seal. At the moment when the seal started, a figure appeared behind Fenglin. Fenglin didn't care about it himself. Hong looked at it clearly. What is this? Not illusion. It seems to be spiritism. Red looked a little dumb. Hong feels very proud now. After all, at Fenglin's age, he can develop this strength of forbearance at will. But it is a very remarkable thing. In the history that Red has learned, the entire ninja world is somewhat similar. Chapter 264. This person is the second generation of Naruto. Between Senjutsu was known as the god of ninja. He specializes in the development of ninjutsu, like the shadow avatar of the surgery now well known, and the art of Flyrathian is a masterpiece among Senjutsu. If Fenglin could hear Hong's heart, he would definitely say, no matter how awesome Kaiane Zujian is, he is also the god of ninjutsu. I am different. I am a god. Fenglin was knotting the seal on one side at the moment, and the speed of the knotting slowed down, because this was also the first time he used this ninjutsu, this forbidden technique. Looking at the description, normal people would never think that this is a sealing technique, but Fenglin regards this as a sealing technique. Normally, this technique is to use the psychic, and then use the psychic to suppress something. Isn't this the seal technique? Sealing and suppression are not the same, Fenglin thought. As for the use of psychic creatures, Tusk, I don't need it. I can suppress it by myself. And the figure behind Fenglin is gradually taking shape, and it seems that it is Fenglin who is even more ethereal. That's right. Fenglin regarded himself as a psychic creature who had practiced the triple rebellion. After all, this is more true. Of course, Fenglin is to save trouble. Fenglin hasn't turned on the system for a long time, and maybe these skills have increased a lot. Now Fenglin doesn't care about these things either. After all, the current North Maple Forest freely develops a spell that suits him, which is more fragrant than some of the skills given by the system. What Nishing Sans Hong has brought to Fenglin is not only the auxiliary cultivation aspect, in fact, it is a subtle improvement for Fenglin's entire temperament and blood. Even the slugs thought that Fenglin was the real fairy. One can imagine how good his temperament is. The knot printing is completed, and soon, there is a flame pattern in the middle, and the flame pattern is surrounded by a series of lock patterns, and the lock patterns form a circle on the outside. Except for the flame pattern in the middle of the circle, there is a pattern larger than the flame. This pattern envelops or suppresses the flame pattern. This pattern is a Xian character in official script. Perhaps this technique can't be called a seal technique. In terms of nature, it is better to call it a suppression technique. Fenglin looked at this scroll, and it was still good. What about Doi Dan Long? Fenglin then began to sketch. The red on one side saw that Fenglin was over, and planned to come, but he didn't expect Fenglin to continue the experiment right away. This boyfriend of my own is really serious. He's so handsome, especially Fenglin, who works hard. His temperament is really amazing. Anyone else here will fall in love with Fenglin. Fenglin quickly finished sketching the spell of Doi Tan Long, and then repeated that state, and a fairy character in the official script quickly appeared on the scroll. Then, on this scroll, a horrible aura suddenly radiated. The periphery and the whole are still immortals in Lissu style, and in the middle, there is a blue dragon-shaped pattern. Fenglin looked at this scroll with a satisfied smile. After letting Hong come to her side, Hong looked at the scroll, and it felt terrifying, just like letting an ordinary child face a tiger after using illusion. That kind of oppression of suffocation came on coming. After all, it was the great dragon. That kind of oppression of the race was very powerful. Fenglin first taught Hong the unprinting gesture for a long time. Well, can you say it again? Hong said a little embarrassed. It's not to blame Hong. This was originally a forbidden technique. The forbidden technique is not only a powerful force or a utter conscience, but also the degree of learning. It is difficult enough, and it is normal for no one to learn it. Not everyone is the kind of abnormality of Fenglin. This kind of abnormality will be enough to watch it again at that time. Others don't need to study for 3 months without learning it. This is Bi Fenglin. Fenglin reorganized the language. After all, Red doesn't need to know what kind of state it is in. Red just needs to know how to use it. After 10 minutes, Hong learned the forbidden technique. That the Bi Fenglin version was simplified to the point where it could no longer be simplified. Red faced the scroll on the ground and used Dian. Red felt that a part of the chakra in his body had been consumed. Fortunately, it was relatively minor, which was similar to an illusion technique he had used. That is Hong. I don't know. This technique should be part of the sealer and the seal releaser, and then Fenglin changed some aspects of this technique, and he was responsible for 95% of the consumption when it was sealed. I'm afraid that the red girl can't afford this scroll anymore, because Fenglin originally wanted to use it for his side. If they wanted to use their own scrolls, most of them were desperate. Needless to say, the damage must be guaranteed. The key is that their consumption should be low enough. This is the reason why Fenglin has worked so hard to imprint his spell on the scroll. The release of this scroll is similar to the previous release of the fireball. The biggest difference between Fenglin's spells and some forbearance is that every spell in Fenglin has a magic circle rising, and it can even be said that there is no magic circle without a magic circle. Maybe the magic circle is the main body. The water blue magic circle stood in the air. All of a sudden, this magic circle was larger than the previous one, and the height of the sky above the ground was also higher. Fenglin looked at his masterpiece and was very satisfied. In the next second, the huge water dragon drilled out of the magic circle, and then rushed forward with an unparalleled sense of oppression. In an instant, Hong felt that he could give instructions to this water dragon. With a thought, the water dragon blasted towards the ground without hesitation, and then a huge roar came, directly and continuously hitting the ground. The force in front of the water dragon hadn't dissipated yet. It took a few minutes for the water dragon to dissipate. Fenglin had already taken Red and hid away, and he was conducting experiments outside of this village. Fenglin and Hong looked at the huge pit in the open space in front of them. Good guy, a big pit with a diameter of 7 meters was really born. It's not difficult to imagine the experience of bombarding the enemy with this technique. Red-faced Ali looked at this pit. This technique ... Absolutely. I didn't expect that my Phantom Ninja could make this kind of movement. Feeling this range, the strength of each shadow can't do it. The feeling of this Red is right. It really can't be done without shadow grade strength, and this is just a mighty heavenly dragon. Fenglin evaluated the power that he had personally issued, and couldn't help but sigh. Fenglin, the eternal god. 265 Chapter North Maple eyes flashed many interesting smile. We can say now that they got some great stuff. As far as this scroll is concerned, it has not yet been evaluated how long this technique can exist, but once it exceeds 3 days, certain plans can proceed very smoothly. Imagine that in 9 months, Uchiha brought the soil to Konoha happily, thinking that he had caught the weakness of Sister Kuzina. At this time, Kuzina opened the scroll to release these mighty dragons, and some other spells. Tusk, how desperate Uchiha brought the earth. Fenglin's mood has improved a lot now, but there is another problem to be solved next. That is, the spells that can be sealed in are all self-developed spells. Can the system come with it? Mainly some of the spells that come with their own system, not to mention the greater power, and there are many limitations when using them. If you don't experiment, you don't know the result. Fenglin spread out a scroll again, and then began to engrave the spell. When engraving, blue lightning surged at his fingertips, and the whole body showed surging arcs. This scene still looked very unlike Naruto World. Then when Fenglin was engraving halfway through, the entire scroll seemed to have encountered a fire, and it was instantly set ablaze by the intermixing of thunder and lightning. But Fenglin is here to play come-out tricks. These arcs collided with each other, and when the arc reached halfway, the top of the reel became pitch black. Unspeakable weird. Fenglin himself is not the kind of arrogant, stupid protagonist who thinks that labor and capital are number one in the world. The scroll was wiped out in an instant. Fenglin was a little silent, but it was still in his expectation, and he took out the scroll and tried again. This time Fenglin slowed down, not to mention, still paying attention to the changes in thunder and lightning with all his mind. It was also just halfway through, and the scroll was destroyed again. It seemed that the power of Thunder Fire was too violent. It seemed that it could not be controlled by other people and could only be used by Fenglin alone. If the thunder can be branded, it would undoubtedly destroy the balance of the entire ninja world. Next, Fenglin tried all the spells he mastered, and found that as long as it was related to the system, Fenglin couldn't engrave it. On the contrary, as long as it is a spell developed by oneself, it can be branded. As for the preservation time, this point needs to be observed again. After all, Fenglin can't perceive it. It depends on when these scrolls will dissipate next. There are a total of 9 scrolls, and some spells developed by Fenglin during this period are then engraved on the scrolls. Of course, Fenglin still has ideas for some new spells. But this time is not a lot. I can only say that when I am bored, develop 2 spells to ease the boredom. Time without systematization is like this. Now Fenglin feels that he is on the clockwork and can't be busy with all kinds of things. But the current layout is for the better in the future. These scrolls were all handed over to Hong, and many of them will be prepared by Hong in the future. This Niz's current strength is not bad, but it is not too strong. Although there are no people around her now, there are always unexpected situations. You can give these scrolls a name. These are all your successes, Hong said. At this moment, Hong looked at the person in front of her. It felt so good. Hong was not stupid. He naturally knew why his boyfriend had spent so much effort. Oh, no, it's the fiancé. The person in front of me is also my sweetheart. He. It's nice. Fenglin thought for a while, and felt that it didn't matter. Why don't you start one at random? You can be happy. I don't bother to name it. The straight steel man spoke. Hong naturally doesn't care about these things with him. Just do whatever you want. It's an indifferent thing originally. The two walked back to the hotel hand in hand. After a short rest, Fenglin and Hong set out to prepare some essentials for the road, as well as some blank scrolls. In the morning of the next day, Fenglin and Hong left the village. This time I came to Lankai village. Overall, the harvest was full, mainly because it went smoothly and very well. The problem was solved in one day. It was originally expected that it took 3 months on the road to solve one problem in 1 month. After 3 months of returning, exactly 3 problems were solved. One problem was solved on the first day, and it was still the biggest problem, which was great. Fenglin also knows that this kind of development is more based on the mind. Fenglin is also an expert in this area, plus he has found the right way of thinking, so overall, it's a pretty smooth situation. But for other things, it's a good chance of luck. Although Fenglin's luck has always been good, no one dares to say that this kind of thing will definitely achieve the goal. While thinking about some questions, I put on read. This Lankai village is still around Koi in general, so when B.I. Fenglin entered this village, it still got some help. But the more you go outside, the more different it will be. Next, the place Fenglin and Hong are going is a place where they can speak with their strength. 0 Frankly speaking, I didn't intend to rush to it directly, but he allowed himself to study this spell engraving. In this way, Hong's safety is fully guaranteed. After all, among the spells that I developed, there are high damage spells, and some are restricted spells. Basically all the spells that Fenglin came into contact with were in these scrolls. In addition to physical and illusion, Hong himself is a master of illusion. In terms of illusion alone, between Fenglin and Hong, of course Hong Qiang, Fenglin is mainly disdained to delve into this field. Of course, Fenglin still knows some basic principles. Hong himself is not an idiot, so he uses the various scrolls he has given him flexibly. Other than that, if he encounters an enemy with less than 6 tracks of soil, there is a high probability that he can't do anything about it. But it doesn't mean that there is certain insurance. After all, there are a lot of super shadow level people. The strength is very perfect, especially in a certain aspect. There is an extremely prominent place. It can be regarded as comprehensive strength. When Fenglin was chatting with Hong, he also told Hong how he divided them. Above the shadow level is super shadow. This is no problem. At that time, Hong heard that this was in a state of stubbornness. Don't normal people always start to divide from the lower, the middle, and the upper? Although Hong is still a Zhongren, but his overall strength is also in Shangren. Chapter 266. Although a bit ignorant Red Force, but also know the strength of the people of North Maple, possibly in the North Maple mind, it is worth only shadow over concern it. The super shadow is a very general division. The bottom of the super shadow is probably some weaker tail beasts. These tail beasts are either due to their own problems or the problem of human strength. The next level is the peak level of the film in the past dynasties, such as the current 3 generations. True Miming should probably be in the weakest gear. After all, it is not her peak period yet. In the upward direction, it is at the level of Sanin. Sanin still has some limitations. It can only be said that the combat power should be higher than the 3rd generation. When Fenglin judges this, it is based on the comprehensive strength. Like his brother, Bo Feng Shui Men, is also in the strength of Sanin, basically equivalent to a stronger tail beast. If you want to compare it with Kyuubi, you haven't played before, this ghost knows. Kyuubi is basically the only one, and further up is Uekai Hamadara and Senjikan. The divisions so far have been discussed with Hong, and of course there will be more. 6 patterns with soil pattern, 6 patterns pattern, Uzumaki Naruto. Datongma Huai. The 4 states are in different gears. With such a row, if you really fight for a fight, the result may be different. The best solution here is nothing more than Lidao Daito and Datongma Kagaya. The 6 paths with the soil is a physical problem. In addition, he is relatively weak, and his hard power may be at the level of the 3rd generation. It can be ranked so high because of the fact that the 6 paths model is abnormal. After Fenglin developed the Reaper's sniper last time, he could take away 6 belts of soil a long distance away, but the exact same thing would not work against a few other people. Uekai Hamadara and Naruto are both talented in fighting, and such opponents are difficult to deal with. Datongma Huai, I have to say that she has basically never fought, and the battle IQ is basically 0. If there is a way to solve her state, now B.I. Fenglin does not need to grow. Directly let Datongma Huai show up and kill it and it's over. Datongma Huai, those are all immortals. Maybe after his triple level of rebellion is full, he can chop against Datongma Huai, and no other skills are needed. It is difficult for people to hurt God. But God can hurt God or even kill God. Not because of anything else, but simply because the rank is too high. The red asked which level the North Maple Forest belongs to. After all, in the eyes of many people, the shadow above is very strong, and I don't know the specific difference. Fenglin smiled and didn't say a word. Brother can now kill you down with soil. What level do you think brother is? I didn't say this. Anyway, brother is now a strong group. While playing around, Fenglin and Hong came to this place now. It's not close here. Fenglin and Hong both used the curse of surgery and didn't do anything to rest. Except for a rest at night. It took 4 days to get here. On the road, Hong kept paying attention to these scrolls, and found that in 3 days, the scrolls had almost dissipated. But if it can be stored for 3 days, it will be enough. For Fenglin, it is quite simple to remake. Waste a little time. Waste a little time. It's better than redoing every day the impossible. As the name implies, there is no restriction. This place is remote and has no ninja village jurisdiction, so it can be regarded as a neutral zone. There are many mixed fish and dragons. There are people from the 5 great ninja villages, as well as ninjas who defected. There are a lot of shinobu gathered here. After all, there is no strength of shinobu here. If you dare to shake it casually, most of it will be kidnapped. This place is dark. If you don't have a certain strength and you don't defect, you will never know this place. It can be said that after being promoted to Shinin, you can come here to play. There are many resources that Shinin needs. Fenglin knew about this place. It was only when I was chatting with Anbu members. Although those people didn't say it, Fenglin knew that these Anbu members did not come here less often. This place is also like a black market. All kinds of intelligence, all kinds of information, only you can't think of. There is nothing you can't find here. Fenglin came here to find clues about Dashwon. In other words, it was not Dashwon, but a picture of a mask that Dashwon accidentally abandoned in Konoha. This mask, Fenglin only has some memories. It seems to be the key medium for Dashwon to perform a certain technique. Anyway, it wasn't until the 4th Ninja World War that Shimaru went to look for. This was all the news that Fenglin knew. Came here also to find out about the situation of Dashwon. How to say? In the original plot, only when Kushina gave birth to Uzumaki Naruto did Bofeng Shuiman have the opportunity to cut 9 tails. Fenglin once explored Juxinai's body. Because of the Whirlpool clan, Juxinai's body had a very strong aura of life. But after all, with a fetus, this is very unstable. If you rashly separate the Kushina from Kushina, the ghost knows what Kushina will do. So now, Fenglin's idea is to either forcefully suppress 9 tails, so that it has no time to destroy it, and forcibly divide it. This kind of risk is relatively high. The other is the sealing technique. After Kushina gave birth to Naruto, Bofeng Shuiman sacrificed himself, using the ghoul seal and some sealing techniques. 1 for 2 made Naruto alive. So this person who uses the ghoul to seal it up, tut, why not let the big snake pill come? Anyway, he can be reincarnated, but the experiment on Dashwon may have just begun, and he may not have the ability to reincarnate. These things can be put aside, but there is still too much time. Red now walks into this place, as if back on the street of Konoha. There were shouts and bargaining, and there were some small vendors outside. Fenglin and Hong walked inside and they were the store, which looked like a normal stationing area. First, I found a hotel with Hong. Except that the price was a little bit more expensive, it didn't feel any different from the outside. When you enter here, you can only say, don't just believe others. What you see in your eyes may not be true, and what you hear may not be false. Before entering here, Fenglin and Hong put on masks. Fenglin is okay. The key is red. If such a cute and beautiful little girl came in without covering up, she would be asking for trouble. After Fenglin and Hong rested for a while, they got something to eat. After eating, Fenglin and Hong went to the side of the street and started wandering. Not to mention, there are really many weird things here. Going forward, a group of people gathered around. These people didn't choose to hide their identities. Fenglin felt that these people were familiar. Chapter 267. Fenglin and Zai Ryong are walking on the street. there are still some people coming and going here. Most people are like Bi Finglin and Hong, either wearing a mask or a cloak. After all, some people do it to avoid trouble. Some people are simply rebellious. Rebellious people who have the strength outside are not very good. These people are not afraid of things, but in order to obtain something, they still choose to hide their identity. Bi Finglin and Hong, feel free to take a look at some of the stalls. These stalls can be set up here after paying a certain fee. Unlike some of the stores in the rear, these stores may be opened by some weird people, and some of them are also settled in them. After all, in this place, all you need is strength, maybe especially rich. But it is best not to show that you are rich, or you will attract some evil spirits. These people will not have the slightest worry here. What is this thing? Fenglin asked openly. The little gadget 27 in front of me was something similar to coral, exuding pink color all over, and it was very cute. Hong likes this thing. If the price is good, you can buy it. It is produced in the remote underwater world. It is only for viewing effects, and you can develop it for other purposes, said the stall owner. Then report a number. Bi Finglin saw that the price was a bit more expensive, but it didn't matter, so I bought it directly. These people seem to be arguing about something and discussing passionately with the stall owner. Thank you. Even your things have to be bought with money, understand? Waste, the stall owner said with disdain. These people went up directly, and the people next to them didn't think it was too much to see the excitement. They shouted frantically, "Fight and fight. HMPH, see you on stage." The leader among these people said. Mixing in the crowd, Fenglin heard the identities of these people a little bit. These people are the rebels of Union Village. They have a fierce temper and can't stand it. As for Fenglin's familiarity, it may have been scanning the information of these people in a messy mission. Because it's not too strong, Fenglin didn't spend the energy to remember these people's names and strengths. After the stall owner had packed his things, he came to the stage with these people. Such an interesting place. Why is it not in the original plot? Fenglin thought for a while. This kind of intermediate zone definitely exists, and it may be that when it develops, someone gets annoyed and gets wiped out. Maybe it was the people like Uchiha who brought the soil to it. After all, no one would care if this place disappeared. Maybe someone would say yes. And here can provide all kinds of people. Very suitable for those crazy people who do research. Fenglin and Hong followed the crowd and came to an arena where there were no clear rules. Many things are done by convention, such as grievances, and grievances come here to resolve. If you had previously shot on the street, all the stall owners and these onlookers would directly take the shot, suppressing both sides and taking care of who is right and who is wrong. It's not that this kind of thing has happened before. After it happened several times, people in the back store funded such a place. About 5 or 6 people in this group rushed directly onto the stage. The opposite was the stall owner. Because there were no rules, you can fight as you like. One thing is, don't hurt others by mistake. Because some bad-tempered people will directly join the opponent to beat you, which is easy to cause team fights. If Uchiha takes the soil to hear Kita Kidin's heartfelt voice, he will definitely have a look of anger. Did I provoke you? Shake my head for everything. Fenglin heard a lot of useful information from the babble. I have to say that with these people, there is still no order at all. Even if they are not targeted by Uchiha, they are destined to not survive forever. The stall owner did not evade the battle, and directly resisted. Not only that, but also dared to take the initiative in the face of these people. Landun middle. Lianqiangbo. The visible light of the naked eye shot past, and then instantly covered 5 people. 5 people took out their weapons and used the thunder to blast. It turned out to be this, Konoha's boss. Someone recognizes it. No way, this man's forbearance is too recognizable. Landun. One of the limits of blood succession. Although Fenglin doesn't know what this person looks like, what is this person's identity? Already known. Helium, Konoha rebellious, possesses several types of blood inheritance limits, and is powerful. His aptitude is mediocre by comparison, so he secretly practiced taboo ninjutsu. Later, He was ordered by the third generation of Naruto Sarutobi. Kill. Sannin was in charge of this matter, but he escaped in the end, and he knew the strength of this person. Right now he appeared here, that is to say, that forbidden technique was successfully practiced by him. For this forbidden technique Konoha doesn't have many records, and this person, the new generation ninja, may not know. Just like the red on the side, there is no reaction after hearing this name. Lan Dun vs. Zan. How do you say? Simple in terms of power. Of course Ldun is great. Lan Dun is the chakra of thunder attribute and chakra of water attribute. The combination of two chakras has many advantages. But a single power is not as good as Thunder Dun. But this thing, it depends on who uses it. For the old fried dough sticks like Blue, there is no problem hanging them. Blue's figure disappears, and it is interspersed in front of 5 people in an instant. Even in the face there are 5 supreme forbearances, which is quite ordinary for Blue. Ldun on the opposite side called directly to Blue's face, and Blue did not dodge, but moved closer. Enemy doesn't know why this person wants to take the initiative to get closer, but in this way, it is exactly what they mean. The use of 5 people's thunder escape, forming a situation of encirclement. Seeing this, Fenglin saw something different from the others. Tusk 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 tusk. These 5 people are dead, just don't know what kind of method this humble Liu will use. For some powerhouses, especially those who want a super shadow level, the number of people does not have any advantage in front of them. Bofing Watergate can face hundreds of ninjas at the same time, and then kill them at the same time. Bi Fenglin is not bad in this respect. A trace of sarcasm flashed across Blue's face, which was clearly visible from Fenglin in the audience. After all, others don't have his vision. Minion middle dot sucking acupuncture hole. There were some more charms in the hands of Blue in an instant, which seemed to have been prepared a long time ago. Chapter 268. Peel stay call to say this time, the sound is very small. Natural Maple North did not hear, but he saw this spell. This seems to be the first time Fenglin has seen someone using a spell to fight in such a long time. Amulet, a string of magical symbols, in the eyes of many people is a ghost symbol, but in the eyes of Fenglin, it is a great road. This thing should be very interesting. Fenglin's heart is a little itchy, as if going up to fight. The spell appeared for an instant, and Ldun disappeared in an instant, as if it had never appeared before. How is this possible? What kind of monster are you? The 5 people shouted. Blue smiled violently. Go to death, waste stuff. Ninjutsu middle dot evil self-destruction. Absorbing ninjutsu burst out in an instant, and the absorbed Thunder Dun instantly hit the 5 people. When he said this sentence, Fenglin saw that the spell had a new change. Don't say it, I'm really excited. Bi Fenglin Botch wants to catch this brother and have a good chat with him. This person is undoubtedly stronger than when he defected. At least there is no record of Belio in this kind of bug ability. Fenglin released some of his own breath to him. I am Fenglin. Yes, it is the ability of bugs. Fenglin believes that this ability must be flawed, but Ldun can absorb it, and this ability is really strong. Sure enough, there are still too many strong people outside, and Fenglin's blood is a little hot. Liu, I didn't expect you to show up. Someone shouted below. Blue on the stage was turning over these dead corpses. After all, he was a defector ninja and lacked resources. Besides, all his resources were used in that technique. Hearing someone shouting in the audience, a fierce light flashed in his humble eyes. Stepping on horses? Didn't you think anyone would dare not open their eyes? What do you bastards think of yourself? Fenglin also looked at the buddy in the audience. Is he so courageous? People with this strength, how can they have the level of Sannin? Just kidding. It doesn't matter at first glance. Take a closer look. Hey, that brother, how come he feels a bit familiar? Then thinking of something, Fenglin quickly said to Hong who was beside him, protect yourself. Then he rushed to the person and blocked him from going up. You can't beat it, leave it to me," Fenglin said. This brother was a member of Anbu at first glance, and Fenglin had just thought of it. The Puyo on the stage looked like Konoha, and many people recognized it. In other words, most of the things related to Belial are Konoha, and Belial is also a rebellious person, and these Anbu people will definitely not let him go. Also, this place is impossible. It is not too simple to guess that the brother in front of you is from Konoha Anbu. This person was silent. Of course, he knew that he was not this humble opponent, and that he could escape from Sanin's hands. It was Sanin's team that knew that this person was not easy to provoke. Hilio is Konoha's rebellion, and now most of them are Konoha's people. After all, the discovery of the rebellion is the killer action of the people in the village. But here, if you take action yourself, you can also evaluate the strength of Belial and prepare for future colleagues. This person also felt the breath of Fenglin, and knew that what Fenglin said was right, and said in a low voice, "Please, my lord." Fenglin smiled, but no one saw it. Nonsense. In a mask, Fenglin came to power. "Ha, I finally came up for a long time to die," Belial said disdainfully. Fenglin said politely, "I hope you can still be so hard-hearted in a while." Fenglin looked at Belial, and he saw every opponent and seriousness in his eyes. Fenglin treated every opponent very seriously. He knew how many people lost their lives because they underestimated the enemy. The opponent in front of him had just killed 5 Shangren, just like killing a chicken. Even if Fenglin made his own shot, he could only do this. So Fenglin is very serious. After hearing Fenglin's words, Belial looked disdainful, but in the next instant, he raised his hand and released a thunder escape. In this state, can the absorbed technique be stored for a period of time? Fenglin thought, and at the same time stretched his body. Forget it. Expose your identity once it's exposed. Let's talk about it if you win. Fenglin instantly used thunder method, and then turned into blue lightning, rushing towards Belial. The audience in the audience said, "TSK Tusk, this body style, won't it be the one? Don't you wait, come out and hang out." Obviously he guessed it. Everyone is shinobu, who can cultivate to this point. None of them are big fools. Konoha's major is not Thunder done, with this speed, and the appearance of this blue lightning, let alone Konoha. There is only such a unique in the entire ninja world. Hey, some people leave quietly, and there are not a few such people. The person who was blocked before, looked at the changes of the people in the audience, and the ghost knew what they wanted to do. His companion just asked him to spread the news of Fenglin, but he didn't expect this master Fenglin to be here. Thinking with his ass, this person knows that these people are sending messages back to the village. Dairis is hey, it's very fast. When did you come out of the ninja world? Belial was a little surprised. He is not stupid either. Most of the people in front of him are Konoha's people, otherwise, who would come to power and enmity others for no reason. It seems that a lot of things happened to Konoha after he defected. Do not blame Belial for not knowing who Fenglin is. After defecting to Konoha, Hara has been wandering around except Konoha's shinobu village, looking for his prey. Now he has finally found 3, and he who has swallowed all 3, is now very strongly big. The feeling of Belial is that even if the fellow of the 3 generations of Hokage is seeing him, Belial can hit and fly with one punch. Fenglin didn't talk, but started to draw something with his fingers. Water law middle dot door I tan long. The huge water dragon screamed towards Belial. Belial looked at the water dragon in front of him. Is it another land done? It's no wonder that Belial would think so. After all, Fenglin had used Thunder Dun at first sight, and Shui Dun had been used in front of him. Adding the 2 together is Land Dun. Looking at the water dragon, Belial didn't choose the forbearance that absorbed, but had a rare blood. Let me see how Konoha's new generation is going. Both hands started to seal the seal before, and now it is over. Land Dun profound meaning middle dot Langilong. The cumulus rain in the sky grew rapidly, and thunder fell on the side. This is the ultimate move of Belial. Section 269. Also cannot help to stay humble call not open the big move. just from the other side of the previously agility as well as water escape. Stay humble call to know the opponent trifled with. People like Blue are even more old fritters, and some of the so-called basic rules are useless to him. Some dignity flashed in Bfenglin's eyes. As of now, it is Bfenglin's life so far. This is the most difficult enemy to deal with. It can be noticed only from the momentum. The Dao Tanlong I drew and Lan Dun on the opposite side were about to match, and I couldn't pin my hopes on this at the moment. Bfenglin took a deep breath, and then began to move his fingers. A few seconds later, Dao Tanlong and Lan Dun faced each other, and at the same time, lightning in the sky also struck Bfenglin. Ulfar middle dot shunel sky flash. Bfenglin used his own Ulfar. The thunder smashed in the sky happened to be picked up by this thunder method and became a part of the contributor to the power. When Blue saw Ulfar, he couldn't help feeling that such a powerful Ulfar still has this kind of cultivation base, and it is not easy for young people nowadays. At first glance, he was a young man, and the current Humblius was extremely sure of this. For Belial, in this battle, whether it is victory or defeat, Belial is not a loss. The only thing that is a bit uncomfortable is that it hasn't been absorbed yet. After all, there are no resources. Blue was a little helpless. For him, the current situation is not at its peak. Quick escape middle dot the art of traveling quickly. Belial exclaimed. WTF? Bfenglin was a little dazed. You can be sure that Bfenglin has never heard of this escape method, good fellow. That is, you can roughly judge from the name. Otherwise, it would really be impossible to make things like this today. Bfenglin knew that the opposite was planning to get close to herself, and by coincidence, I could do the same. Good guy. Fortunately, everyone here is forbearance. Otherwise, to be honest, he is an ordinary person and really can't see it with the naked eye. Bfenglin's Ulfar mobilized at full speed and turned into a blue lightning in the ring. After Blue turned on Xun escape, it also turned into a white light. It can be said that white and blue are intertwined in the eyes of everyone in the audience. The blue lightning quickly collided with the white light, and only the two faces close to each other knew how beautiful each other's behavior was. It was originally two people who were running at high speed, but if they were replaced by a poorly physique, just a collision would be enough to destroy them. Just imagine how fast these two people are. The hum of flesh and fist came from the body, and when the short fists intersected, it was a great torture to the body. Damn, this kid. Faster than me. There were some surprises in Blue's heart. It came, but he didn't expect that after he absorbed the quick escape of others, his speed was not as fast as this kid. Yes, that's right, Blue itself has only one kind of blood succession boundary, but through that magical forbidden technique, Blue can absorb other blood succession boundaries. After so many years of collection, it can be said that Belia has collected 3 types, but unfortunately, the resources of the 3rd type are not enough. Therefore, a very strong Super Shadow Master must hide in such a place and set up a small stall. There is no other way. After trying a little bit, Blue retreated back. No, this kid is young after all, and he is not under him in melee combat, and the speed of the opponent has to be faster. If you continue to fight like this, you will lose. Belia opened his position, and then the two stood there. Bfenglin had time to change his breath now. This old thing is really hard to deal with. It's okay to be faster than the other person. The key is that there is no one-size-fits-all solution. Now Bfenglin is also suffering from a headache, but overall it is not a big problem. Bfenglin has been secretly guarding. The opposite side is known to be able to use Lan Dun. This is a way of enduring water and thunder. It is highly aggressive and powerful. The two types of chakras are woven together, which is enough to make Bfenglin very uncomfortable. There is also an ninjutsu that absorbs ninjutsu that has not been used until now. I don't know if it is because it has not passed the cooling off period or there are limitations. Then there is this fast escape now. There are 3 kinds of blood succession boundaries. The strength of this humble call is really not covered. The key is that it is not known whether there is a hidden escape method on the opposite side. If in this case, If the opposite party wants to hide, it can only be said that the opposite party is holding a big move. It seems to have thought a lot, but in fact it happened in an instant. Fenglin no longer hides, and the aura of the whole body is directly released. I don't know how long it has passed, and his aura has not been completely released. At the same time the golden light curse was used, some buffs appeared. The moment the buff was turned on, Fenglin's momentum became even more violent. This kid, hasn't he done his best yet? Blue had a scrambled expression on his face. Good fellow, really awesome. The breath of Fenglin let go for a moment, directly lifting the dust on the ground, and then it impacted the crowd watching. The people watching began to hide. In fact, as early as when the Dao Tianlong appeared, these people began to hide behind. Otherwise the shockwave just now would make people around them uncomfortable. It's not uncomfortable, but it's uncomfortable for the thief, because it's just a shockwave. If you want to say how destructive it is, it's an insult to others. But the ability to attach Fenglin's strange water method makes anyone who is attached extremely awkward. Fenglin once again sketched the spell, and the opposite was Lan Dun. Although he was also using water to escape, he still had other spells. This is the spell. It can be called a wonderful thing to face the enemy of Shui Dun. Waterlaw A waterless land. After the development of this spell, to be honest, some people who practice water escape have been hit, and at the same time, Fenglin put this spell in the water law, which is also more insulting. As soon as the waterless land appeared, a huge magic circle enveloped the two people on the stage and the place below. It can only be said that, fortunately, there are no people watching nearby. If there are people who practice water escape among them, their mentality may collapse. A bit of confusion flashed in Blue's eyes, but soon, he cheered up again. As soon as the magic circle appeared, the Dao Tianlong and Lanyan on the stage seemed to have been expelled in some way. Fortunately, Lan Dun is Dun plus Shui Dun, but the rain in the sky has been stopped. The Dao Tianlong burst directly, and then all the flowing water was excluded by this magic circle. It is equivalent to saying that from the moment this magic circle appears, until the magic circle dissipates, there can be no water properties in this place. Chapter 270. So, this is a dreadful scope. The engraving method of this magic circle. Fenglin has also formed a scroll. Why did Fenglin dare to come to the stage one by one and throw Hong off the stage? That was because there were 9 kinds of scrolls on Hong's body, enough to kill the enemy. Blue felt the situation of his Lan Dun. Good fellow, it was equivalent to saying that his Lan Dun was no longer available, and it was even worse than Pure Thunder Dun's reality. So what kind of freak is this kid? In close combat, Belia felt unable to fight. Long range, Nuo. The magic circle in the sky is a very good look. What else is this? Blue whose scalp tingling. Do you have any other means? Fenglin asked. Do not wait for the humble call to answer. Fenglin used a spell again. Fire method Dao Tianlong. Fire method Fire burning sky. The two spells burst out with a few seconds difference, making the humble heart call MMP. Who can stand it? At the moment when the fire dragon was about to swallow Blue moved. And if he had a quick escape, it would be very simple if he wanted to simply avoid it, but it was useless. The other party is more comprehensive than oneself. For a long time, I practiced melee hard, matched with 3 types of blood succession boundaries, and immediately absorbed the 4th one, that is, 4 kinds of blood succession boundaries. What kind of monster is this? It can be said that Haruo has this confidence. Even if he meets the legendary ninjas, such as Uchiha Madara, the winner is not necessarily the winner. But it was this kind of monster, but now it was beaten by Fenglin to be autistic. Blue was making this last attempt. Descent suction hole. The spell on Blue's hand appeared again. Fenglin is memorizing every stroke of the spell. This is also the first time Fenglin has heard of this ninjutsu that can absorb ninjutsu. I wonder what it looks like. Fenglin's heart was full of curiosity. The fire dragon has only shrunk partly, because of this. Some fire methods on the ground have been absorbed. Blue's figure swayed, part of his clothes were burned, and his mask was incomplete. The man was still wearing a beige robe with red underwear, and his hair reached his hips. His hair was a strange color, that kind of white. Also has a pair of red eyes. It's just that now, Blue's whole person is indescribably embarrassed. Among the audience in the audience, Hong saw the tragedy of Belia at this moment, and then looked at B.I. Finglin, only to be sure that B.I. Finglin had the upper hand. There are also two members of ANB. A ninja who ran to relay the message before said to another person, "I thought you were dead." The person who had accosted Finglin said, "I think so too." Fortunately, this adult passed by, and it seems that there is no problem to solve him. The two people are sincerely happy for Finglin, and at the same time deeply admire Fenglin's strength. There is one thing to say, it has long been known that Fenglin is very strong, but if he can kill such a degree of rebellion, it can only be said that it is the ceiling of Konoha. Belia knew that his ninjutsu could not absorb B.I. Fenglin's ninjutsu, but it was a surprise to absorb part of it before his eyes. Netherworld middle. Evil self-defeating fight. Blue shouted loudly. Then the spell changed that, and from the spell, countless flames burst out, confronting the fire act middle. I Tan Long. At this point, Blue still didn't choose to give up. He didn't want to know what the end of his betrayal was like. He only knew that he was fighting all his life and wanted to become stronger. If you die here, it would be great. Blue recognized the strength of Fenglin. Blue switched to Xundun again. His body accelerated and rushed through, and Q-Wu appeared in the hands of Blue, with an explosive scroll attached to it. Fenglin naturally knows what these things are. But under the blessing of these buff one, Fenglin didn't panic at all. B.I. Fenglin turned into blue lightning. The delay has been long enough and it is time to solve it. Fenglin exhausted all his strength, and this time he really didn't have any reservations. The swift high speed versus the swift and fierce thunder method. The battle method with the same root and the same origin. In the same fighting posture. Sure enough, men will still like this kind of fierce battle. Middle. 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 Ask for flowers. Middle. 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 Blue thought to himself. Then fell to the ground. Fenglin was on the side, sweating profusely and breathing heavily. Pass this news back. Belia is a good opponent. Fenglin praised. Directly. It was finally resolved. This was a serious battle, and Fenglin was very satisfied with it. When Blue fell, he thought of countless things. His talent was not good, and he was barely able to reach Shangren. The one who was at the same time as him was Sanran. Everyone knows that Sanran is powerful and talented. Who knows the sadness of a person who climbed up from the bottom step by step? He is still happy, after all. He has reached Shangnin. But he soon discovered that he had no way to become stronger. Could it be that a supreme forbearance is his final destiny? Blue was filled with a lot of perplexity and confusion. After being confused for a long time, Blue was not satisfied. After experiencing something, Belia started a taboo technique. Original ninjutsu, ghost shoots art, Gui Yaluo's art, combined ninjutsu. This technique is the reason why Blue can have so many blood inheritance boundaries. So far, Belia has not found an upper limit. One of the legends of the ninja world. If someone obtains the 5 blood inheritance limits, then he will be immortal. Soon, Belia will soon have 4. But it was such a character who died in the hands of Fenglin. It was truly amazing. Hong and the 2 Anbu members jumped up to help. Thinking about it before, Hong has been restraining himself. The red eyes were red, and he looked at Fenglin with tears. Fine, it just consumes a little bit too much. Fenglin looked at the little girl and smiled. I have to say that it's really nice to have someone who cares about yourself. Fenglin looked at the corpse on the ground, and then at the 2 people in Anbu. This kind of strength, and the kind of death that still chooses to die. Enough respect from Fenglin. Fenglin didn't know the specific situation of Belial, nor did he know why he betrayed the village. Fenglin only believed what he saw in front of him. The strength of this person should have almost the strength of Nine Tails. I, B.I. Fenglin, would like to call you the strongest. Chapter 271. Slowly spit breath. North Maple instantly feel good again. In this battle, if you can come so many times, your strength will increase rapidly. In fact, compared to speaking, Fenglin's strength is quite high, very fast. There is no way it can be done. Who made Fenglin no bottleneck? Not to mention the fast practice speed. But you can understand something casually. It's a shame for Belial. I don't know if Fenglin is too strong. Fenglin just feels that the consumption is a bit high, so it is better not to say that Belial is miserable. After a battle, there was not even a place to be injured. Tusk. Humiliation. These types of blood succession boundaries are still quite strong. It should be the first time they appeared. That Belial didn't have a teammate who could comprehend together, and he always felt that he hadn't exerted his due strength. You know that B.I. Fenglin in the first half of the journey is already waterproof enough. There was also the forbearance that the opponent used as soon as he came on the court, and the power of that feeling was not exerted. If Fenglin knew how to release it, then that ninjutsu in Fenglin's hands was another meteor fire curse. The damage and scope of this spell are enough to shock the world. But then again, when he was fighting earlier, Fenglin was thinking, maybe he could consider combining the two kinds of forbearance. In this case, a brand new blood inheritance boundary is formed. After Fenglin's research, this so-called blood succession boundary can be roughly divided into two types. The first is some pupil surgery, that is, organs, such as writing round eyes and white eyes. It is a kind of blood succession limit, and this kind of blood succession limit is difficult to improve, but the basic power and the follow-up power are huge enough. The second is a chakra that mixes two attributes. Simple to say, but extremely difficult to do. There are many difficulties in this, and Fenglin just thought about it. First of all, it is the attribute of chakra itself. It is necessary to know that most ninjas still only have one attribute. Even if there are several chakras in their bodies, it does not mean that they can synthesize blood inheritance boundaries. Otherwise, this ability would not be so difficult. Once synthesized, it can be inherited. For example, Fenglin, if he has mastered Landun, then his children in the future can master Landun. Fenglin touched his chin. If Pulia had offspring, it would be terrifying. Tell the Dark Part member beside him and let them pay attention. Fenglin didn't mean to shovel weeds and roots. It didn't make sense to him. If he really had offspring and grew up, it would undoubtedly not be a good thing for Konoha. It would be great to send him to a ninja school. There are some special blood inheritance boundaries, which are not synthesized, but Fenglin feels that it is also a synthesis. But there are too few examples of this. There is no way to delve into it. Maybe you can study Trumim. Just kidding. But now Fenglin is still eager to encounter these special blood inheritance boundaries. Maybe he can get a lot of inspiration from them. For example, now that Fenglin had just finished the battle with Belial, there were many thieves in his mind. I feel that the whole person has a lot of ideas. Now is not the time to think. Take it easy for now, Fenglin thought. Then I looked around. This arena has long been hammered torn between B.I. Fenglin and Belial, and not only that, the surrounding area is full of traces of fire. I don't know if you have any suggestions. Fenglin smiled gently. The people who had been hiding shook their heads quickly, and some of them shouted, "My lord, we didn't do anything. We didn't see anything." Then some people were shouting, "What, the adults are so handsome, I want to give you a monkey." These strange words. Yes, this identity is really difficult to keep secret. When he first came to power, Fenglin was still thinking about concealing his identity, but Belial was indeed a powerful enemy. Leaving the ring with the people around him. "My lord, when you were on stage earlier, many other Shinobu people went to inform them, and Buu member said, 'This is also impossible.' In this impossible place, No one can restrain other people casually. After all, the water here is very deep. This impossible place, it's a hell to talk about how scarce things are. What's right here is intelligence. Various kinds of intelligence, some of which are even sold to your people don't know the truth or not. Let them go. I have no enemies. Fenglin said. This is very arrogant. When the members of the Anbu heard it, even if this person had any enemies, they would not come to Fenglin like this. After all, Fenglin's strength lies here. In addition, this is an impossible place. Hong is seen here, because of a small conflict. Wu Shangren feels that he is very strong here, and he directly bullies the stall owner. As a result, the ghost knew that the stall owner was actually a bigwig. Even with those stores behind, in the whole of the impossible, this humiliation is a well-deserved boss. Then the boss killed these 5 people like chickens. As a result, his identity was exposed from the time he shot, and Konoha's eyes were on him. If Fenglin is not here, then Belial is naturally safe, and you can kill 7 in and 7 out here. It's a pity. Fenglin pitied the Anbu members who were out, and made it by himself. It didn't take much effort to kill Belial. This incident not only shows how powerful Fenglin is. After all, as long as you are not blind, you will know from the traces of the battle in the ring. It also demonstrated Konoha's current strength. Fenglin's move this time is of great significance. Fenglin didn't think so much at the time, but now, when I think about it, tusk, make a lot of blood. The first is to frighten some small people. Konoha is still that Konoha. Konoha that's not easy to mess with. Even if Sanin, 2 traveled abroad, 1 defected, and the Bo Feng Shui Gate of the same strength was promoted to Hokage, and he couldn't make frequent moves. Now there is Bi Fenglin. Fenglin believes that it is definitely not only the 2 rebels, Belial and Dashwan, but also a shock to these rebels. TSK Tusk. If Fenglin could kill the big snake pill, maybe he didn't dare to defect. This ghost knows it. Fenglin and Hong took off their masks. Good fellow, what are these people still staring at? Even if there is a breath of deterrence, there are always people spying in the dark. Others are looking at you, so you can't kill others. Cap 272. So North Red Maple and remove the mask. It's okay, you guys just look forward to it. Lord turned around and left immediately. Fenglin wandered around with Red. Some places are really good. And after moving to the previous stall where he bought things, the stall owner said he wanted to give Fenglin a small gift for free. That is to say, I need a bit of face to be a shinobu, or the stall owner can't wait to pay the money back. Sure enough, only if you have the strength, you can do whatever you want. Fenglin didn't care too much. This world was like this. It didn't matter. As long as the Red around him feels happy. Red now can be regarded as happy. When Fenglin was on the stage earlier, he was very nervous about Hong. After all, in the first half, when Fenglin was not serious, that scene was that Belial was about to win Fenglin. I don't even think that his man didn't use his full strength at all. Red is quite proud of Fenglin. This also gave Hong a new understanding of Fenglin's strength. Although Hong is still a 27 Zongren, Fenglin by her side often instills something in her. Therefore, Hong can still discern the combat power of Humiliu. When shopping with Red, the current Red can treat these stalls as ordinary stalls. There are not many of these things. After a while, Hong felt bored. Came to a place to eat with Fenglin. It's pretty good to eat the specialties from the land of nowhere. Soon, Fenglin and Hong finished eating. I'm sorry, you two, let's bother. Master Fenglin and Miss Zai Ryong. Standing on the side of Fenglin and the red table, a man wearing a mask said, "Introduce myself first. Next is Yutsuna Miyuta from Urinin village. I want to ask Master Fenglin to do us a favor." Hey, I didn't expect someone to come to the door. The previous Anbu members had reminded him of this. But Fenglin was non-committal. After all, Fenglin felt that traveling there was all about traveling, and there were some things that needed to be searched, and fate needed to be determined. Fenglin thinks it is a bit funny. Urin village. This place is a place Fenglin will go to this time, not only because there is an opponent, but also because of this place. How can I say it? as if I was going to bed. I gave you a pillow. There are some things recorded in Bifenglin's small notebook. For example, the origin of the Xiao organization. Isn't it in Yuan village? Some headaches. Fenglin actually didn't want to go to these places, because the enemy is still developing. If he changes the following trend, it will not be good. But if there is a chance, it is not impossible to kill all the enemies with one shot. Maybe the opponent will not be able to appear directly. Is Hanzo still alive at this stage? Fenglin was a little curious. Regardless of Hanzo and Shimura Danzo's cooperation, the two old silver coins, Hanzo should be a good opponent. It's a pity that Hanzo is old and not at the top. Otherwise, Fenglin really wants to play against Hanzo, the demigod of the ninja world. In all respects, this one is the closest to the level of Senjujuma. It seemed that I had forgotten to count Senjujuma and Uchiha Madara. Forget it, it doesn't matter. Senjuzuma's prediction in Kitakdabayashi's heart should be in a state where it can compete with Ludao Daisen, and then suppress Uchiha Madara. But if it is Ludao Madara, that Kaiane Zaozu can't be confused. Ludao Spot is still strong, and Ludao Belt Soil are two concepts. Look at this belt, wearing the same clothes as the big boss. Why is there such a big difference in strength from Ludaban? The Utsunami Yuta by his side told her all about her entrustment. The Utsunami Yuta in front of him is just a ninja, and he dared to be in an impossible place. TSK. I really don't know if this Utsunami Yuta is too iron or what. Something. Among other things, Fenglin still admired Utsunamiya's brain and courage. You must know that you just killed a super shadow level person, and you can clearly feel it with so many people present, and you dare to find yourself in front of you. After Utsunami Yuta told the story, Kita Fenglin knew what the situation was like. To put it simply, it is enough to escort a person back to Yunin village. The original escort unfortunately stayed in the impossible place. Although Fenglin had long known that this impossible place was an impossible place. But did this take away a Shangren directly? It's a bit vicious. The Utsunami Yuta in front of him is very sensible, so he said directly, regardless of whether Mr. Fenglin accepts this employment or not, he will give Fenglin something. And it should be something that Fenglin is interested in. Fenglin looked at Utsunami Yuta, who was performing in front of him, with a smile. Not surprisingly, what this man said was true. But this situation is definitely not as exaggerated as he said. But the things that were given to Kitaktlin were also true. Utsunami Yuta should have thought that it was enough to make a good relationship and then let people advertise how they looked when they met him. In other words, it's pulling his tiger skin. Fenglin looked at what was in front of him. Fenglin hadn't read the contents carefully, but it should be true. On the cover, there was a note of Belial, and the other party didn't dare to deceive himself like that. In Utsunami Yuta's statement, Kita Fenglin roughly inferred a lot of useful news. Belial defected and fled Konoha. Did not come to Konoha, nor did he communicate with the other 5 ninja villages. But Belial needed resources. Then what should we do? All of these things he studied require a lot of resources, otherwise the multiple mastery of this blood inheritance boundary is not worth mentioning. The note in front of me is exactly Belial's conjectures and experiments on the limits of blood succession. You don't need to look at it to know. The core content is not there at a glance. But for Bifenglin, it still has reference value. Fenglin patiently listened to the person opposite to finish. After all, Fenglin also needs time to spread the news of Yuin village's exchange with him. After a while, Fenglin nodded. Yes, I can escort you. I need some water escape and sealing techniques, which are unique to Yuin. Utsunami Yuta was taken aback. This ghost wanted to get Fenglin unexpectedly. I agreed. After all, in the hearts of many people, it was only a matter of time before Fenglin became a new demigod, the opponent's powerful combat power. Chapter 273. North Maple powerful fighting force that no matter on what, are counted on the ceiling of combat power. Many people regard Fenglin as the fastest speed, and some magical spells used in the Third Ninja World War. By the way, there is another point that many people forget subconsciously. In fact, Fenglin is an out-and-out medical ninja, right? It was this medical ninja that was more or less wrong. The first thing everyone knew was Fenglin's amazing medical ability. It's a pity that I don't know why. Since when did Fenglin's ability deviate? It's an interesting thing. So for these people, being able to win Fenglin and go together is something that is so stable that it can no longer be stable. But the pain is coming. Facing big guys like Fenglin. The ghost knows what kind of remuneration can be used to impress Fenglin. Fortunately, Fenglin mentioned it by himself. Fortunately, it was some local specialties of his own village. This person can still call the shots, and after agreeing on some things, this person will leave first. They seem to have something to be busy here, and they will leave after 2 days. For Bi Fenglin and Xirong, it is also a good choice for people. Just stay here for 2 days, so you can take a good stroll around this impossible place. Master Fenglin, this is some information from the village. Please have a look. Anbu member said. Fenglin and Hong returned to where they lived. The current Fenglin and Hong are in the store opened by the members of Anbu, and Fenglin is drinking a cup of tea. It's pretty good here. The whole impossible place is actually not that big. How can I say? It can be roughly divided into 2 plates. As soon as they entered this place with human population, Fenglin and Xirong saw some people set up some stalls here, used in exchange for materials you need and so on, or simply to make money, etc. After all, it is basically Shinobu here. The worst is also Zongren. It can be said that the market here is quite big. Although Fenglin and Hong wear masks, they have the same mask with and without them. People can come and go to Fenglin and Hong. He seemed to want to figure out what Fenglin was doing here. Some conspiracy theorists even say that Konoha plans to start here, which is nonsense. The second part is some stores in the back. Those who can open stores in places where they are impossible can be said to be basically the people who are stationed here in large villages. After all, it is impossible to survive here without a certain amount of force and identity. These stores are equivalent to an intelligence site. There are all kinds of people who come and go here, and there is no shortage of information. There are also people who are similar to intelligence merchants who sell this information to various stores. These stores also exchange information, and it is normal to exchange information with each other and small gifts. Sometimes it's intelligence. Especially among the 5 major villages, the information exchanged is not known by other stores, and the information related to your own village is your first priority. This is also the place where the Anbu of each village has spent time and energy to take care of. Fenglin has been observing here recently. Maybe there are some old acquaintances here. Showed some playful smiles. Now everyone is playing chess, so Fenglin will accompany them to play chess. Now Bi Fenglin is qualified to be a chess player. Although in the end, it still depends on force. But force is also one of the best places in Bi Fenglin. How interesting. Fenglin received some information from the village. It's about Belial, and some other information mixed in it. Fenglin smiled and said, "This information is very timely, just useful for adults. I don't know where the adults are going next. We can help." Anbu member said. This time, Fenglin took the red to leave the village and said that it was to complete the task. So Anbu members offered to help. Probably the reason for killing Belial caused his current reputation to increase a lot. After all, Belial is a very strong existence. After all, it is such a relationship. That is, those who are not strong enough will not defect from the village. If the people who defected from the village can still live smartly, they are exceptionally strong in terms of life-saving, such as Big Shemayu. Many people may have encountered it, but the fight is only one aspect. And those who have beaten Dashwan will not be able to beat Dashwan. Many of the people who defected from the villages were people in this area. Fenglin didn't have much to help. After chatting with the members of Anbu, Fenglin retreated. One advantage here is that if you have money, you can buy a lot of information. After all, the 5 major villages have stores here. If you have information, you can also make a fortune. After all, this is an impossible place. After Fenglin left here, he walked along this impossible place with Red. There are many valuable things, And Fenglin also bought a lot of things for himself, but unfortunately, no matter how good the things are here, they lack some magical objects. Hey, it's okay. After a few years, it will be the golden period. At that time, Fenglin plans to start well. As for now, the supplies have been replenished, and there is nothing to worry about here. Then go on the road. A group of people sitting in a carriage, about 20 people, a business-like person on the road. This firm is also named after Utsunomiya Yuta, but after Fenglin carefully observed and Li how these people, he discovered some interesting things. TSK Tusk, it's also a big deal. This firm says it's a firm, but in fact, so many people use it to escort one person. Fenglin was curious about this person, but Fenglin didn't directly see who it was to protect. Such a big posture. The person on the carriage is just an ordinary person. There are 3 carriages in total. Utsunomiya Yuta and one of his entourages, Fenglin and Hong, and the other is an ordinary person that Fenglin has detected. Fenglin didn't bother to care so much, because he was curious. The journey was boring. After all, there are still 4 or 5 days on the road, and in these 4 or 5 days, you can check some things well. For example, Fenglin has only hurriedly flipped through some things left by Belia these days. If you study it carefully, there may be some surprises. Cap 274. North Maple to come up with something to stay humble. Call in. There really is something. Not only the reward that Fenglin received, but also some things that Blue carried on his body. It's a pity that Fenglin asked the Anbu members to find a way to find Beliu's lair. But Belia was very cautious. No valuable information was found. If it hadn't been for sand coins to contradict Belia would not make a rash move, leading to being discovered. After all, the people here don't lack rebellion. Even if Blue stayed in the impossible place, doing his own small business, a little bit Konoha's face. What Blue brought with him was an introduction to forbidden techniques. There is also an experiment report. No. It is better to say that it is a diary. Fenglin opened these 2 documents. October 20th, I successfully absorbed this person's descent today, and as expected, he can absorb the blood of others, and it is a new blood-bound dairy boundary. October 23rd, deadline so far, there have been no adverse reactions, and the person who used meditation before is really stupid, and meditation is not used in place. Seeing Beliu's complaints, Fenglin also wanted to complain, brother, in fact, your secret escape is not so good. After all, this kind of magical escape method is strong, but the biggest nemesis, Fenglin saw it at a glance, physical skill. Maybe the immortal method is fine too. But this is for Fenglin. Ming Dun's performance is average. But Ming Dun is indeed a strong group. Fenglin didn't have much influence on this dark escape. It seemed that it only appeared here. In the original plot, Blue who also exists. The difference is that he died in Naruto's hands a few years later. Naruto used Feng Dun middle dot spiral pill, and the extremely fast speed made it too late to absorb it. It was a weakness that Naruto discovered. The contents of the diary continue. Netherworld can absorb all energy. At least so far, it can absorb a lot of escape methods. The current thunder escape, wind escape, fire escape, water escape, and soil escape have been tried and can be absorbed. The experiment did not detect anything. The upper limit, no, this technique has an upper limit. It would be great if I could return to Konoha. People with the help of Konoha, as well as the power of Oshomaru, I should be able to become stronger soon. December on the 3rd. Today I found a blood inheritance boundary and absorbed him. When Fenglin saw this, he read it as a novel, let alone, it was quite interesting. This humble humor is actually very strong, and perhaps with the strength of 3 generations of Hokage, it is impossible to say. Facing Fenglin, Blue did not play out. But Beliu's own blood inherited the boundary, and under the mutual cooperation, the thief was strong. The news of the thief's fast speed, absorption and release of ninjutsus aided, its own Lan had, and a kind of steel escape that has not had time to absorb. Beliu itself has no shortcomings. It is a pity that Pfenglin completely crushed Beliu, caused the Beliu to call the cold too quickly. The time in the diary has been until recently, and it seems to be preparing some materials to absorb a blood inheritance boundary that has just been caught. Pfenglin was a little curious. Could it really continue to be absorbed? This was already the fourth blood succession boundary. What Pfenglin didn't know was that in the original plot, Beliu had already gotten enough of the four blood inheritance boundaries, and then planned to do something against Kakashi. Once Beliu got to the five blood succession boundaries, there was still a blood succession boundary that wrote round eyes, or the old brother Beliu would explode directly. Otherwise, you might be able to reach the six-track pattern with soil. According to the legend of the ninja world, a person who possesses five blood inheritance limits can gain immortality. Many people take this as a joke, although it is very open. But how can he have five blood inheritance limits? Well, you have to know that Tsurume has two types of blood succession limits. Complementing each other, Tsurume's use of blood succession limits can suppress Uchiha Madara's fire dance power. TSK. The information Utsunomiya Yuta gave to Kitak Debayashi was the experimental report of Haruho, and there were some excessive points in it. There are also some humble personal views. There is another thing on Beliu's body, which is a bit interesting. When Pfenglin saw this thing, his face was a bit solemn. Ghost Beliu art. Pfenglin already knew that this was the art of fusing the blood succession boundary. According to the above description, it was not written for the purpose of fusing the blood succession boundary. It is used to fuse the combined ninjas and psychic beasts. Please ask for flowers. These bastards taste really strong. Pfenglin's face suddenly changed. Because Pfenglin is a combination of two things in Beliu. I can see something from this look. No wonder Dashwin is so admired for this humble call. In the words, "I want to cooperate with Dashimaru." In the experiment report, Pfenglin only really understood now that it was actually some ninjas who merged with Beliu itself. There are also some psychic beasts that are not summoned to fight together. Instead, the part of the psychic beast was grafted onto the body of Beliu. It smells like a mad scientist. Pfenglin saw some records, but fortunately, this Beliu did not summon his own psychic beast. This psychic beast is still immature, but its terrifying appearance has taken shape. If Beliu used spiritism, it would be a huge two-headed snake, mixed with the blood of a dog, and wings that could fly. Pfenglin just thought about it in his head and felt that this appearance was simply irritating. If Beliu really summoned such a thing, Pfenglin would not be willing to fight with Beliu. It would simply dirty his hands. Imagine this monster. The two-headed snake is roaring at you, and under the snake are four dog legs. Forget it. There are two pairs of wings next to the snake. My brother. Pfenglin looked at these reports, and if they were given to Dash1, they would be very happy, but the information was of little use to Pfenglin. Although these materials are copied for Konoha, but it must be a headache for them to see this information. Up to now, Pfenglin has been in contact with two scientific researchers who are like lunatics, provided that what they have done can really be counted as scientific research. Beliu, when Pfenglin saw his personal information, he still admired a person very much. As a result, after reading these materials, I felt nauseous. It's not wrong to become stronger, everyone wants to become stronger. But all of this has a bottom line. In order to become stronger, I don't care about any objective laws. It doesn't even have humanity directly. In Pfenglin's eyes, these people are all the same hateful, no matter what their original intentions are. Chapter 275. North Maple put down in front of the data, breath slowly spit it out. Hong saw Pfenglin's face, and couldn't help but feel a little worried. Are you okay? Or let's take a rest first. Hong still loves her fiancé very much, and to be honest, Pfenglin usually stays here. I'm busy outside, and Hong is not very helpful. He also said he was very guilty of Pfenglin when he was in the ring a few days ago, although he firmly believed that Pfenglin would win the final victory. Hong still couldn't help but worry. After all, there are many things that are unreasonable. As far as the entire ninja world is concerned, only Hong is willing to believe in Pfenglin, which is beyond his own belief. In many things, Hong believes in Pfenglin unconditionally. Pfenglin grinned reluctantly. There is nothing, just some of the content, and some of it is not done by humans. Redo nodded faintly, and Pfenglin did not explain. After all, your girlfriend can do it yourself. Don't let Hong know too much of these messy things. This is the protection of Red. After all, Pfenglin now wants to solve some problems as soon as possible, and then take his girlfriend to retreat. How is your illusion practice? Pfenglin asked. This is also a big gain this time. Pfenglin still obtained a few illusions in some stores. Illusion is relatively niche after all, but things like Red are still talented and progress quite fast. If there is a blood succession boundary, maybe he can arrange a blood succession boundary for Hong. It is possible that no favorable situation can be found. After all, this Ghost Shoot Luo technique is a wicked technique for perfecting oneself with the blood inheritance of others. That's right. Pfenglin directly defined this technique as a wicked technique. At the same time, this technique was not copied to the village. This technique is not suitable for spreading at all, and Pfenglin doesn't seem to test people's hearts at all. Pfenglin's views on many techniques or tail beasts have always been tools, all of which depend on how users use them. But with this technique, Pfenglin didn't doubt what would happen to the spread of this technique. Objectively speaking, it can allow many people to go to the limit of blood inheritance, and even ordinary people can practice, but the price is the life of the person who succeeds in blood limit. If a person like Shimura Danzo, after Uchiha's extermination, fills his arms with the writing wheel, Pfenglin has no doubt that the blood of blood will be destroyed by people like Shimura Danzo. No one can afford this price. Except for some big shots. Pfenglin also decided that if it can be solved by other solutions, it is the best. If it can't be solved, then Pfenglin will never say the Ghost Bud Luo technique. So, let Pfenglin keep it. After Pfenglin took a rest for a while, he watched it further. This time he saw the real Ghost Bud Luo technique. If it could be improved. Some thoughts flashed in Pfenglin's mind. The above technique is the original version of Belial, that is, the version that has not been improved many times by Belial. This Pfenglin looked at it after a while. Some of the views in it are quite novel. Roughly speaking, it is to strip off a bloodline of the boundary, extract its core bloodline, and then pass a medium that must be related to the other party's bloodline of the boundary. Then run the curse seal to absorb the opponent's blood and follow the limit. This process is very painful. The deceased has to constantly lose blood in his body, and the absorber feels that there is something in his body and is constantly fighting. Only after forcibly suppressed and continue to pass the curse seal, can it be said that the absorption is successful. The core blood? When Pfenglin saw this, some doubts arose. Maybe, we can start from here, but it's a pity. If this technique can be fully implemented, it is naturally an excellent technique. It can be said that the whole people are blood following the limit. But this is not easy to solve. Maybe Pfenglin has to capture a few owners of blood succession boundary for experimentation. Otherwise this problem cannot be solved. It's just that if Pfenglin went to catch and experimented, how would he be different from Belial and Dashwan? The young man who slays the dragon will not become an evil dragon. The Belial on the ring used several types of blood succession boundaries. Someone should guess that Belial has this technology, but if there is one, come to me, Pfenglin thought. Here, the eyes suddenly flashed brightly. You can come and try. Pfenglin watched it further, and there were a lot of whimsical among them. But from Pfenglin's point of view, maybe, the first is a knowledge point that Pfenglin also knows. That is, the nature of chakra is divided into 7 types, namely fire, wind, thunder, earth, water, yin, and yang. Any 2 of them can be used to produce a new escape technique. And this process is the blood succession limit. It is required to use it in your own body, then, What about with others? What about using it outside with a person with other attributes? Fenglin understood what Belia left behind. This guy can be called a master of blood succession boundary. The meaning of Belia is quite simple, that is, the limit of blood succession is to require a person to have multiple chakras and be able to mix with other chakras. The key lies in this mix, which is a key. If a person does not have other chakras, it is necessary to make a combination with others, and mix a chakra in the outside world. What will happen? Fenglin can be responsible for saying that it will explode, even if it will not explode. When the two chakras are together, a chemical reaction will occur. I don't know what will happen, because this involves many interesting questions. If there is time, Fenglin would like to continue studying. It's really interesting. Regarding the problem of chakra mixing, for example, one is Feng done and the other is L done, their combination should be Lan done, right? But outside of the body, the released chakra itself is in contact with the outside chakra, and there are some so-called impurities. Then it will be mixed with another person's different chakras. This is how the chakra amount of the two parties is unified, or different mixing ratios have different harms. Perhaps this is the category of science. If you can go down this path, it would be a scientific practice. This is where Fenglin has been thinking about it for a long time. Chapter 276. Questions about blood following the delimitation is a wide variety of circumstances. There is no way to being resolved. As far as the innate is concerned, this aspect is definitely Naruto's awesome. Naruto used boiling escape, fusion escape, and magnetic escape when hit by mistake. This is all used by Uzumaki Naruto. Tusk, he really is the chosen son of heaven. Don't compare with B.I. Fenglin. After all, B.I. Fenglin's system is different. After all, Fenglin is a different son of heaven. There are some unique concepts like blood succession boundary, that is, the blood succession boundary is the lowest class, and the above is the blood succession elimination, and then the blood succession snare. It can be said that Fenglin still dare not say to hang 6 enemies with soil and above, because there is no way to solve the blood-following snare for the time being. Just talk about a few bloody traps, such as the eyes of reincarnation. To be precise, the eyes of reincarnation are written by reincarnation. The only people who open the eyes are Otsuki Teruya and Uekai Hamadara. Reincarnation eye and reincarnation writing round eye are two concepts. Moreover, Uekai Hamadara's reincarnation chakra appeared after eating the chakra fruit of the sacred tree, and it was essentially the reincarnation chakra of Kazuya 27 Mukigoya. This is a terrifying fact. There are also things like infinite moon reading, 80 gods emptiness, and swelling and seeking Taoism, which are all within the scope of the blood succession snare. That is to say, if Fenglin wants to sling the enemy of Datongma Huai, he must develop a technique of this level of bleeding and snare. However, Blue commented on Xji's snare, and Fenglin was also very in favor of it. The blood successor snack itself is an evaluation level. Belia only has materials for studying the limits of blood succession. The elimination of the blood and the snare are just a mention. In the eyes of Blue, these two levels probably exist in the myth. Get it right in one step. Not at the same level and can't hurt. That's right. It's also what Fenglin learned from the original plot. Just like the original Naruto, they played Datongma Kigaya. No, let alone Datongma Kigaya, even at the level of the 6 roads with soil, they are immune to ordinary escape techniques. What can be hurt, in addition to the immortal technique, is the physical technique. There is also the same level of blood following the snare. According to Fenglin's own reasoning, his triple rebellion belonged to an existence higher than the blood succession snare. After all, Nishing Sanshong is the road to becoming immortal. The immortal is at the same level as the legendary 6 Tao immortals, and it should be higher than the blood snake, because so far, Fenglin has not come into contact with the 6 Tao level. There is no way to know. Maybe one day, Fenglin will know how awesome he is. Fenglin's vision has been very long-term, and Fenglin exhaled, and now he still cares about what is in front of him. Sometimes, Fenglin couldn't be interested because he knew too much. After all, He had already known many things in advance and had already arranged them. For example, no Haralin was prepared for Ladau to bring soil. The purpose of disrupting the 6-road belt soil is to disrupt Uchiha Madara's rebirth. And in the future, Kita Fenglin will go to Oshomaru and plot something with him about Uchiha Madara. GT, you are all in my calculations. What are you playing? And one more thing, one of Fenglin's plans is to see if Fenglin can get a reincarnation eye. If it can have a reincarnation eye, Bi Fenglin can arrange that Ongma Huai directly. Just as Fenglin and Hong were talking sweet words, someone outside suddenly shouted, "Enemy attack!" Before he could do more, Fenglin left the carriage with Red. Then a few bows and arrows came straight towards the carriage, and it was the 3 carriages that were attacked at the same time. Fenglin took a closer look at these bows and arrows, then immediately took a few steps back with Red. Good guy, these bows and arrows have detonating symbols on them, and they explode instantly, and then the carriage explodes in front of them, exploding the entire carriage to its bones. Fenglin hurriedly visited the other carriages. TSK Tut. These people hired themselves anyway, so it's so shameless. Protect yourself, Fenglin said to Hong. Fenglin felt that Red shouldn't worry about it. If anyone wanted to threaten him with Red, they might not be able to beat the Red level. Fenglin didn't use much speed, and then rushed to Utsunomiya Yuta's side. Utsunomiya Yuta is now backing back, and everyone around him is holding Utsunomiya Yuta back. It's a bit like Utsunomiya Yuta protecting the 2 behind him. Fenglin looked at the group of people, and naturally knew that these people were guarding the 3 Utsunomiya Yuta. Interesting. Utsunomiya Yuta said that there was only one person to protect, or that Utsunomiya Yuta was lying too much, but it didn't make much sense to bully people like Kita Fenglin. That is another situation. That is, one of the 2 people is used for cover. Too late to take a closer look. A group of people appeared in front of them, living in groups like Fenglin. Robbery. There was a shout from the other side. Utsunomiya Yuta was a little bit confused about the opposite, and shouted, "All these goods are for you. Let us go." It's such a big craftsmanship. In order to cover the real people, these supplies are not needed. Utsunomiya-sama. One of the robbers laughed. "Are you riding a horse wearing a mask to dry chicken feathers?" Utsunomiya Yuta, who has always been well-mannered, cursed directly. Obviously he heard the voice of this person. The present Fenglin also quietly came to Utsunomiya Yuta's side. Utsunomiya Yuta is still very lucky now. Fortunately, there are big guys around. "My lord, don't do anything yet," Utsunomiya Yuta said to Fenglin. Naturally, Fenglin would not take the initiative. For Fenglin, if it could not take the initiative, that would be the best choice. However, just looking at the scene of the sword pulling the sword, it is impossible. Several carriages were full of fire flames, and then there were some bows and arrows stuck on the ground and kunai. It was even surrounded by some people in black. No matter how you look at it, it was all the time when the form was not good. "Hand over that person, and let you have a way out," the person continued, with a very strong aura. "Aren't you afraid that we have some unreasonable shinobu here?" Utsunomiya Yuta said. The man said with some disdain, "You say that somebody can go. Do people go? Say how many chips you have on hand." "I do not know." "It is also down. No one would think there is not a shinobu shot into such a small thing." 277 Chapter. Utsunomiya knocked North Maple face more or less bring some strange look. The brothers say is very reasonable. After all, the emergence of the North Maple really was an accident. Utsunomiya Yuta said with some pity, "Let's go. It's still too late to go now." "It is because of the face of the 2 of us who used to work together." As soon as this sentence came out, the person on the other side directly clutched his stomach and laughed. "When I got up, it was as if I heard a big joke." Surrounding people raised their hands, and then launched the bows and arrows in their hands. These people rushed forward. Then he said, "Why, Utsunomiya-sama is dreaming too much. Can't you see who has the advantage?" Then he gestured to the surrounding people. "Come on, brothers, let these see what their current situation is." The sloppy voice rang, splashed dust on the ground, and the dust scattered, Pfenglin here is unscathed. On the opposite side, shocked. Because above these people in Pfenglin, a beautiful and huge water dragon enveloped these people in Pfenglin, and all the bows and arrows were blocked outside. What kind of scene is this? It's not the first time everyone has seen a ninja, nor is it the first time they have seen Shuidan, but this level of Shuidan, my god. This kind of range is huge enough to enclose everyone on his side, and there are such realistic and exquisite scales. People have no doubt that as long as you reach out and touch it, you can touch a lifelike scale. The person on the other side could not see clearly, but Utsunomiya knew it too clearly. This was not actually made by Pfenglin himself. After the mysterious accomplice around Pfenglin took out a scroll, and then Jian, there was such a water dragon appearing. The thief is forced. Of course, Pfenglin would not take the shot himself. It just so happened that this was a good opportunity for experimentation. It was just a mere bow and arrow. Even if it fell, it wouldn't cause such large casualties to these people. Anyway, what was this called at the time? Utsunomiya Yuta seemed to have said that it was enough to protect one person's safety. So Pfenglin motioned for Hong to take a shot. Hey, the shot structure is still good. The audience was shocked when Red shot. Seeing this water dragon entrenched above everyone, the person on the opposite side was very decisive and wanted to retreat directly, without saying any nonsense about the strength of where you came from. It can be seen that he is also a wise man. Red controlled the water dragon to chase the other side. Pfenglin looked at the person headed by the opposite person who was about to flee, hesitated, and still gathered a blue light in his hand. Quick Thunder Spear. A blue spear-shaped thunder and lightning was in Pfenglin, condensed in his hands. This condensed time was nothing more than a few seconds, and then with a pull, the spear went directly towards the leg of the person headed opposite. It burst instantly. Pfenglin took a look, and secretly assessed the damage, which was not bad, because he didn't know the strength of the opponent. But it was very rubbish at first glance. In order to avoid killing the other side, Pfenglin used the most garbage effect. This is Pfenglin's thoughts after the battle with Belial. Pfenglin still lacks instantaneous burst damage, because Pfenglin still has this damage, such as the sniper of the Reaper developed some time ago. But the key is that the Reaper's sniper has to accumulate for a long time, and consumes a lot of money, although the damage is indeed exploding. But Pfenglin lacked the kind of long-range release attack. No. He just got a lightning bolt from thunder magic. Others, like one's own water method and fire method, are not unavailable, but compared to the speed of flight and the damage to the enemy, they are still more practical than mine. Pfenglin's lightning spear hit the ground of the opposite leader, flying him to the ground likewise, eating the dirt honestly. If others run, Pfenglin doesn't bother to take care of it. Red's water law middle dot door Itang Long is blocking these people more or less, but the leader can't run. Then he said to Utsunomiya Yuta next to him, catch him back, it's up to you to kill or leave it to yourselves. By the way, check out the information. Utsunomiya Yuta nodded and praised. When the water dragon appeared, Utsunomiya Yuta it was too much for people to chase after him, and now it was the turn of Utsunomiya Yuta to control the scene. Soon, someone brought the opposite person. Then the mask on the other side was removed. I told you a long time ago that you shouldn't get involved in the affairs of these big people. Why are you not doing it? Utsunomiya Yuta said. Ah, you bastard, little cat, crying mouse, fake compassion. But I didn't think that you have a character like Shinobu on your side. No, you are stunned by power. That great man is orthodox, and the others are rebellious, said Utsunomiya. Shit, when that adult died, who is the real orthodox? The ghost knows. Ming stubborn. Kill it. Utsunomiya Yuta said to the people around him. Even if the person in front of Utsunomiya Yuta is an idiot and friend, but you have to admit it if you do something wrong. Sorry, Master Kitamoto Lin. I didn't expect to trouble you to do it. Utsunomiya Yuta said. Pfenglin smiled. It doesn't matter, I got your reward. It should be. So what is the specific situation? Utsunomiya Yuta hesitated too much, knowing what Pfenglin meant, but he was about to flick Pfenglin to Uian village. so it should be enough to let Pfenglin know about the situation in New Iron Village. Beifing Master Lin should know our leader. Utsunomiya Yuta said, still intending to start from here. Some things, to be honest, they are not good after all. Pfenglin nodded to Li Zhao. For this, who is the whole ninja world? Is there anyone who doesn't know? The person who praises Sannin. Sannin can only be equal from his hands, and then Sannin's name is officially recognized. Just like the Third Ninja World War, it is recognized. The titles are yellow flashes and blue lightnings. That one, but a demigod. Our adult has a foreboding that his body is not good enough, and he plans to find his next successor. The one behind me is one of the candidates. Utsunomiya Yuta used the shortest words to say a shocking news. Pfenglin was surprised. Really? Hit the jackpot. The thing that made Pfenglin feel surprised is naturally not something that the heir is around, but that the adult is not good. Some things were calculating in the depths of Pfenglin's eyes quickly. It was okay, so it would involve future things. Chapter 278. Pfenglin had a plan in mind. Now Pfenglin wants to find a place with no one. Take a good look at his little book, Tusk. Some things, I still only remember a rough idea. How should I put it? After Hanzo's death, Uin Village seemed to have a brief war, and then the Akatsuki organization carried out a secret rule. And Uin Village was definitely one of the basic dishes of Akatsuki's organization. In other words, as long as Pfenglin has been paying attention to the situation in Uin Village, it is hard not to find the Xiao organization in Uin Village. When the time comes, whether it is to find it directly or find a way to change its identity to join the Xiao organization, the initiative will be in Pfenglin's hands. Even Pfenglin glanced quickly past the two people hiding behind Utsunomiya Yuta. Among them, there is one who has the right of legal inheritance. This thing is useless if Pfenglin takes it. It is useless if the young man himself is not supported by anyone. But now Pfenglin is here now, then this might be useful. This person is different from Terumi Meng's way of cooperation, Pfenglin thought, but he should contact him first. Pfenglin thought about it carefully. Even in the previous period, the performance of the two men was still different. One of them, Yu Guang, was still on the battlefield. Moreover, looking at his expression, even if he pretended to be so weak, it would be difficult to hide a trace of heroism, which means that this person is mostly a guard. Looking at the other one, it was a very young teenager with a pale face. It seemed that he was frightened by some of the current scenes. Don't read it. This person is probably the one with inheritance rights. Utsunomiya Yuta went on to say a few words with Pfenglin at random, and then guards around came forward to report the information. Report, your lord. The carriage was blown up, and the goods were over 70% damaged. 3 of the guards died and 6 were injured. Utsunomiya nodded. Next. Only select useful materials and discard the rest. Go straight. Then he said to the people behind him, we're going to walk at full speed next. One of them panicked for a while before saying, it's all up to you, let's leave this place quickly. Utsunomiya Yuta seemed to a little helpless, but he turned his head and said to Pfenglin, it's still troublesome for adults. Pfenglin said that it's okay. He looked at one of them, and hey, is this the only way to behave? It's kind of tender. But for the time being, it doesn't matter. I'll go ahead in the dark, and see if there is anyone approaching by the way. Pfenglin said. As soon as this sentence came out, Utsunomiya was very happy. Yes, I originally planned to find a few good people in the dark. After all, the people in the dark are still very important. The enemy attack that Pfenglin had heard in the carriage earlier was an explosion from a secret whistle. So the secret whistle is very useful. Anyway, the carriage is also destroyed. Everyone is walking, hiding in the dark with Hong, making it easier. You can also do a few small experiments. How good. There are some magical spells. Pfenglin brought Red to the dark place. Of course, it wasn't just the 2 of them who acted as secret whistle. There were 8 people in total, each in charge of 4 directions. Judging from the previous arrangements of Utsunomiya Yuta, this person is still very smart, and undoubtedly still has a certain understanding of these people. Otherwise, such arrangements would not be made. Okay. There, Fenglin's body that had been walking forward stopped, and then the lightning spear formed in an instant, and it bloomed. Good guy, a little dumbfounded. Of course it was the buddy hiding in the dark. That buddy lurked well, hiding in a tree hole, and in the next moment, a lightning gun penetrated his body. I couldn't even make a sound, so I burped. Fenglin didn't bother to check this person's situation, as long as he didn't spread the news. Fenglin looked at the current environment. Okay, there are still 2 days before the destination. It seems that in the past 2 days, this instant thunder gun has to be fired a lot. Fenglin and Hong then walked forward. Fenglin and Hong quietly approached behind a nearby person. Suddenly, this person seemed to have fallen into something. GT, red illusion. It's not an ordinary thing. After asking a few words, Fenglin killed the man. Yes, see that your illusion skills are getting better and better now. Fenglin molested. Well, I'm just a little better in illusion arts, and nothing else can compare to you. Hong Zheng said. Fenglin lightly shaved his red nose, then moved forward. 2 days passed in a flash, and Fenglin and the large army soon arrived at Yuan village. Fortunately, these 2 days have been calm. Fenglin and Hong killed almost 5 or 6 people in the past 2 days. You know, the 2 of them are only responsible for this one direction. When the 4 directions are added together, the ghost knows how many people there are. TSK Tut, there are so many people, enough for the storm. After all, there are only 20 people in B.I. Fenglin's group. It may be that those people had not been slaughtered before, or it exposed that there were people in the team who used high-end water escape. But Fenglin is still so happy. After all, it's easy. The place in front of me is within the scope of Yuan village. It started to rain because of this place. Yuan village was established by Sancho Fish Hanzo. Yuan village focuses on the personal development of ninjas. Therefore, there are many original ninjutsu, generally using water escape. However, the overall environment of Yuan village is not so good, not as good as Yuan village. Because of the unique topography of Yuan village and its location on the rain belt, Yuan village has rain all year round, so it is jokingly that how you find you come to the area of Yuan village is to see when it starts to rain. Simple, rude and useful. Everyone at this place felt relaxed a lot. After all, for Yutsuna Miyuto and the others, this is going home. Even if there is a lot of shit in the house, they are also going home. Relax for a while. Fenglin and Hong returned to the team, and the next step was to smoothly enter the Yuan village. And Fenglin's mission was even completed. Fenglin was also very happy that the reward was about to arrive. After walking through some places, Fenglin saw some pipes in front of him. This is the unique phenomenon of Yuan village. The industrial level is still good, which may also be related to the long-term rain here. Many places here are equipped with pipes and sewers. Well, by the way, there are still some stones in the eye. It can only be said that the first sense that Yuan village gives B.I. Fenglin is like a large construction site. Chapter 279. North Maple and just walked with the crowd. Frankly speaking, the style of painting here is somewhat different from that of Naruto World. Some of the pipes here go straight to the sky. The arrangement and combination of these pipes is full of a unique industrial beauty. Some seem to be iron pipes, and some may be pipes of special materials. The pipes are intertwined, and the sky is raining foggy. For people living here, if it doesn't rain that day, it would be a rare thing, right? There are some tall tower-like buildings everywhere, and these are pretty good buildings. If I remember correctly, Nagato and Xionan also live in the tower, because tall towers are generally not used to inhabit people, but to pile up dead bodies. In other words, Nagato and Xionan also suffered a lot. In Fenglin's heart, he became more active as soon as he came to Yuan village. Joking, but now there is an opportunity to arrange Xiao organization, which is really a chance to be delivered to the door. Although there is no record in my own notebook, I can't remember very much about Akatsuki's organization. But Yahiko's death, and the war that will be triggered soon, are all things that are about to happen right now. Although generally speaking, there is a sense of unclear turmoil, the Hansa-sama, after all, has not died, and everything in the village is still in a certain order. Soon, a group of people arrived at the destination. "Thank you, Mr. Pfenglin, to send us to Uian village. Please rest assured, my lord, we will definitely send the follow-up rewards immediately," Utsunomiya Yuta said. The current Utsunomiya Yuta is finally less humble. After all, he has returned to his turf. "But I didn't dare to underestimate Pfenglin, Mada, who dare to underestimate Pfenglin, who has a problem with his brain." The next Utsunomiya Yuta also had some small calculations of his own. As the middle and high level in Utsunomiya village, Utsunomiya Yuta naturally knew what the current state of the village was. In other words, if you maintain a good relationship with Pfenglin, you may be able to invite this big man to make a move. You know, if Pfenglin makes a move, it will help. So Utsunomiya Yuta also had some small calculations in his heart, but it was normal. In this world, in this era, who doesn't live a life with his head tied to a trouser belt? The idiot is dead long ago. Two sides had a very happy conversation, and the intention of cooperation was determined in the words. But obviously, if Utsunomiya Yuta was asked to speak, his identity would not be enough, no matter what. Therefore, Utsunomiya was too sure of a fire of intent to cooperate, and was ecstatic. Although Kita Pfenglin didn't know what Utsunomiya Yuta was thinking, he also felt that Utsunomiya Yuta wanted to please him. Then he smiled and replied, "Well, then we will just turn around in this Uian village." Then Utsunomiya Yuta had to go back to look for the clique of the faction and inform Pfenglin of the relevant situation. Therefore, Utsunomiya Yuta first ordered everyone to keep the identity of Pfenglin a secret. At 516,294,329 then immediately arranged a place for Pfenglin to live. Pfenglin roughly what the other party was thinking, and did not shirk the other party's kindness. Wait until the two parties have left. Pfenglin was in the room, and then the two took off their masks. "The last time I took a break in the room was a week ago, or when I was in an impossible place. This time passed so fast." "Then I will go to wash first," Zai Ryong said. Pfenglin nodded. Then Pfenglin took out his own small notebook, some of the contents recorded on it, really afraid that he would forget it. After looking at it slightly corresponding to my own thoughts, I didn't continue to speak. Yes, on the whole, all this is fine. The next step depends on the specific situation. On the other hand, after Utsunomiya Yuta settled down the person behind him, he went to meet the elders of his faction. To be honest, the current situation in the village is still the kind of undercurrent surging situation, and it is a very common thing to fight against each other there. But the big boss hasn't died yet, so many things will still be fighting within the rules. The outside of the village is different. If it weren't for the impossible place, I had abducted a North Pfenglin boss and followed the team together, and now I don't have to think about walking into Uian village so intact. Middle dot 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 ask for flowers middle dot 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 middle dot. It is a very common thing to tell your fate there. Pfenglin walked into the bathroom, and it was time to take a bath and relax. Fortunately, now I have entered the village, which is a safe area, otherwise Utsunomiya Yuta would not leave here directly. After a while, Utsunomiya Yuta came to a man. After listening to Utsunomiya Yuta's words, the man was silent for a while and said, "This is a double-edged sword. Pfenglin." He was also calculating some things. The information of Pfenglin came to mind in an instant. Yes, qualifications and military strength are all the best choices. For many people, Pfenglin's resume looks too wonderful and perfect. Blue Lightning played an important role in the Third Ninja World War, directly slaying the four-tailed man Zhu Lai, and he was also a world-renowned medical ninja. Is still Hokage's younger brother, in this status, can also learn from Hokage. No, it was Konoha's help. And everyone knows that the current Fenglin undoubtedly has the strength and identity to do something with Konoha's representative. TSK Tusk 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 Tusk. It did a good job, but Fenglin's identity was too loud. If you directly announce that Fenglin is on your side, you might just be cool. Everyone besieged to find out. Utsunomiya Yuta quickly humbly declined, and then the man continued, "Go to my warehouse. Didn't you say some compensation?" After a pause, the man said immediately, "I give it double. If I like it, I want more." Utsunomiya Yuta said quickly. After a little calculation, Hong came out of the shower. After taking a shower, go out to eat, and then take a good look at the situation. The feeling that Fenglin feels the hot water rushes on his body is really good, and it relaxes a lot. After all, the whole Uin village has rain all year round. This ghost place is really a moist group. Although the ninja can tolerate it, it is somewhat uncomfortable. Chapter 280. North Maple and Red pick up a bit later on down the stairs. Although it was still shrouded in the cloak, it looked like a ghost, and others knew it was an outsider. After all, many people in Uin village have the same face, that is, wearing breathing masks. Tusk. These people are all to pay tribute to Hanzo-sama. But Hanzo-sama is serious and injured. These people wear breathing masks blindly. Maybe they are following the trend, or chasing stars is more suitable. Still eating while looking at other people in front of them, they are also talking while eating. This is the source of Fenglin's intelligence. Even if it is some general things, these people are all local residents. Even if they are talking about gossip or spitting things together, these things are too real to be true. A thief helps a person get information quickly. It's just that the information is different and it's what you need. After listening for a while, Fenglin was also making certain inferences with what he had calculated. Interesting, the feeling of these people, because there are ordinary people and ninjas among these people, but their overall feeling is still relatively calm. That is, occasionally feel depressed. It is enough to know this. After Fenglin and Hong finished eating soon, they returned to the inn. After a while, someone knocked on the door. Hong hurried to open the door, and Fenglin looked at the door. At first glance, it was the familiar Utsunomiya Yuta. When she saw Kita Fenglin, this Utsunomiya Yuta smiled. Then hurriedly said to Fenglin, "My lord, this is what I promised you, please check it out." Fenglin took a look and found that there were still a lot of things. Not bad, but I didn't know what would happen to specific things. Fenglin said, "Not bad." Utsunomiya Yuta continued, "I have to trouble adults to live in Uin village for a while. During this time, I may have to trouble adults, and we will still be paid. You may feel that this kind of payment is not enough to invite such a big man to speak." And then he said, "Also, if you have things or other things you need, we can think of ways." Oh, this is a good one. I originally planned to stay here for a while. After all, I had to find someone from the Xiao organization. Now it is equivalent to saying that some more rewards are good. If you are about to get married, let's treat it as some milk powder money for your children. Fenglin said, "That's okay. I'll stay here for a while." "Hey, that's a good feeling," Utsunomiya Yuta said very happily. Utsunomiya Yuta was very colorful, and after a few words of flattery, he resigned. For him and the big guys behind him, that's enough. Fenglin has to wait for some circumstances. Hong took out some things to watch, and Fenglin also had his own business to be busy. It was already the next morning to wake up again. Looking at the people around him, Hong showed a sweet smile. Although he was performing the same task, it seemed very easy to perform the task this time. The main reason is that I don't need to think too much, just having my boyfriend by my side. It feels really good to leave everything to him. Looking at the people around him, just looking at his handsome face, I feel that life is good enough. Humphrey, that is. The environment here is not good. Hong still likes rainy days, but it can't keep raining like this. It's inconvenient. Then when he walked out of the room, He was wet. It feels pretty bad. Quickly let Lin leave this place when he is done with the fire. Then go to other places for honeymoon. Fenglin felt there was movement in his arms in his sleep. He opened his eyes in a daze, and found that he happened to have red eyes. "Good morning, red and cute," he said with a smile. Fenglin was taken aback, then smiled. "Good morning, Hong. What are you doing today?" Hong asked. Fenglin glanced at the time and had to say that rainy days are suitable for sleeping. "But I don't know if this in village has rain all the year round, whether people sleep every day." "Tut tut, first look at something, after you explain some. I look out again to inquire about some of the new information bar." This North Maple arranged for 2 people tasks. There is still too little information at hand. This is not Konoha. Someone will take the initiative to send the information ... But I was tired of running around before. You can take a good rest and talk about it. Fenglin and Hong got up, then washed and did some daily tasks. When Fenglin was about to go out, there was a knock on the door again. Fenglin opened the door and saw 2 people wearing breathing masks. "Is this?" With doubts. "Hello, Master Fenglin, we are the guards of Master Hanzo." He directly named his identity. A gleam of golden light flashed in Fenglin's eyes. Just such a sentence can explain many problems. "Well, coming," Fenglin said lukewarm, as if he didn't care at all. "In fact, I really don't care." After all, his goal, the ghost figured it out clearly. However, these people directly stated that they were Fenglin, and it seemed that the mask and the cloak were really useless. It is also normal. Fenglin didn't think that a fellow like an Anbu member didn't even know his identity. After all, there is no way to keep it secret when there is no place. And Yutsuna Miyuta's side saw these people come to the door. The abacus in Fenglin's heart opened again. Hanzo's guard, said to be a guard, is actually something equivalent to an ANB member. This ANB member, naturally Konoha made it first. Many villages later learned from it. Some people still want to face, and they haven't changed their names when they learn from them, and some people are shameless. If they change individual names, they are not members of the Anbu. In other words, these guards, logically speaking, only Hanzo can use them. Either someone can call on these guards, or it's Hanzo. Tut tut. "What are you doing here?" Fenglin asked. The 2 guards looked at each other, but they didn't expect Fenglin to ask so directly, but immediately replied, "We are entrusted by Master Hanzo. Please go to Master Hanzo." Interesting, face directly. "Hanzo? I don't know how Hanzo's physical condition is now." "You know, it's because of Hanzo's physical condition outside. It's already a struggle." "Interesting." Cap 281 is only so few words. North Maple saw through the whole situation. Have to say, this man's brain is very good. No way. After a little hesitation, he chose to leave Hong here. After all, there are many back players left by him. As long as Hong doesn't meet the level of Kaienzu Zujian, it will be fine, and even if he meets, he can support the arrival of Bai Fenglin. The person who lay down seemed to look at Fenglin with some effort, and said, "Young man, come closer." It can be said to be a safe batch. Fenglin followed these 2 guards away. Following these 2 people back and forth between the pipes is an unprecedented experience. The 2 people in front were only following orders, but they were also very shocked. It has been many years since Master Hanzo gave such orders, so they were respectful when facing Fenglin. The 2 gods are the guards of Master Hanzo, and their status are naturally very high. It is because of Master Hanzo's magical order that Fenglin accommodated this, and Fenglin followed them for a while. I don't know why I want to find myself. After all, there was no communication before. Maybe it's medical treatment. Fenglin thought about a possibility. In any case, he is still a medical ninja, even though there are not too many people who may still remember that they are medical ninjas. Soon, he came to a high tower. Have you lived in the tower? Fenglin has learned about the customs here, and only the dead live in the tower. Fenglin arrived, and then opened the door. It was a spacious place. There was a man lying inside. The 2 people behind them have also disappeared. Obviously, Their task is to bring people here and then disappear. Fenglin walked in slowly. There was no great decoration here, just like a small home that couldn't be more ordinary. Fenglin closed the door, and the person in front of him had to spy with him, which he knew. Fenglin tusk tusk tusk. This line has a feeling of explaining the funeral. I can only walk in, and then look at the person in front of me. Ninja demigod. Someone once said that Fenglin would become such a new demigod. I don't know what Fenglin thought about this. Now this ninja world demigod is already in front of Fenglin. This man fell on the bed, wearing a breathing mask, and a thin body. It seemed that there was no explosive power. Fenglin looked at this person and seemed to be in a good state. It was not that he was surprised that his state was okay, but that he seemed to be a little bit wrong. Hanzo looked at Fenglin for a while. Young people are really good, but unfortunately they are not from our Uin village. Hey, where did this sudden emotion come from? This is not the first time Hanzo has seen Bi Fenglin. The feeling of seeing Bi Fenglin this time has really changed a lot compared to the previous time. Hanzo looked at the person in front of him. From the eyes and the look in his eyes, he could see how strong the North Maple Forest was now, and only people like Hanzo knew about such a small place. Although Hanzo has always disliked Konoha, and there are people who don't like Konoha, but for younger generations who have real talents, Hanzo is still very fancy. It seems that your body is not so bad. Although Fenglin used interrogative sentences, what he said was affirmative. Fenglin is also a great medical ninja, big and small, and they all looked at this Fasto face. Anyway, from this point of view, Hanzang has nothing to do with it. Hanzo seemed a little surprised. Oh, you can see it. No wonder, you are also a medical ninja. Then he felt a little amused. It seems that many people have forgotten that you are still a medical ninja. Young man, come here. What's the purpose of getting here? Hanzo said that it was an understatement, but the brilliance in his eyes all showed Hanzo's true thoughts. For Hanzo, he was pretending to be sick, or in other words, he really couldn't make it anymore. Taking advantage of his strength, he brought all these people out and killed them together. Give the younger generation a stable Uin village. Fenglin was a little confused about Hanzo's meaning, and asked his own purpose. He didn't have any purpose. It can never be said to use you in the Dioxia organization. This is not great. But I quickly replied, I have heard about the water escape in Uin village for a long time. I am here to see the water escape in Uin village and see if there is any way to improve myself. It is also a real purpose. It's not very important. Oh really? This question rose in Hanzo's heart. I didn't expect that Fenglin's purpose was this. I thought it was sent by Konoha to intervene in Uin village. Suddenly, I couldn't tell whether Fenglin's words were true or false. But the Fenglin in front of him, no matter what, it would definitely not work. After all, Fenglin's combat power is too high. According to Hanzo's estimation, he may be about the same as himself, and now he can't provoke a person of the same level at will. So the atmosphere froze all at once. After a while, Hanzo said, "It's a good thing for young people to pursue progress. If I have time, I can personally give you some advice." It was originally just as an opening remark, which is what we commonly call a polite set. Who would have thought that Fenglin quickly answered, "I will stay in the rain for a few days and watch some unique water escapes at will. Don't bother me much. I hope I can discuss with you before I leave." Good fellow, this old man. Things are about to start talking in the clouds again. These people are so good at playing these things. No matter what the old thing is for, he hides his body is a good situation, and at first glance it is for the yin. That is to say, he is afraid that Fenglin will tell the situation. Fenglin told Hanzo directly that he had already seen through, and he didn't want to care about these things. So let's give him some water escape and a fight. I assume I don't know anything. This is what Fenglin means. I believe Hanzo can hear it out. Maybe before the 4-level Ninja World War came, it could be guaranteed. Sure enough, half hidden, completely not grab as saying North Maple embarrassment, but the eyes of a microphone. Well, if you leave, I do down on over, to accompany you learn from it. Tut tut. afraid of their own path. It's too early to make a shot. It seems that Hanzo wants to play a big game. I just don't know if Akatsuki's organization exists in the opponent's goal. I want to come to most of it, but I don't know where it is. When both of them are pregnant with ghosts. Besides, this must be a confidential incident of Hanzo. How could it be possible to pull it out and talk nonsense? Some things have to be calculated. Cap 282 has a basic premise. The atmosphere between North Maple and Hanzo eased down. Then Hanzo took the initiative to chat about some of the current situation. Not to say that Hanzo completely believed Pfenglin's words, but some things, if you spend some time to inquire, you can find out. And there weren't too many topics between Hanzo and Pfenglin, so they just used this thing as a topic. After talking about something else, Pfenglin chose to leave. A very simple thing. Hanzo will not easily believe in others, especially the North Maple Forest from Konoha. Konoha is one of the 5 major villages, and it is the first of the 5 major villages. Although the Uin village in front of him is stable, it is not far from the worst of the 5 major villages. How do you compare with Konoha? Of course, Hanzo didn't know that the current Uin village had also changed. And under Terumi Ming's reformer leadership, maybe the tail position of the crane could be removed in one fell swoop. But what does it have to do with Pfenglin? Pfenglin has nothing to do with these things. Pfenglin walked down from the high tower, and I have to say that it is another old drama bone. I am afraid that these people who hurry up to fight for power will be disappointed. Slowly returning to the place of residence, Pfenglin's eyes suddenly showed something. According to the news that the old thing revealed at random, the current Uin village is roughly divided into 3 factions. One faction is the successor faction, and is also a direct descendant of Hanzo. This faction still occupies many advantageous positions. The second faction is the faction that Pfenglin escorted back. There are many professional killers in this faction, and the person who escorted back is a descendant of a big name. It can be said to have people and money. As for the third faction, it is the Akatsuki organization in the form of mercenaries. The Akatsuki organization in this period was not an organization that was so abnormal in the later period, arbitrarily provoking war. The current Akatsuki organization is relatively young, but it is a pity that the first leader Yahiko has belched. It is not too much to say that Hanzo and Shimura Danzo joined forces to kill. So the current Akatsuki organization was vaguely degenerating, and his style of doing things began to a little bit non-compliance with the rules. It's a pity that in the original plot, I don't really know much about Hanzo, but I know a lot about Akatsuki. It was almost after the Third Ninja World War. Nagato seized the power of Uin village. I don't know what the price was. Then Uin village became one of the bases, because the unique culture of Uin village is that many ninjas are killers or mercenaries and don't like to interact with other people very much. Therefore, not to mention the superb strength, the behavior quirks, are all normal. After all, they are all killers. So, Hanzo really died in this period. Otherwise, Nagato wouldn't be in charge. Hey, he was pretending to be sick in bed, but the ghost knew he could pretend to be dead. Pfenglin still wanted to fight Hanzo. After all, a fight with someone of this level would definitely benefit a lot of thieves. Pfenglin glanced, Tusk. He was really anxious. Now in this world, people with strengths like Hanzo's level are really counted. Moreover, in order to see the unique water escape, this sentence is not a joke. Only by fighting the strong, can you make an appointment with the stronger one. Even if he is a genius, it is definitely impossible to have no actual combat experience. By the way, Nagato, Akatsuki, should I take the shot, or should I take a look? I have some headaches. For this Akatsuki organization, it would either be strangled ahead of time, but without Akatsuki organization, a new, more secretive organization would not work. If it doesn't matter, this Kixia organization is really annoying. Annoying batch. Let's take a look first. These 3 factions are fighting against each other. If Hanzo does not exist and interfere, if the 3 factions go to war, except the Akatsuki organization, they can win. It was so straightforward. It didn't mean to look down on Akatsuki, but it was really low. Forget it, let's take a look, but unfortunately there is no one's identity here. Otherwise, with some support, let's engage Master Hanzo. Turn over and do you iron, isn't it fragrant? After Fenglin thought for a while, he decided that he didn't want so much for the time being. With these scrolls sent by Utsunomiya to unfolded, it's time to take a closer look. Let me see how unique the unique water escape in Uin village is. After studying for several hours, Fenglin heard a knock on the door. Master Fenglin, it's just what Master Hanzo asked us to bring to you. Take a look. Isn't this the guard who took him to Hanzo? This is interesting. Okay, Fenglin replied, and then took things in. The guard turned around and left. He said it was to study the unique water escape, and the other party sent them over. What can be given by Hanzo is nothing simple at first glance. Hanzo's meaning is also very clear in this process of delivering things. Boy, no matter what you want to do here, you said you have to delve into the unique water escape. Good, now, I have sent you to come, so don't go out easily, and delve into your water escape honestly. This should be the reason why it will be delivered soon. GT. It seems that this old thing is going to help the waves. But it's true that I got everything in my hands. Well, let me see how to talk about it first. Leave these alone for now. Fenglin took out the scroll Hanzo gave. Shui dun middle dot heaven weeping. The sudden rain falling from the calm time and space was caught off guard, and the high-speed jet of water from the mouth made the enemy vulnerable to a blow. Jai Ian. Damn, this technique seems to have been seen in Konoha. This technique was developed by the second generation of Hokage, but it was considered a niche technique. It was taken by Hanzo to borrow flowers to offer Buddha. Whoever loves to practice the art that comes out of the mouth will practice it. Fenglin only felt sick. There was a fire escape technique that was the same, ejecting a fireball from the mouth, inflicting a blow on the opponent. But Fenglin's technique that broke out from the normal way was much more powerful than this one. Why did it come out of the mouth? Fenglin felt that it was only disgusting, and it was unnecessary. If it is for the pursuit of concealment, then this water needle did indeed do it, and the opponent thought it was saliva at first glance. Oops, no, I feel even more disgusting when I think about it. Looking at this technique, Fenglin called MMP directly. It is impossible for me to practice hidden technique, don't you? Damn, if you develop one by yourself, it won't be over. Chapter 283 said so, but think about it carefully. This concealment means that it should be suddenly sent out from some places that others have not thought about. In this way, it is obviously better to spit out from the mouth. TSK Tut, there will always be a way to change it. Let's take a look. Shuidong middle dot water swamp spikes forms a huge water lake, similar to the land of a swamp. On the swampland, it will cause sinking, and then there will be spun laces shooting out directly from it. Give the enemy the greatest surprise. Jai Ian. Water escape middle dot rainwater requirement. It is best to use this water when it rains. Escape. Mark the enemy people within this range. Good guy, there are 5 spells in total, which are sent from Hanzo, and 3 of them are Yinran's spells. One is the perception technique, which is the water escape middle dot train. Only one is pure injury. Really, although he doesn't lack the spells for large-scale damage, it's all this kind of yin spells now, so it's not good. From these techniques, it is true that Hanzo did a good job, but these techniques are all unique and even a little weird. How to use it next depends on how Fenglin has improved it. Fenglin thought about these people and couldn't help being very happy, not for anything else, because these techniques could be carved into the scroll. In other words, the strength of the people around you will be guaranteed, which is enough. This is Fenglin's hard work, and after trying to get some escape techniques from several ninja villages, he designed and changed a spell. 3 days passed in a flash. Maybe it's Nagato them. During these 3 days, Fenglin often watched these escape methods, and then adapted them into his own spells. It can only be said that the effect is very significant. When I am bored, I will make fun of Hong, make fun of a few words with her, and change my mind. Another thing is that Hanzo-sama's injury seems to have worsened. Anyway, these 2 days have been panic. Some people in the village are already taking action with each other, and after seeing that no one is in charge, they become even more presumptuous. Fenglin is constantly observing through the information from Utsunomiya Yuto and Hanzo. TSK. It's just that Hanzo doesn't trust him much. Even if Fenglin and Hong went downstairs to have a meal these few days, Fenglin could feel that someone was observing in the dark. But it doesn't matter if it's just observation. After living in this place for 3 days, Fenglin and Hong chose to go out and visit. This turn has caused the secretly observing people to constantly move their positions. What these people didn't know was that just as the observer walked forward, there was another person with a black cloak watching them behind them. Under the cloak is another mask. The man in the black cloak turned around and walked away. According to the intelligence, Nagato appeared. TSK Tut. The water body is still easy to use. The key is that it is raining again. The water body can also absorb some water energy autonomously, and the battery life is improved. Fenglin walked towards the outside of Uin village and reappeared. It was already a long time later. Here is outside Uin village. But here, the corpse is horizontal. The appearance after the massacre was everywhere. Fenglin approached and saw these traces in his heart. There are few people on the other side, and even a few people are pitiful. Fenglin headed towards some places, and this place was the place the traces faintly pointed to. In the distance, suddenly there was a loud noise. Is that direction? Fenglin turned into blue lightning and headed towards that place. If you detect the enemy, you will naturally slow down and hide your identity. But there is no need to hide the identity for now. Fenglin rushed over with all his strength, and when he reached the place, it slowed down, and the goal was many psychic beasts. Behind the psychic beast, there are 2 people with black cloaks, watching the psychic beast slaughter the enemy on the ground. Fenglin tut, what a big official micro, just look at it like that. Okay. Fenglin took the ninja on the ground at will. No way. His own spell, that release method, is really only used by himself in the entire ninja realm. That is to say, if you want to conceal your identity, this spell can't be used. Anyway, everything else is the same. The aquablue light circulated in the shinobi. It's like a ghost shark. The 2 men in black naturally saw Fenglin in Saobao. Some of them were like this. It was obvious that everyone was wearing the same black cloak, but the blue brilliance seemed very irritating. Middle dot 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 ask for flowers middle dot 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 middle dot. Maybe Fenglin likes it better. The man in the black cloak on the right originally wanted to make a move, but was quickly blocked by the man on the left. You may not be his opponent. Hearing the words of his teammate, the man hurriedly stopped. Fenglin was walking between the psychic beast and the enemy at this time. It seemed that they had received some new order, and these psychic beasts roared at Fenglin one after another. Fenglin looked at these psychic beasts, and found out that Mada, this time he was playing big. In the eyes of these psychic beasts, the eyes of reincarnation all revealed. Seeing these reincarnation eyes, Fenglin suddenly became cautious. Originally thought it was false news or never encountered it. Unexpectedly, I just met Nagato when I opened my eyes. No. The bastard's reincarnation eye has never been closed. Headache. Fenglin is not unable to do the reincarnation eye, but some functions of the reincarnation eye are too abnormal, and he has to hide his identity. Mad. The aquablue brilliance speeded up the circulation, and when the thunder-like blue light was about to burst out, it was abruptly restored to the aquablue brilliance. Facing these psychic beasts coming towards Fenglin, Fenglin was only a stab But this speed was a bit fast. After cutting off the head of this psychic beast, there are other psychic beasts around. Good guy, is this a psychic beast battle? Wouldn't you bully me? Well, if it is really summoned, then there is no need. Fenglin faced these psychic beasts face to face, which was a crushing force in terms of strength. Whether it is the speed of the knife or the damage when the blue brilliance flows, able to lay down the psychic beast cleanly. At this time, the man in the black cloak finally believed, Nagato, do you think this person is a little weird? Nagato's reincarnation stared at this person, as if to see him through. It's a little weird, I feel his body is somewhat unique. I just used the function of the reincarnation eye, and I can't use it for the time being. Xiao Nan is a little puzzled. I'm talking about why this person doesn't use ninjutsu. Are you talking about his body? A. Chapter 284. You still don't want to do it at BI Fenglin at a 999 price. What do you mean? The little master killed so vigorously, and you have a crazy crit. Don't you appreciate it? Nagato did not explain clearly, aware of what. Let's go. And then we would leave with a small south together. Xiao Nan obediently followed the steps of Nagato. As soon as this sentence came out, Xiao Nan could not speak. You, improper. Fenglin quickened his pace, and then instead of focusing on kills, he interspersed. You too, please stay. Fenglin called after changing his voice. As soon as this sentence came out, Fenglin felt a little bit wrong. This sentence, tusk, seemed to have a great cause and effect. Fortunately, it's not a fellow Taoist. Please stay. Fenglin didn't dare to transform into blue lightning, but the speed was still very fast. Seeing that Fenglin didn't make a move, Nagato didn't make a move, but slowly panting, as if it would be dysfunctional next moment. Fenglin glanced at the people in front of him. After walking such a short distance, as soon as the breeze blew, he saw the faces of two people. It was Nagato and Xiaonan. This reincarnation eye is really beautiful. I don't know why. Fenglin is a little envious of this reincarnation eye. I took a look at Xiao Nan. Yes, Xiao Nan is also very good looking, even compared to his own daughter-in-law. But it's not much worse. Fenglin went on to say, brother, I think your face seems to be sick. I am a doctor and should be treated. His face was serious, as if he was talking about something big, but what he said was a little messy. Nagato hadn't said anything yet. Xiao Nan's expression on one side changed and he was a little angry, just about to detonate the detonation talisman directly. What nonsense are you talking about? A few detonating symbols were posted on Fenglin's body. Even if Fenglin didn't have much preparation, Xiao Nan, Aunt Liang, could not put it on. Fenglin went on to say, you should also feel backache during the day and night, weakness and chills in the limbs, pain in the solar system, and pain in the pupils. Nagato smiled. I have some ability. This sentence is obviously admitted. The Nagato I saw in front of me was still a man with sound limbs and able to walk on his own, but it was a little weak, and I might have to delete a few words. How should I put it? The first half of Fenglin's description was actually kidney deficiency. After all, Kakashi used a writing wheel, including Sasuke using a writing wheel. His eyes would be destroyed. What's more, the reincarnation eye on it. Nagato suffers great pain day and night. But what Nagato doesn't know is that soon Nagato will endure even more pain. In this fight, Hanzo died, but Nagato could no longer walk. On the one hand, it was because of the intensity of the battle, and on the other hand, it was because of the backlash brought by the reincarnation eye. So you can probably know how violent this backlash is, and it is equivalent to abolishing Nagato in one fell swoop. If it weren't for the mysterious ability attached to the reincarnation eye, Fenglin couldn't help but sigh. North Maple and then said, now nursed back too late, even transmigration eye power, he can offset some, or else a war down. You can scrap it slightly. At the moment the small south miffed, As the small South Nagato people around him naturally knew Nagato's physical condition and knew that what Pfenglin said was true. But the timing of Pfenglin's appearance was really hell. The psychic beasts of Nagato were just slaughtering the enemy, and Pfenglin slaughtered several psychic beasts. Hey, brother, our relationship, isn't it right? It's also, on this occasion, something is wrong. The scene is a bit awkward now. If you change it to another occasion, maybe you can sit down and take your time. Pfenglin smiled slightly. It seems that these two people feel that it doesn't matter for the time being, so they should also withdraw. I was an ordinary doctor. It's a pity that I want to save people. Pfenglin seemed a little sad. TSK Tusk, it's Uin Village. It's really nothing good. If it weren't for the bloody environment surrounded by corpses, this look might be more reliable. With a message for you. Hanzo invited me to see him. His body seems to be better than yours. After saying this, Pfenglin's figure disappeared like a pool of water. Up. Wait a minute. Before Xiao Nan's voice came out, he saw the scene of Pfenglin dissipating. Why? How is it possible? This is a clone. Xiao Nan was a little surprised. Nagato is the same situation. I don't know why, but Nagato regrets it a bit now. This person is just a clone, and he can slash and slay the psychic beast one by one. What kind of strength his deity is like? Xiao Nan and Nagato looked at each other, with some doubts in their eyes. What on earth did this person think? Why they felt that the other party felt like they were acting rashly. You said you want to talk about cooperation. He first came up and said, you are sick. Then he said that your kidney is weak. The only valuable news seems to be Hanzo's physical condition. Hanzo's body, isn't it that way? Nagato said lightly. Originally intended to take advantage of the chaos to get rid of Hanzo and then take the lead. Thought it was a very easy thing. The result. It's just the honest-sided words of this person. I don't even dare to show his face. Xiao Nan said. The two slowly walked away with some thoughts. Obviously, Pfenglin's words still had some influence on them. In Uin Village, Bi Pfenglin and Hong, who were shopping, looked at these things. If you want to say that the good things are good, it is the industrialized products here. But how can such things be given to girls? I am not a straight man. In Pfenglin. While fighting with Hong, a little light flashed in his eyes. Tusk, don't listen to the old man's words. It turned out that it was the deity in Uin Village, so the scope of this clone technique still has autonomy, which is really awesome. Originally, Pfenglin planned to accompany Hong as a clone. Later, I thought that it was more interesting to accompany his daughter-in-law. And it was not like Hong being angry about this kind of thing. Tut. Anyway, the reminder is in place. Now it's up to Nagato and how they want to play. Pfenglin was just a move that he played casually. It was most useful. If it wasn't useful, Pfenglin stretched his waist. Couldn't this be solved violently? Pfenglin is also ready. It is this time. I don't know if Uchiha will intervene in with the soil. Chapter 285. Well, what also do more pipes? North Maple eyes flashed some of pondering. Pfenglin brought some thoughts back to the place where he lived, and there was still red around him. In fact, this kind of feeling is also good. That is, living with your beloved, go shopping together when you are fine, and then you can go home and wait. To be honest, Pfenglin has never felt this way before. Apart from meeting Hong. Every time she meets Hong, everyone is full of joy. This is a very strange topic. There are also some small love stories. Pfenglin plans to stay on the day of the wedding to speak. TSK. Fortunately, I didn't say what I was going to do, otherwise this flag was very scared. When we got married like this, what else would come back to drink together? Basically, it was going to die. The thieves were miserable. Pfenglin looked at the red around him, somewhat rejoiced. Hong looked at Pfenglin, saw Pfenglin staring at him, and then kissed him all at once. Xiao Nizai, you are playing with fire. In the afternoon, someone was knocking on the door again. Pfenglin couldn't help but vomit. Let's guess who the lucky guest is this time? 27 opened the door and found that it was the guard. Oh, what are you coming to do with me? Pfenglin said. The guard immediately said, This is where Master Hanzo is here. I have to trouble you to come with us. Another guard said hastily. GT, call yourself to come directly. What a big official account. It seems that he and Hanzo haven't gotten to the point of getting acquainted with it, so it's okay. Anyway, I'm bored, so I just dropped by to find out if there is any new information. Although 2 pieces of information are still sent to me every day, these pieces of information are still complimentary, which shows that neither party has the real information for themselves. No, it can't be said that it is real information. It can only be said that both Hanzo and Utsunomiya have concealed some information. So which aspect will it be? For example, Akatsuki Pfenglin came to the tower with some questions. If Pfenglin went in alone, he would have to be a lot more skilled this time. I walked straight to the front and found that Hanzo was already sitting up this time. Pfenglin looked at Hanzo's expression and his expression, and said, Master Hanzo, are you not going to hide it? Hanzo returned, naturally not, Pfengjun. You are very honest recently, and what you said yesterday we can go outside the village, as long as we don't let the people in the village find out. Oh, yes, after returning from Nagato yesterday, Pfenglin asked the people who followed him to report something to it. Hanzo put on a black cloak so that he could hide his identity. I hope Hanzo-sama can discuss it with myself. I thought Hanzo would drag it until he left, or he didn't even plan to go to the appointment at all. But today's Hanzo, Tusk, seems extraordinarily attractive. Hanzo and Pfenglin quickly left the village. TSK Tusk. Basically there are no people, and in everyone's perception, Hanzo is half dead. How can it be singled out with others outside the village? Maybe, this is how Hanzo's hands are itchy. I don't know if Hanzo's hands are itchy, but Pfenglin's hands are itchy anyway. Yesterday, when I was having a conversation with Nagato, I thought the thief regretted that he should take the opportunity to make a move. Anyway, the clone was there. Just play around with your hands. Hey, forget it. Dissipate in time and leave some impressions on Nagato and Xiaonan. Don't force it. Playing chess belongs to playing chess. The layout of Pfenglin is quite casual in many cases. The fact that the twisted melon is not sweet is one aspect, and Pfenglin has always felt that the best calculation is actually not calculation. Hey, my opponent is too cunning. Like Shimura Danzo, what other imaginary enemies are you, Akai Hamadora? These people have nothing to provoke, so that Pfenglin still prefers to fight the enemy half to death in places like the opposite platform. At least you don't have to think too much on stage. The operation is over. Pulling away. Pfenglin calmed down and looked at Hanzo in front of him. The current Hanzo is actually far from its peak state, but Hanzo at this period is still very strong. It was Hanzo in this old age who, in the face of the young and powerful Nagato, had to beat Nagato and paid the price of disability. One can imagine how strong Hanzo is. Get ready, let's do it, Hanzo said. It's not so big, but Hanzo is used to it, watching many amazing juniors launch challenges in front of his own eyes. Some people's paintings kept passing in front of Hanzo's eyes, such as the amazing Sannin. They had just entered the battlefield at that time, and it was enough to get a tie with themselves. There are also 3 ships, working hard with their lives, and finally won their own approval. The picture keeps moving forward. Maybe because I am old, I always like to lament some young people. So, now, Pfenglin, it's your turn. Hanzo always cherishes talents, and he especially values some younger generations. If these younger generations challenge him, Hanzo will feel very happy. If that's the case, then Hanzo is undoubtedly a good person, a senior who loves younger generations. However, it is a pity that these talents will simply cherish their talents because they will not pose a lot of threats to Hanzo. If he threatened his position, Hanzo would wipe out this person at all costs. Just like Nagato's companion, the man named Yahiko. Hanzo stared at the North Maple Forest in front of him. Pfenglin was not polite, and began to attack seriously. Waterlaw middle. Water swamp spike. Pfenglin's fingertips sketched some spells. Since you have given yourself a chance, Of course you must cherish it. Fenglin used this spell that hadn't been long since learned. It's not bad, Hanzo is complimenting in his heart. This is the ninjutsu that was handed over to Fenglin not long ago. This Hanzo naturally knows. But judging from the speed and scope of this excitation, Fenglin is still quite strong, and he deserves the title of genius. This ninjutsu was developed by Hanzo when he was young. Not to say that this technique was developed when he was young, so it must be bad or young. But Hanzo at that time was still a relatively imaginative person. Otherwise, I wouldn't think of it and develop so many ninjutsu. Chapter 286. The huge water swampland surrounded Hanzo, not only brought the sinking effect, Hanzo knew what the next one was. Not only was Hanzo dragged into this swampland, Hanzo's hands were also sealed. Huodun middle dot detonate flame array. Hanzang's palm slapped the ground. This water swampland and the place where Fenglin was located, the ground suddenly sank, and Fenglin turned into a blue flash and left here. Then naturally there was no explosion, and Hanzo took advantage of the situation, and then the fire escape was liberated from the water marshland. Isn't it wasteful that the opponents ran away and exploded? Hanzo looked at the Fenglin in front of him. It was indeed blue lightning. This kid was so fast. Fenglin used thunder method to escape from the range. It's really arrogant, this time the demigod of the ninja world. One is not to mention it on rainy days, but the situation in Uian village is suitable for water escape. Fenglin thought it could have a wonderful water escape competition, but unexpectedly, Hanzo would use the fire escape to solve his own water escape as soon as he came up. Fenglin is a bit funny. It stands to reason that Huodun should be used by Fenglin, who was born in Konoha, and Hanzo, who was born in Uian village, used Shuidun. But the first encounter between the two sides turned out to be the reverse. Okay, just the first round. Fenglin and Hanzo released their next ninjutsu at the same time. Hanzo Uian went to the bottom of the ground, Psychic Art middle dots and Show Fish middle dot further. TSK, have you summoned the psychic beasts? You are really cautious. The huge fire attribute array condenses in the sky, and the sky under high temperature evaporates at the instant of rain. There are some that have not been evaporated, but are also the batch of high temperature. Fenglin's spell is also outlined, Meteor Fire Curse. Just kidding, who said it's better not to use fire escape on rainy days? I'm going to use this fire method. Then Fenglin sketched the spell, Water Law middle dot water cage technique. Fenglin looked at the meteor fire rain curse in the sky. It had been used many times, and each time Fenglin used it, the damage would be greater than before. I don't know whether it is gradually comprehending the meteor fire rain curse, or that Fenglin's cultivation base is getting higher every time. In any case, the meteors of this meteor fire curse came at Hanzo, and this time it was a rainy day. This so-called fire rain is just right. Hanzo looked at the meteor fire curse in front of him, but it was too late to resist. Nor did Jingfu hardly connect, but let Jingfu drill into the soil. Hanzo looked at the meteor fire rain curse in front of him. His hands imprinted, Shuidun middle dot water array wall. Exclamation mark. The huge waterfall-like volume of water formed a huge wall. Naturally, there is no problem with using this technique to consume Huodun, and a good defensive technique. But Fenglin felt disgusting. That is, this technique came from his mouth again. Fenglin's heart called MMP. Can these people invent some normal ninjutsu? But seeing Hanzo's defense come down, then, before Fenglin finished thinking, he felt something approaching him. Fenglin turned into a thunderlight and appeared on the other side. Then there was the huge psychic beast. Jingfu let out a breath. This is the skill of advancement, poison spray. Fenglin looked at the poisonous mist in front of him, tusk, but he hadn't encountered this situation much. Leaf a lightning spear. A straight blue spear leaned forward. Not just a handful, but also a handful. Fenglin chose Hanzo not far away, joking, not just let your psychic beast suffer this kind of pain. It was not to tie up Hanzo, but these water cages merged together behind Fenglin, like a wall. It was a little troublesome, this Pfenglin admitted, but it is impossible for me to squirt something out of my mouth. Not only that, Pfenglin turned into a thunderlight and flew towards Hanzo. A knife appeared in Pfenglin's hand. Gwen was on the knife, and there was some noise on the surface of the knife. You know, this is just an ordinary knife. Pfenglin took the afterimage of thunder and lightning and slashed towards Hanzo. Hanzo drew his knife and stood up, turning the knife and rolling back. This kid was so fast. Before he could think about it, the instantaneous technique was activated, and Hanzo made a seal with one hand, and the other hand collided with Pfenglin's sword. Then Hanzo's figure seemed to be teleporting, arbitrarily switching where Hanzo wanted in this space. Pfenglin's eyes followed quickly. Ulfar, the flash of lightning. This is a move released with the help of this knife. It was as if this sword took Pfenglin and captured Hanzo's fast-moving body. How could it be possible that Hanzo had never thought that this face slimming technique was actually cracked? Hanzo stretched out his figure a little, and Juju quickly made it again. The body retreats while the seal is completed. Even if Hanzo is old, based on these things, who dares to say that Hanzo is old? Dyrus is Shui done middle. Water dragon bite. Hanzo said. When Hanzo used water escape, no one could compare it to others. It can be said that in the realm of single water escape, Hanzo is the god. A huge water vortex appeared in front of Pfenglin, and the spell that had just been used had to be changed again. Pfenglin also opened the distance, just as there was a current impact from Pfenglin's previous location. Pfenglin escaped. But suddenly there was another water impact behind it, and the water flow below changed course, and then a huge water dragon was formed. This wave was called Water Dragon Collision. Pfenglin's Ulfar flooded the blade in an instant, and then slashed towards the tap below him. Just as he stood down, the huge thunder power instantly penetrated into the middle of the water dragon. Just as the water dragon swayed from the left the kings to the right, with a sudden snap, Pfenglin's knife unexpectedly broke. I knew that a knife that I was holding was really bad. Fortunately, I am not a ghost swordsman, otherwise, if this knife is broken, I feel uncomfortable in my heart. The knife does not matter, anyway. I am also ready for the next operation. Shui done middle. I Tan Long is right, it was an old friend who appeared again, and a bigger water dragon appeared, and Hanzo's was also a faucet, and Bi Pfenglin's great white Tan Long was still very serious. Hanzo was not to be outdone. Water escape middle. Water tooth bullet. This technique is to combine compressed water with a whiplash. Should it be counted as physical damage? If Pfenglin's knife was still in hand, it would be simple. Now, I can't let Pfenglin's body hardly resist this water bullet. Facing this scene, Pfenglin smiled slightly. Chapter 287. Exquisite aqua blue dragon lifelike, under the reflection of sunlight, not to mention the shiny scales, and even fine lines on the scales are extraordinarily vivid. If Hong is here, you will know that Pfenglin's strength has improved again, or that it is not that strength has improved, but some subtle areas, more exciting than before. The water magic Dai Tan Long has undergone several adjustments. Each time after using a spell, Pfenglin will make certain modifications to this spell. Not far away, Hanzo looked at this huge water dragon, and couldn't help but admire Pfenglin's special spell in his heart. Sometimes it's to improve the entire spell, sometimes it's to look more brilliant. Zwang Bai Pfenglin had to say that in this respect, he was a genius of Danzong. It was obviously not a curse that was drawn at the beginning, but both hands. But now in terms of its power, it is that the power of the spell is much greater. Hanzo never thought of himself as a good person. When fighting, he acted more like a gentle and fierce elder. It's hard to imagine that these two words can be used in this way, but as mentioned before, Hanzo is a demigod, and I don't know how many battles he has experienced in his life. Some are so-called battles of life and death, while others are battles of mutual understanding. For now, it is still not clear whether Pfenglin and Hanzo are higher or lower. But being able to tie with Hanzo at this age is enough to show Pfenglin's successor strength. Hanzo couldn't help but sigh for Pfenglin, This strength is really not built. At this age of Pfenglin, the courage to dare to strike in front of Hanzo. The last one was Sanin, and the three of them were still working together to fight Hanzo in a half-blooded state. Only with this is a tie. In such a conversion, doesn't it mean that Pfenglin is already equivalent to Sanrin at this age? Hanzo was surprised inwardly. At the same time, there is a burst of light in his eyes. Is it to be true? Hanzo had some changes. After all, Pfenglin was not his own, but also an enemy. From Hanzo's eyes, it was natural to see that Pfenglin was still in a period of rapid growth and strength. The strength now is so strong, and will continue to grow stronger. Hanzo couldn't help but his face sank. Pfenglin naturally didn't know, but in just a moment, so many thoughts flashed through Hanzo's heart. After all, now, the water escape of two people collided together. There are no earth-shattering explosions, and no gorgeous scenes, only the collision between a delicate water dragon and a half-sized water faucet. As Pfenglin looked at the scene in front of him, he didn't know when Hanzo disappeared. Hanzo has always been a self-confident and paranoid. Unlike the careful calculations of the three generations of Hokage, Hanzo has only self-confidence. Confident enough to not accept the kindness of the 5 ninja villages. And at the same time all 5 ninja villages are regarded as imaginary opponents. Hanzo knows that no one can trust it. Hanzo was suspicious enough in this regard. The contradictory character instantly bloomed on him. What made Hanzo make up his mind was that he was too old. Who can count on the descendants of Uin village to hold North Pfenglin? Is it his own ineffective offspring, or an official who is busy seizing power? At this moment, Hanzo did not take Nagato and others in his heart. Hanzo's figure came out of the water dragon, effortlessly, joking, Hanzo, is the strongest person in the ninja realm. Water Dune. And Water Dune is invincible. To escape through the opponent's water without consuming it is something that Pfenglin can't do now. Pfenglin stared at Hanzo closely. How did he do this? Hanzo's figure and instant acceleration make it hard to imagine that this is a ninja entering the old age. The technique of instantaneous body. Hanzo pulled the distance again. The current Pfenglin was only a few positions away from Hanzo, and at the speed of both sides. It was just a blink of an eye. Pfenglin secretly said that it was good, and a deep blue appeared in his eyes, which was a color different from the water law. The water dragon not far away and Hanzo's Shuidun are still anxious. The blue in Pfenglin's eyes was also seen by Hanzo, who was close at hand. Hanzo silently used his unique skill. Swordsmanship flashed. The extremely fast speed pierced through the opponent. With his own ninja sword and the fast speed, it was really an afterimage. It depends on how Pfenglin was broken. Pfenglin quietly sketched the spell, or rather, Pfenglin sketched it too fast, so Hanzo couldn't even react to it. The blue in Pfenglin's eyes burst out instantly. What is the speed of riding a horse? Pfenglin only accelerated in an instant, splitting all Hanzo's offensive lines, and then turned around, without any wares, but the blue lightning group jumped in his hands. Hanzo is only confident, but not blindly confident. DSK, to be honest, this technique is still affected by Brother Waterman, and the whole result is similar to the spiral pill technique. Whether it is power or speed, it will surprise opponents. With a muffled hum, Hanzo was a little weird. How did this kid do it? Pfenglin doesn't care about Hanzo's ideas. It's rare to meet such a good opponent. Maybe it can inspire all the strength of Pfenglin. Pfenglin is very happy. In Pfenglin's eyes, the blue light bloomed again, and Pfenglin suddenly had a new idea in his heart. And Pfenglin was about to move. It's better to give it a try, keep fighting, keep learning, and keep generating new ideas. This is Pfenglin. Pfenglin pulled back a little distance. When Hanzo saw this, he didn't continue to attack, but changed his breath, and then stared at Pfenglin, thinking about what countermeasures he might have. After a short while, Pfenglin's hand had a blue mass. Pfenglin looked at the mass in front of him, took a deep breath, and then took it seriously. Pfenglin looked at the blue light, using Hokage's words, these are chakras with thunder attributes. powerful and unpredictable. But from a higher perspective than Naruto World, this group is very particular. There are so many thunder methods. Many people can't use this panic thunder method. Even if they use them, they don't know how the thunder method changes. Fenglin had an idea in his mind. The right hand is full of thunder method, and the left hand hooks the chakra of thunder between heaven and earth. The masses slowly change their shapes. Hanzo looked at this changing shape extremely slowly, wondering if Fenglin was zooming in. Just as he hesitated, the mass of Fenglin gradually took shape. But suddenly, the mass seemed to change. Chapter 288. Fenglin realized that something was wrong and the secret path was not good. So he slapped the mass aside forcefully. This thing was about to explode, which Fenglin felt. The sound of thunder and tear came. Although Hanzo didn't know what was going on, he felt that the energy of this thing was a little irritable. Hanzo's figure also followed away. The two figures didn't go far away, and the energy collapsed together. Then he made an indescribable strange sound. It burst instantly. The foreplay of the explosion was seemingly unharmed silence. A huge shockwave blasted towards the surroundings. The end is the big scene. Hanzo suddenly came to Fenglin's side. "Boy, what do you want to do?" Fenglin was also a little helpless. "Let's run first." Under the explosion, even Shui Dun was instantly annihilated. Inside, Fenglin felt this energy wave. It seemed that it wasn't just the thunder attribute chakra fluctuations, which felt so strange. But Fenglin couldn't look back. "I didn't even look for death like that." After a while, Fenglin said, half explaining and half thinking, "This is an idea I just had during the battle. It's not the first time that my endurance can't hold my chakra." Nonsense. Every time I took some ninja casually. From the beginning, it was a parallel knives, and then another ninja casually picked from the battlefield. "It's weird that you can meet good ones." Fenglin went on to say, "Why can't you use chakra to make a knife, an energy knife?" Hearing this thought of Fenglin, Han Zhang's heart was full of MMP. Because Fenglin's idea was actually not the first time it appeared in the ninja world. But there are no successful cases. No, it's not right. If you insist, there are actually successful examples. That is Uchiha's stunt, Susanoo, and other than that, it is really gone. So it can be said that Fenglin's idea is really good. But it is very difficult to achieve. No. Didn't it explode during the BI Fenglin experiment just now? Chakra's collection is not very stable. If it is stable, it is impossible for ninjas to use this chakra for battle. Therefore, it is conceivable that Chakra, who was already irritable, was compressed into a ball by Fenglin. This is not very terrible. What's terrible is that Fenglin used another chakra to change the appearance of the original chakra explosion. Even if BI Fenglin is not using chakras, but the external form is that of chakras. Once chakra came to the outside, regardless of whether it is sealing or using techniques, it is inevitable that some other chakras will be absorbed. This problem was just thought of by Fenglin. Just the explosion just now, logically speaking, the element of the thunder attribute is normal. But why did it cause the explosion? Not all because Fenglin changed the grumpy chakra at will. It's even more because the mass of BI Fenglin has changed. Fenglin was thinking, if you really want to do it, you can refer to Susanoo. Although their use relies on the blood limit, but their state can be used for reference. Hanzo said. Hanzo didn't really believe that Fenglin could make it out, but he would not casually suspect such a strong man. That's right, they are the strong ones, even if Fenglin and Hanzo have not finished the match. But Hanzo still thinks Fenglin is a strong one. Does Susanoo care? This god-level skill. Fenglin was suddenly awakened. Indeed, Susanoo is almost right. But Susanoo can care about this. As Hanzo said, it is the unique school of Uchiha's family. Moreover, Fenglin didn't write round eyes, so it can be seen but not used. But this problem is not big. They can all change the nature of chakra into that ghostly appearance. Can't I change it into a knife? Fenglin thought. Senior, why don't we come here? Fenglin said. Obviously, Fenglin is also very enjoyable, facing such a master. In Fenglin's eyes, There were some scenes just now appearing. TSK Tut, some places are still interesting. Fenglin is quickly summing up. First of all, in terms of speed, Fenglin's speed is faster than Hanzo's, which is beyond doubt. But at which moment the previous two people intertwined the attack. Fenglin felt that Hanzo's speed was instantaneous and terrifying. Middle dot 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 ask for flowers middle dot 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 middle dot. Under such a close distance, facing such a quick attack, Fenglin can block it. If you change to someone else, you will lose your life or be seriously injured. For Hanzo, the injury of the enemy means death, because Hanzo's knife is very poisonous. Knowing this, Fenglin didn't dare to confront Hanzo from beginning to end. I lose face, others lose their lives. But if there is a weapon in hand, it is hard to say who wins and loses. GT. Facing Fenglin's proposal, Hanzo nodded. Just in terms of speed, he was worthy of the title of his demigod. No matter what Fenglin had previously produced, Hanzo had a qualified and quick means to counteract it. It is normal for Fenglin to have so many methods. 0. But I didn't expect an old man in this state to be so terrible. Fenglin also admired Hanzo's methods very much. Fenglin and Hanzo moved a little apart. Next is the real drama. Hanzo began to seal, and Fenglin also sketched a spell. Facing Hanzo, Fenglin had some new ideas. First of all, he had to limit Hanzo. Looking at Hanzo, Fenglin couldn't help but think of a combo. Water without water. This is the disgusting spell of this thief. Repels all water content in the body. Fenglin also knew that Hanzo was the only one in the world in terms of water escape. Therefore, the other party is restricted from using water to escape. Then it's a combination move. Hanzo was at Jin, and suddenly felt some suppression, and then with the North Maple Forest as the center point, there was no water within 30 meters. If Hanzo was really using water escape, he would be drained by the lack of water at this moment. This spell is really served. Not only that, Hanzo also vaguely felt some suppression, not from the water escape, but an indescribable feeling. Hanzo ignored this feeling. In the next instant, Hanzo's Yuin was completed. Huodun burst flame array. Who could have imagined that? Facing a not weak opponent Fenglin, Hanzo did not use his best Huodun, but actually used Huodun. Looking at Huodun, Fenglin was puzzled. Chapter 289. Puzzled return. North Maple did not have this situation where panic. Fenglin's combat experience tells Fenglin that after the opponent uses something unconventional, the next move is not very simple. Leaf a lightning gun. Fenglin opened the buff. A feeling of oppression more intense than before rushed towards Hanzo. Hanzo felt the oppression. Dude, haven't he used his power yet? What this kid hides is quite deep. But unfortunately, your reaction is still too slow. The sky full of sparks swarmed towards Fenglin. Fenglin looked around and found that a lot of flames had been ignited around him. So, was this the purpose of Hanzo? Although he hasn't touched the flame yet, Fenglin has already felt it. Regarding Hanzo's fire escape, don't say that he has opened a waterless land now. Even if there is no waterless land, Hanzo's fire escape is enough to offset the power of water escape, because this flame does not seem to be an ordinary flame. Yes, Hanzo is still quite strong. Fenglin feels tricky, but this arouses Fenglin's fighting spirit even more. Yes, it is a demigod. Fenglin's eyes had an extremely brilliant blue light, which represented that Fenglin had used all his strength. Fenglin hasn't used the method of thunder. Hanzo's fire escape instantly exploded. It turns out that Hanzo's fire escape can absorb another escape method, and it can burst out on a large scale, with another chakra attribute. Just in this place, that is the moment when Fenglin did that experiment exploded. It turns out that the fire escape used by Hanzo was to use the lightning method of North Maple Forest. Fenglin was in the middle of the explosion at the moment, and it could be such an endgame in a careless manner. But is this all there is to it? Fenglin tried his best to escape from the center of the fire escape, and then activated the golden light curse. After trying his best to avoid it, Pfenglin defended it with all his strength. Even if Pfenglin was in the explosion, Pfenglin's first reaction was to counterattack. At this moment, it was obviously just a discussion, but Pfenglin regarded it as a real battle. Hanzo was also a little dazed. What kind of person is this? In a flash, a gun with a blue light arrived in front of him. Good fellow, it's really a thief. Hanzo didn't expect Pfenglin to even dare to let go and attack. And Hanzo just finished using the fire escape burst flame array. This fire escape is strong, but because it can absorb other escape methods, it consumes a lot of money. And Hanzo basically doesn't have much spare power right now. Hanzo gritted his teeth, and had no choice but to instantly suffer nothing. Used to slow down the speed of the lightning gun. The gnawing sound of Kiwoo and Shunlai gun burst out, and it did not have any effect on Shunlai gun. But there is less than a second. Hanzo used chakra forcibly, then deflected a bit. A lightning spear struck Hanzo's left arm directly, bruising most of Hanzo's arm. Before Hanzo could catch his breath, Pfenglin rushed out of the flames in the next instant. Pfenglin held another lightning gun in his hand. Pfenglin's mind was quite clear. Since he couldn't use pure energy to form the state he wanted, he would use his existing spells. Strengthen your combat effectiveness. There is no extra language, and it's just a matter of moments. Pfenglin had already arrived in front of Hanzo, and the second lightning gun pointed directly at Hanzo, staying in front of Hanzo. Although Pfenglin rushed out of the flames, causing burn marks on his clothes, a little embarrassing, but Pfenglin's eyes seemed to be as dazzling as the sky full of stars. I have the whole world in my eyes. Hanzo gasped for a little. Good boy, okay. Then he went silent. You won. Although he was a little unwilling, Hanzo was not a person who couldn't afford to lose. In this competition, Pfenglin had a narrow victory. But winning is beautiful. Quite beautiful. Hanzo recalled the performance of the two people in his mind, and Pfenglin was also summing up. Pfenglin glanced at Hanzo, a dog. Fortunately, it was just a bruise. The previous Pfenglin didn't keep the slightest hand. If it weren't for Hanzo's quick response, the first lightning gun is enough to penetrate Hanzo. GT. Pfenglin couldn't imagine the consequences. MMP. He almost slaughtered the soul of Hanzo. in village. Pfenglin didn't dare to imagine the consequences of a part-time job. Joking. Hanzo can die in old age, can die in the hands of others, but cannot die in Pfenglin's hands. I think that if Hanzo died in Pfenglin's hands, there would be the whole UI in the villagers sought revenge from Pfenglin, and Pfenglin couldn't help but fear. It happened that in the entire UI in village, most of the ninjas were proficient in assassination techniques. Who could bear it? Facing countless assassins, even if Pfenglin only used a few shots of instant thunder guns, he could turn the opposite side. But he couldn't stand the trouble. Pfenglin quickly said, Senior, are you okay? It's no wonder that Pfenglin stopped asking this sentence. It's really because Hanzo in front of him is worse than Pfenglin. Fortunately, the two of them can wear black cloaks when they go back for a while, otherwise the trouble will be serious. Hanzo just stared at the North Maple Forest. You will become a big figure in the entire ninja world in the future. As Hanzo, saying these words can only mean that Hanzo believes that the future North Maple Forest can become the entire ninja world. God. Not a demigod like Hanzo, but a god of the entire shinobi realm like Sanjuzuma. Pfenglin just smiled. Can't say, I always think so. It's a bit shameless. Pfenglin took a closer look at Hanzo, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he found that there was nothing serious. Then Pfenglin said, Then let's go back to the village first. Hanzo naturally has no opinion. It was as if at this moment, Pfenglin became the leader of the relationship between the two people. Pfenglin and Hanzo embarked on the road back to the village. Then Pfenglin began to recall the battle just now. It can be said that it has benefited a lot. The two sides have come back and forth, and it is more interesting than talking with Beliu and Brother Waterman. Of course, Beliu said that it's not a discussion, it's horrible. Recalling the battle just now, Some of Hanzo's methods are worth learning. Fenglin can guarantee that Hanzo is not at the peak now. After all, he has reached his old age and is still pretending to be sick. First suppressed Fenglin with water, and then the instantaneous technique of close combat, which broke out at that instant. Even Fenglin almost couldn't react to the fast speed. As for the entire ninja realm, the speed is similar to Fenglin. There are only two people, a 4th generation Raikage, and a 4th generation Hokage. Chapter 290 Words. So it was only 3 people. Dare safe to say that, under the Hanzo moment of the outbreak, with the pure speed to escape even counter what other people are saying, tut tut. Most of it is going to be explained here. With just such a hand, Hanzo is worthy of the title of a demigod, not to mention Hanzo's other methods. What I just said was only Hanzo's melee ability. Although he didn't directly communicate physical skills, he wouldn't be worse off if he wanted to. This time Fenglin saw Hanzo's Shui done. It can be said that Hanzang has spent all the time playing with Hanzang. Fenglin finished boasting Hanzo. There is also some performance in the face of Hanzo. Fenglin was more serious this time, and he didn't use all his strength in the face of Belial, but facing Hanzo, Fenglin almost used all his strength. Any method can be used. This wave is not a loss. DSK. That is, this is a discussion, only the long-range attack is changed to melee, if it is a life-and-death battle. Fenglin thought about it for a moment. MMP, maybe he still has to play like this, after all, in the actual 27 battles, as long as he can kill his opponent. Fenglin thought about the operation of his own water method, the majestic Tanlong, and the waterless land. But his original intention was after running out of waterless land. Restricted Hanzo, and then he was using thunder or fire, and he shot into the soul. It's a pity that Brother Hanzo didn't use the following method, but used a kind of fire escape that B.I. Fenglin had never heard of. If it's just about the appearance, some of the fire escapes that Fenglin saw, there really are such similar fire escapes. However, neither the range of the flame nor the explosion speed of the flame is a simple matter. Although Hanzo didn't explain Fenglin, Fenglin also saw that the fire escape burst flame array had absorbed or transformed the aftermath of his previous explosion. No, the word swallow is more accurate. Fenglin instantly thought, and then, from this trick, can there be any lessons to be learned? For example, Fenglin used Huo-dun, after the explosion, and then released the spell that swallows the explosion. The opponent shouldn't have thought that the next spell would be this spell plus the previous one. The corners of Fenglin's mouth curled up a little. This is what's interesting. Fenglin then thought, this technique shouldn't be as simple as it seems. Fenglin's meaning is that this explosion escape method should have some limitations. Specifically, it should be expressed as the restraint relationship between different attributes of chakra. The simplest example is the fire escape used by Hanzo. If B.I. Fenglin's previous spell, or the previous spell on Hanzo, used water escape, there would be no way to absorb it and explode. There must be something that complements each other. It's like the wind borrows the power of the fire, and the fire borrows the power of the wood. Fenglin seemed to have opened the door to the new world, and couldn't help but rejoice. After 2 days, Fenglin is thinking about something in the place where he lives, and is constantly improving. When he is bored, he accompanies Hong to go around. Although Hong didn't say it straight, Fenglin still felt that Hong was a little impatient in this place. Think about it, this ghost place is really a ghost place. Not to mention the rain every year, there are few entertainment items, and the fun of shopping in Hong Kong has been defeated by the continuous heavy rain. It's almost time to come to Yuan Village. Fenglin checked the time and stayed for a week. Well, after solving some things, he can go to the next place. Fenglin quietly went out, and then inquired about what happened in Yuan Village. It was just 2 days and it was huge. The successor faction, the official faction, and the Nagato faction have been unable to bear it, and team battles have begun around the village. Brother Hanzo sits high on the Daiutai, watching the little fishes below keep swimming. But Fenglin also noticed that Brother Hanzang still started in some places. Very subtle, It seems that Brother Hanzo still dare not let go completely. Want to come too. The current situation is actually very easy to divide into 4, but Hanzo couldn't delay this matter for a long time. If it takes longer, it will inevitably be found by people from other ninja villages and intervened. That's right. What Hanzo is afraid of is old silver coins like Shimura Danzo. After all, these old silver coins are very dirty. If you are not careful, Uin village may become Konoha's affiliated ninja village. There is another physical condition. After the battle with Pfenglin, he felt that his body was not good enough, so he had to speed up his pace. Pfenglin went out for a day, and after meeting a few people, he left Uin village the next day. When we left, whether it was Brother Hanzo who sent someone, and Utsunomiya Yuta also expressed their farewells, these people didn't pay much attention. After all, they were thinking about fighting for power. No matter if Pfenglin was gone, at least everyone didn't have a top expert to rely on. Pfenglin and Hong left Uin village. Neither Hanzo nor Utsunomiya Yuta knew that there was another person in the dark, wearing a black cloak, looking at them. If he walked in, he could see the blue pupils. I finally left this place, Hong said happily from the side. Pfenglin said to Hong gently, I have suffered you during this period of time, and we will leave here soon. Hong nodded happily. This little Nizai didn't want to stay in this place for a day. After a few hours, he finally left the area of Uin village. I want to know if I left the area of Uin village. In fact, it is easy to be a thief. It is simple, convenient and quick to see when there is no rain. Lin, where do you go next? Hong asked. Pfenglin thought for a while, and said, the next task is to be completed, although they are all tasks that are handled smoothly. Red Nature obeyed. After another week, Pfenglin and Zai Ryong completed several missions, all of which were fairly simple missions, and some of them were Shanglin missions. Several missions of Zongren were completed by Hong. Pfenglin watched from the side. Under Pfenglin's attention, Hong was actually a little nervous inexplicably. But Pfenglin didn't say anything. The red finish is quite okay, and I didn't use some of the scrolls I gave it. If the scrolls were used, then Pfenglin would have to talk about red. There are still a few ninja missions. Hong tried first, and with the help of illusion, Hong actually completed it well. Chapter 291. Bi Pfenglin and Zai Ryong have walked a long distance, and they have also walked through ups and downs along the way. Pfenglin looked at the fragrance of birds and flowers, and felt that the temperature here was obviously higher. The next place to go is a very small ninja village, which is not directly displayed on the map. Yanzai village is located to the south of Konoha. It takes 5 days to reach it. Yanzai village is a relatively closed ninja village. It is said that there are some ninja villages that are not suitable. There are very few types of ninjas and there is no famous place, and don't interact with outsiders. Everything is self-sufficient. The word is closed. Pfenglin searched the archives for a long time, and finally found a record about Yan village. Even said that this record is not about Yan village. The original document says, the place where the volcano erupted, there was a village named Yan. If it weren't for the existence of a volcano, then this place might not have been recorded. Pfenglin asked the people who recorded the archives in the village and found that no one had been to this place. There was no place worth remembering in Yanzai village. Even the name of this village of flames is named because of the existence of volcanoes. This place is really a magical group, and there is no clear record. For many people, they may never hear of such a place in their lives. Pfenglin also felt a little curious about this place. The reason I went to this place was because of the existence of volcanoes. When Pfenglin practiced his own spell, he still needed some points worthy of reference. The ecology here is quite good. It is not as desolate as Pfenglin thought. What I saw before my eyes was an open plain. On the plain, there was a row of standing houses. From a distance, it didn't look like a place where birds don't shit. Pfenglin looked at the Yan village he was about to arrive, and said to the red around him, Be careful of everything after entering here. The people here are closed. I probably haven't heard of the 5 great ninja villages outside. Read some incredible. It is hard to imagine that this world has not heard of the existence of the 5 great ninja villages. This is really an incredible thing. Fenglin recalled some of the process of searching for information. The person kindly reminded that after entering this area, it is best not to say that you are Konoha, because there is no concept of these things in it. As soon as Fenglin heard these words, an image of a barren land was formed in his mind instantly, which made Fenglin sigh with emotion. At the same time, I was very careful about this place. Here, Fenglin no longer has the original plot worthy of reference, and it is a bit exciting to say. Fenglin felt a rare challenge. For a long time, Fenglin's style of doing things has always been the same. After all, with this self-confidence and mastering countless intelligence, it also takes a lot of opportunities. When I got to this place, it didn't mean that I couldn't push it horizontally, but I was more cautious. But it's just a little more cautious. With my strength and Fenglin, do I still need to care about this? Fenglin walked into the village of Yan with Red. The land here and the roads on the road are bumpy, just like the countryside. Although many places are named after the village, this is the only one that gives B.I. Fenglin such a strong sense of village. I have to say that the air here feels quite comfortable. It is not refreshing, nor is it the smell of the sea like in Uin village. The air here is filled with a peculiar smell. Fenglin looked at the Yan village in front of him, smiled slightly, and let me take a look at that. What's so strange about this Yan village? Having entered a place with a house, Fenglin felt that the village in front of him seemed a little strange. On the left is a house, and on the right is a farmland. A large piece of farmland, but some farmland, which seems to have been burned by fire, looks uneven. 2 people were wandering not far away. Fenglin and Hong walked over, planning to ask for directions. At least you have to ask about the general situation of this village. As soon as he walked in, Fenglin felt something was wrong. This man crouched, his clothes stinks, and he didn't know how long he hadn't changed his clothes. Fenglin gave Hong a warning gesture. Then a person moved forward. Auntie, may I ask? Before I finished speaking, Fenglin was stunned. Looking at the person in front of him, he was ready to do it. This person is slow. Turning his head slowly, what made Fenglin stunned was the dirty face with the pump head in front of him, and the pair of completely white pupils. What kind of pupils are these? Completely white, as if there are no eyeballs. But this person, staring at Fenglin, felt that he was a sighted person. This person stared at Fenglin, and then the corners of his mouth squirmed slowly, as if he hadn't laughed for a long time, and pulled out a somewhat weird one. The Ark. North Maple looked at the pure white, with empty eyes, which seemed to feel that there is another person in the same spy. The other side of this smile, as if to say, welcome to the village of inflammation. The person opened his mouth slightly, and some tiny bugs crawled out of the mouth. Fenglin didn't wait anymore, even if it was to apologize to this person later. Interesting. Didn't it cause any big waves? Premise is that this person can still be called a person. Fenglin used thunder method, and the blue light instantly threw this person to the ground. Fenglin can guarantee that there is absolutely no excessive power. This person didn't move anymore at once. The worm that crawled out didn't move anymore, and it froze in place. Fenglin used both hands to check this person's situation. Then Fenglin's face changed. Stepping on a horse, there is no 5 internal organs in this person's body. Fenglin vaguely felt that there was no anger in this body for a long time, and the current state could not be called a human. Fenglin looked at the person nearby. The water magic was activated instantly, without any extra action, just to trap this person. Unexpectedly, the person who was trapped took a step forward, and then ran into the cage of the water law, and fell limp to the ground. Fenglin looked at the bug on the ground, and as the person fell, the bug stopped without climbing a few steps. Something. Chapter 292. Side of the Red renowned for these scenes were terrified. Even though there were many missions and even many people killed with their own hands, it was the first time for such a weird thing to appear. Fenglin first checked this person's situation. The same hollow and weak pure white pupils, and the 5 internal organs were also absent. MMP, what's all this? Fenglin naturally didn't believe this was a supernatural event. There was definitely someone making a ghost. Fenglin closed his eyes, thought about it carefully, and found that he had not found anything about this in the original plot. It's not surprising to think about it carefully. After all, there are no allies friends in this place, and no people silly. If there are people who are fooling around, there are indeed. For example, Uchiha Madara and Akatsuki organization. They fool around when nothing happens. After all, they have a conspiracy. Well, looking at the tragedy in front of him, Fenglin couldn't help thinking, this is the conspiracy of that big boss? Fenglin squatted down, looked at these bugs. The water law gave it to his hands, and then looked at these bugs. The main reason is that I don't know if these little bugs are poisonous. Facing these scenes, I can't be too careful. After careful inspection, Fenglin's face sank. Switch both hands. Then it covered the corpse again, feeling the same. No, it's not right. It's not that simple. Compare it with another corpse. Sure enough, it is the feeling of the 5 internal organs. It's as if these little bugs are the 5 internal organs of the original corpse. So these things are so-called goo worms? Fenglin thought for a while and couldn't help but come to this conclusion. So who is it? Fenglin stood up, and Hong walked to his side. What's the matter with these people? Hong asked cautiously. Fenglin said, I can't see anything from the corpse. So let's go inside and be more vigilant. Hong nodded. Fenglin and Hong knocked on the doors of several nearby houses and found that there was no one. After breaking through the door, everything placed inside was covered with ashes. In other words, it has been at least a month, depending on the extent of these ash. Looking at the furnishings in the house, there are no industrialized things inside, and many of them are handmade. This also shows that this place is indeed relatively closed. The small peasant life of male farming and female weaving. This idea emerged in Fenglin's heart. After closing the door, Fenglin and Hong came out. After all, there was a smell in the house. Fenglin used the water method and clone technique. Fenglin and Hong returned to the corpse for the time being. Let's make some records. Then let the Avatar turn this village of flames back again. Fenglin didn't believe it anymore. Doesn't even a living person exist in this place? Fenglin analyzed the 2 corpses from the perspective of a professional medical ninja to see if there were any forgotten places. After a while, the perception of the clone was transmitted back to Fenglin, except for a certain place. Fenglin was not surprised either. According to the perception of the clone, there is indeed no living person in the entire Yan village now, and there is no trace of human beings. This kind of person, well, let's call it a wanderer for the time being. There are about a dozen wanderers. They were all adults, and the clone did not touch these wanderers. Some rogues also watched the Avatar come and go. It seems that as long as there is no contact with the rogue will not have any special reactions. However, there was a place in front of the clone saying that something was written there, and Fenglin sensed what the clone had passed back. Said to Hong, go to a place ahead. Fenglin and Hong set off towards one place. When Fenglin and Hong passed by these wanderers looked at Fenglin one after another. Then a weird arc was revealed. The mouth opened slightly, revealing some worms. Then it fell to the ground. Hey, is it okay if the clone passes by? Doesn't this mean that someone is monitoring here? TSK Tusk, things are getting more and more interesting. Leafa middle. 9 Heavens God Thunder. When whizzed past, destroyed the bodies of these people. In Leafa, these corpses disappeared in smoke. Fenglin uses thunder method instead of thunder escape. Ulfar, purge the evil and wash the darkness, is the thunder of the Lord's slaying. Anyway, under the coverage of Thunder Far, the evil and strange will be destroyed. Fenglin and Hong came to a place where the clone induction middle dot 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 ask for flowers middle dot 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 middle dot. Here was written a sentence with special materials. Never come back. Never again. 3 huge. The exclamation point showed a little fear and malaise. This sentence, in other words, there are still living people in this place. It's just that they all ran away, Fenglin thought, and the clone began to look for it again. The house in Yanzai village is counted as a family of 3. After these wanderers are cut off, there are still about 50 people. So where did these people go? If you stay on the ground, just such a sentence can let Fenglin know a lot of information. First of all, the people in this village of Yan clearly know what these wanderers are like in this place. They left the wanderer to survive. So where can I escape? Fenglin looked at the volcano not far away. Will there be any living people there? Fenglin and Hong then rushed towards the place of the volcano. Then there is that sentence, never come back again. This tragedy happened in the village of Yan, and there was a sense of confession in it. Tut, what will happen on Earth? Fenglin came here just to see the volcano. He didn't expect that there would be unexpected joy. It's better not to be the Uekai Hamadara and Akatsuki who are making ghosts. But it wouldn't be Xiao organizing these people. In this case, Fenglin could provide a guarantee. Interesting. Half an hour later, Fenglin and Hong came to the crater. The dark black land here. Fenglin knows that these land is a good place to grow food. Not far away, it is true, and there are grains on it in some places. It seems that we have found the right place. Fenglin headed towards the place of grain. The smell of sulfur in the air is even heavier. Someone. Fenglin noticed that his gaze fell on him. In that direction, Fenglin turned into blue lightning. It was in front of this person all at once. This person was shocked. What the hell? He was only a few hundred meters away just now, and he was in front of him in the blink of an eye. Don't panic, we don't have any malice, Fenglin said. Expressed his kindness for the first time. Chapter 293. Tut, a little tricky, Fenglin thought. This person turned his head and shouted loudly, Demon, the devil is here. Fenglin stunned the person. In this situation, there is no way to communicate with this for the time being. The village of Yan met a person. This is very mysterious. The village of Yan is actually quite xenophobic. For this person, the village of Yan does not have much good face. Fenglin looked at this person, and after turning it over, he first checked his body and found that his physical condition was not bad. That is, he was poorly nourished. Fenglin looked at the surrounding environment, too. This place, after leaving the village of Yan, even if it cultivated a little new grain, it was definitely not so timely. I'm a little curious, why don't these people just leave this place? This place is about to reach the volcano, and it is not far from the previous village. Yan village encountered some weird things at first glance. Fenglin didn't think that these people really had the courage to continue to face it, and they didn't know what would happen to these people. In other words, what happened? After Fenglin let Hong come to his side, using illusion, let him tell what happened in this village. Fenglin said. Red nodded, and then asked Fenglin to wake the person. His hands were printed, and some different brilliance appeared in his eyes. After this person awakened, he hadn't made any preparations, and then he fell into the illusion. The expression in his eyes became hollow with no brilliance, and it seemed that some strange things were flowing in it. Fenglin asked questions immediately, and then this person answered. Later, both Fenglin and Hong learned about the situation in this village. This person's name is Chishang Longyuan, and he is a ninja from the village of Flames. As Fenglin had guessed, something happened to the entire ninja village. Not just that. In Chishang Longyuan's narrative, Fenglin and Hong knew a lot. Tusk, something. When I heard this, Tusk, God, a big breeze. But not long after, some people in Yanzai village began to follow this person, respectfully calling this person a god. After hearing this name, Fenglin suddenly saw something, the god of heaven, or the title of god. Few people dare to call themselves, they are the honorific titles of others. In the entire ninja realm at present, those with this title are counted. God of Ninja World, Kaienzu Zujian, the god of ninjutsu, Sarutobi Hitoshi, demigod, Hanzo. There are not many other than that, so the title of god is very lofty. How should I put it? That is to say, people other than that are self-respectful, and they think they are very powerful. In fact, when they encounter something, they just die suddenly. Fenglin and Hong continued listening. After being sought after by some people one after another, someone in the village of Yan found something was wrong, and it seemed that the atmosphere in the village of Yan was a bit weird. The number of ninjas in the village of Flames is not too many, barely 7 or 8 people. These 7 or 8 are the ninjas who guard the village of Flames. The 8 people were divided into 3 groups. When one of them went to investigate the affairs of the god, it was discovered that they had disappeared mysteriously. The remaining 6 people immediately reported to the village chief of Yanzai village, and then they didn't notice the strangeness of the village chief, and they went to the place of the gods with the village chief. The change happened. Everything was so unprepared. After the gods killed the 2 ninjas in front of everyone, the village head actually shouted, "Long live the gods!" There were 4 ninjas, facing this kind of thing. They escaped in the first place. After calling the villagers, I took a closer look at the situation in the village and found that the people bewitched by the gods were all elderly people. When the 4 ninjas were at a loss, the village head came to the door. Facing the crowd, the village head had a fanatical tone and said loudly, "Believe in the gods. You can rejuvenate." When the 4 ninjas were divided into 2 groups, and some young and middle-aged also joined them, and began to guard the few people here. For these elderly people, it is simply fatal. When everyone questioned this statement, the celestial god sent a few people back to the crowd, and a few people whose hair had been grayed a long time ago turned black again. The skin has also become firmer. It's like returning to middle age. These people said that if this continues and believes in the gods and attracts more people to believe in the gods, they can continue to be young. That's the youth that I dream of. When I heard this, Fenglin knew that these people were gone, faced with this temptation. And there are actual cases, there are not many people can resist this temptation. This temptation, even in the 5 major ninja villages, is the same situation. Is there something in this world that is gone forever? Isn't it just lost time? Especially at the beginning, some old people started to try with the mentality of trying, and found that they really became younger and naturally recommended them to the people around them. The 4 ninjas felt wrong instinctively. They still knew something about some things, and they also understood how this kind of rejuvenation could be done. This does not conform to the laws of the world. But who cares? Coupled with the help of the village chief, naturally, many people believe. The 4 ninjas took the rest of them and fled the village of Flames. Fortunately, those who left with the 4 ninjas were mostly grown-ups. Some young adults choose to stay in Yan village because they are worried about their parents. The remaining people, one all came to this volcano. Hey, how this god did it? These people simply don't know. Fenglin thought about these things for a while, then asked a few more questions. Indeed, greed, even the legendary 6 immortals can't rejuvenate, let alone the so-called gods. What Fenglin was curious about was how this god did it. Another point, why should I call myself or devil? The panic-stricken expression seems to have another story in it. Fenglin asked this question again. Chishang Longyuan said that it was because the 4 ninjas quietly returned to the village of Flames, only to find that the village of Flames was empty. After searching some places, I found this so-called god. During the so-called sacrifice process, several insects crawled out of the gods and rushed to the people of these beliefs. Then there was a change, visible to the naked eye, becoming younger. Before the gods found out, these people ran away. Section 294. So that the gods, in the end, is how is situation. Fenglin didn't think that just for bearing these few, he could detect the sacrifice process of the gods, and not be discovered. Hey, it's a bit confusing. After asking a few more questions, Fenglin looked at Chishang Long Yuan, and probably didn't know more about it, so he awakened this person. Chishang Long Yuan woke up in a daze, and found Fenglin He Hong standing in front of him, and immediately panicked. "Don't be nervous, we are not the people sent by the gods," Fenglin said. After talking about the fire, you can see that Chishang Long Yuan relaxed a little at once, but he was still very alert. "Who are you? What is the purpose of coming to Yan village?" Chishang Long Yuan asked. What Fenglin thought at first was to say that he was here to pursue the deity, but for this deity, there was only something that Chishang Long Yuan had just said. "I can't say that I am traveling. This kind of thing happened in this village of flame." Ghost believe these words. "We are looking for the crater. Some ninjutsu requires volcano training," Fenglin said. "Moreover, it feels deliberately." 27 These people didn't dare to go back to the village of Yan. They were all terrified. These people do not necessarily have the desire for revenge. Fenglin still gave such a reason, which could be regarded as Fenglin's initial purpose. Unexpectedly, as soon as this sentence was said, Chishang Long Yuan looked suspicious. "I haven't heard of any ninjutsu that requires volcano training." Tut, in the words of Zhuang Bai, it means that the finches are safe and well known. Fenglin said, "Do you know what is outside of Yan village?" Chishang Long Yuan shook his head. Fenglin went on to say, "Do you know what level of your strength is?" Chishang Long Yuan shook his head. "Do you know that there are several types of chakras in the world?" Chishang Long Yuan still didn't know. These questions were all spoken by Chishang Long Yuan himself when he used the illusion technique to explain it himself. As a result, Fenglin and Hong discovered that this person didn't even know some basic things of cultivation. In the eyes of these people, there seems to be only a ninja. Fenglin looked at Chishang Long Yuan in front of him. These people are really innocent. If I were a god, I would choose this place too, so thieves are so foolish. Just have a mouth." Having said that, in this previous discourse, it seems that the place of worship was mentioned. Fenglin asked directly. Then Chishang Long Yuan looked wary. "What are you asking this for?" TSK. These people, can they not directly express what they think in their hearts? This look is really interesting. Fenglin, are helpful. Hong, who was not far away, was suffocating a smile. "Fenglin can only fool you." No, he explained, "we too are more proficient in sacrificial offerings, and we know more about this aspect. If we can find the gods, maybe we can help you convince the gods and theirs. Believe us." After Chishang Long Yuan heard it, he thought a little. "This matter, please. It's not something I can say." Then this person thought that it was indeed not a god. "Otherwise, I wouldn't ask where the gods' sacrifices are. Let's take these people in first." After temporarily confirming that there are people in Fenglin who are not a god, Chishang Long Yuan took them to the temporary residence. Fenglin winked at Hong, as if to say again, "This person is really foolish." Hong couldn't help laughing. It was really interesting to see Fenglin's casual nonsense. "As for worrying about the existence of the gods, stop making trouble. What's the deal?" Hongdu is not afraid of such things. That is, these people have less knowledge. Fenglin and Chishang Long Yuan were chatting, and after a while, Chishang Long Yuan felt that the conversation with Fenglin was very enjoyable. Without mentioning the previous question in the illusion, Fenglin casually flicked a few words. This Chishang Long Yuan felt that Fenglin was a good person. Of course, Fenglin, is indeed a good person. "Well, you can help the village of Yan to solve the problem. In other words, it is necessary to rely on this volcano. Although this volcano is not owned by Yan village, it is on other people's territory after all. It's not too much to help solve some problems." The people among them couldn't help but feel nervous as they watched the arrival of Bai Fenglin and Red. If it weren't for Chishang Long Yuan in front, these people should have run away. Chishang Long Yuan brought Fenglin and Hong to the temporary residence. "I can't understand the thoughts of these people. If people encounter such a situation in Konoha, they should just rush up directly after suffering. It's not like these people's reactions. It's okay to stray directly. Some people's eyes stayed on Hong's body. Maybe it's been a long time since she saw a girl as sexy and cute as Hong. After Chishang Long Yuan summoned the remaining ninjas and the guards, they accepted Fenglin and Hong. One of them said, "No matter what your purpose is, we don't expect to get rid of the gods. We can tell you the location of the sacrifice." This person seemed a little hesitant, and Chishang Long Yuan quickly introduced, "This is ours temporary village head, Noda Yuichi." Fenglin nodded. Noda Yuichi doesn't know how this person is, I mean the intelligence. It shouldn't be like Chishang Long Yuan's. Not to say good. Maybe the people here are very naive. Fenglin vomited secretly. Noda Yuichi said, "In fact, we don't expect outsiders to covet us anything. It seems a good choice for you to confront the gods. I wish you all the best." Then Noda Yuichi told them, "There are not only one location for the sacrifice, but as many as 4. That is to say, Fenglin did not have time to complete the inspection. According to Noda Yuichi, they had bumped into the gods several times, and it seemed that they didn't find them, or they ignored them. The gods should appear in one of these 4 places. Fenglin looked at Noda Yuichi, which was interesting. He didn't mention the attitude of this temporary resident to Fenglin and Hong, but he told Fenglin that he knew that Fenglin and Hong were foreigners, just like the gods. Fenglin thought for a while, there are still some hidden places in this village. In fact, there was no impact. These people themselves didn't say how to work hard to overcome the gods, and Fenglin actually didn't bother to say anything. Chapter 295. Fenglin thought for a while, and felt that he came here not to help them solve their problems. Since these people have something to hide, then let them go. Even if there is any conspiracy, it is impossible to cause any threat to Fenglin. But what the god did a little aroused Fenglin's interest. Fenglin's heart is a little itchy. This is the first time I have heard of this strange thing in the world of Hokage. They all seem a little weird. I don't know what exactly this god is coming from. Fenglin took Hong and left the temporary residence of these people. Then there are the 4 sacrificial places pointed to. Naturally, Fenglin would not fully believe what these people said, so he had to rely on himself, and Fenglin's mind sank. The 4 water bodies reappeared. Frankly speaking, it is a bit unreasonable to use the water method and water body technique here. The hot air here consumes a lot of water and body. But it doesn't matter if it is a one-time item. Shui walked towards 4 places. The next step is to take these clones, conduct a preliminary exploration of these places, and then decide where to go to Bi Fenglin and Hong. The strength of the water body, how can I say it, can use some water spells, but other attributes, and some spells from the system, can't be used. But with the strength of these water bodies, it is enough to face such small scenes. Bi Fenglin and Hong Yuan rest. TSK Tusk. In fact, resting in a temporary residence is also a good choice, but people are not very welcome. Fenglin felt indifferent to this kind of thing. Not pursuing these things, on the contrary, the existence of this god evokes the joy of Fenglin. After a while, Fenglin and Hong came to one of the places. Here, the location is near the volcano. There is still some distance from the temporary residence. Fenglin came here. According to the observation of the water body, there are people among them. Here is an open-air altar, and then there are some walls around it, meaningless. Fenglin let Hong stay here, and then sneaked into this place alone. As soon as I entered the wall, I saw a very tall woman with insects all over her body. These insects were different from those of wanderers. If it is different, you have to walk in and see. As soon as he saw this woman, Fenglin knew that this person was the so-called god of heaven. No way. The appearance and temperament of this woman are completely different from the temperament displayed by the people in Yanzai village. This woman is quite tall. She should be the tallest woman Fenglin has ever encountered, and she is almost the same as Fenglin itself. Then there is long white hair, naturally neat, and the facial features are quite exquisite. It is not enough to describe it with exquisiteness, it can be called glamorous. The beauty of this woman is different from the beauty of Red. The beauty of Red is more pure and more natural. Anyway, the grade is smaller. The god of heaven wore a long white dress and fell to the ground, looking very holy. If you look at this scene, you can't speak of a god of heaven. It's no wonder these people believe this man's nonsense so easily. Also, this holiness had to be reflected in the absence of flying insects all over her body. Fenglin saw this goddess at the first glance. She was really good, and when she looked at it at the second glance, she used some perception abilities. Just such a probe. This person doesn't feel right. Facing Fenglin's exploration, this person didn't react at all. You must know that Fenglin didn't use that kind of hidden exploration method. It's an ordinary probe. If the other party is a shinobu, they can perceive that someone is exploring her. In this way, the opponent is either not a ninja or a middle tier person or below. But a person of this kind of strength can do these things? Fenglin had some doubts. In the next moment, Fenglin saw a suffocating scene. In front of him was a young man. His eyes were normal people's eyes. Everything was no different from ordinary people. This person shouted, "Long live the gods!" The goddess just looked at him indifferently. In these people's eyes, it seemed as if there were no bugs. In the next second, bugs emerged towards this person, drilled in through the shouting mouth, drilled in through the nostrils, and drilled in through the ears. This person groaned and wailed in pain following the impact of the insects. The goddess in his eyes still looked at him so coldly, as if looking at an ant. There is no sentimentality. Fenglin saw this scene. Murder. This person is really ruthless. This person is no longer saved. And he can't be saved even if he rushes out. After a feast of insects, a few insects crawled out and flew to the goddess' side. Fenglin counted them. 5. A large group of bugs entered, but 5 came out. However, the worm that came out was different from the worm in the wanderer's body. The man wailed in pain, and as the 5th bug flew out, the man stopped wailing. Then he stood up in a posture that was not human. Looking at this person, the person's eyes are no longer normal colors, but blank and pure white. DSK, follow along? Otherwise, obviously, this person has become the new wanderer. Several insects flew around the goddess, and then attached to the goddess' body. The goddess turned and left. After letting the water body tell Hong what was going on, Fenglin quietly followed. While following, Fenglin was thinking, is this the so-called sacrifice? This goddess walked forward at the speed of an ordinary person. Wang Hao. Then when she reached a place, the goddess shot a circle randomly, and insects flew around again. These worms were spiritual, and they formed a flat plate, and the goddess stood up. The bug frisbee took off. Fenglin watched the goddess take off, which was interesting. Not sure whether these insects had the ability to perceive or not. Fenglin condensed his breath to the extreme. In this direction, it seems to be a volcano! Fenglin watched the flying direction of these insects. Follow them. Fenglin thought for a while, and that's okay. Anyway, there is a red, even if you can't ask, you can force illusion. Then just shoot. Fenglin no longer endures. The thunder magic blooms instantly. After the extreme silence, it returns the extreme speed. The blue lightning came to the goddess in an instant. At the moment when he pressed his face, Fenglin had to admit that it was really good looking. Winter. Chapter 296. Fenglin's speed was too fast, and the goddess had no reaction time at all. But Fenglin quickly noticed something was wrong and stopped immediately. MMP. Dare you believe that this goddess is an ordinary person? Fenglin had already clasped the goddess' wrist. White and flawless arms, smaller and exquisite. The dress of this woman is nothing like that of a ninja. Fenglin instantly detected that there was no chakra in the goddess. In the next moment, Fenglin brought the goddess to the ground. What's your name? Fenglin asked. Is it a little weird? It's a little weird. There is no other meaning. I can't really call the goddess all the time. I have to have a name. The goddess just looked at Fenglin without speaking. MMP, I'm afraid of encountering this kind of people who don't talk to you at all. The corner of the goddess' eyes showed a trace of relief and puzzlement. Fenglin didn't know how to read it out. Maybe that was the meaning anyway. Fortunately, this deadlock did not last long. and Hong came here. Fenglin had already let go of the goddess' wrists. I'm not worried that this goddess will run away. In fact, after the goddess was caught, she didn't want to move. No, sir, don't be so cold. Hong came to Fenglin. Is this the god of heaven? Some doubts. Obviously he did not expect that the evil god of the village of Yan was such a beautiful woman. Well, I didn't expect that she would not speak. Use illusion, Fenglin said. Hong nodded. Is she actually an ordinary person? How did she do it? An answer appeared in the hearts of Fenglin and Hong at the same time, and the blood continued to limit. This kind of blood inheritance beyond the limits of ordinary people is possible, so that an ordinary person can achieve this kind of situation. Without chakra, can I use blood succession boundary? This is a good question. GT. Hong Jai Ian, and then the next moment, Hong seemed to be backlashed, and he took a step back. Fenglin grabbed Hong. Did you go back? Hong was a bit unbelievable. This is an ordinary person. With Hong's current achievements in illusionism, it is okay for a person who is new to Shangnen to fall into illusion without knowing it. And Fenglin has confirmed that Zed is an ordinary person. How can ordinary people do it? Hong said, I'm fine, it's just a little weird. It's not just a little weird. If this illusion is useless, then go directly to the final illusion. Hong directly skipped the middle grade illusion. Cast the most high-end illusion. The eyes of the goddess were instantly blurred, but she was awake from time to time. Who is this and why is the still consciousness? She was resisting. Although she didn't speak, she kept resisting. Hong stepped up his efforts, and finally, the goddess fell into it. I can only ask her some simple questions. Her body seems a little strange, Hong said. I also knew that there was a problem in the goddess' body. Before I had time to explore it, Hong came. And what shouldn't be in front of Hong's face? I am a doctor, and I do it for her good. Fenglin thought so. Let's talk about it later. What's your name? Fenglin asked this question again. There is no other way but to ask simple questions, so the simpler the better. Even in this situation, Gwen, this woman is very cold. Spring, Anneletta name. How old are you? When Fenglin asked this question, Hong seemed to glance at him. Well, I really don't mean anything else. How to make people rejuvenate, no matter how you look at it, is a talented person who has the same needs in this area. 27 Quain said. It's unexpectedly young. Fenglin immediately asked a few more questions, and when asked what purpose you had, Quain suddenly came to his senses. Seeing this scene can be considered as expected. Fenglin approached Quain's side, mobilized with both hands, and all his physical conditions appeared in Fenglin's mind. Hong coldly snorted. Even though he knew that Fenglin was looking for information, he was unhappy. This woman's physical condition is a bit bad. She was not careful enough during the previous investigation. Under the investigation with both hands, nothing was hidden. The 5 internal organs seem to be very healthy, but in fact, with a certain overdraft feeling, within 3 years, you will have to die. What is said? Is Quain's motive just to survive? Anyway, those villagers are innocent. Let them go, Fenglin said. Okay, this is a bit of a virgin bitch, but those are all human lives, so you can't just let it go. Greedy, Quain said. It seems that what she meant was that if it weren't for greed, they wouldn't have to pay the price, even if the price was fate. MMP, this woman, can't you say a few more words? Is your mouth borrowed? Don't dare to speak for fear of breaking your mouth, Fenglin said dissatisfied. Quain did not care about Bi Fenglin. Fenglin was a little bit unable to bear the urge to beat him up. Whatever, you only have 3 years to live anyway, Fenglin said. Since you refused to speak, what about the bug? Fenglin stretched out his hand and caught the bug beside him. When Fenglin said that there were still 3 years to live, some panic flashed in Quain's eyes. This panic is not like panic when you hear that you only have 3 years to live, but a kind of worry. It was as if there was something else waiting for Quain to complete. When Fenglin's hand pinched the worm to his fingertips, then he had a chance to take a good look at the worm. It looks a bit like a beetle. It is smaller than it. There are 2 antennae on the head. The color of the tips of the antennae is different from the other parts, and it seems to be still glowing at this time. Before Fenglin looked down, Quain said, let go of it. Hey, he finally found a handle. You are not afraid of death, but you are afraid that the insect will die. So, this insect is very important, or rather, this insect. What's carried is very important. When Pfenglin said this, both Hong and Pfenglin saw Quain's face turn pale, and he lived up to the high coldness before. After making a breakthrough here in Quain, Pfenglin felt another thing. After bringing the spring to the ground, Pfenglin let the clone go to the volcano, which is the direction the spring is heading, and it is always named Bai. What is the purpose of the spring? As a result, the clone detected some interesting things, and after sending the message back to Pfenglin, the clone disappeared. The vicinity of the volcano is too hot, not to mention, this clone has been out there for a long time. Shui himself helped a lot. Chapter 297. Have to say, this method of water avatar, or a bit meaner, Pfenglin was very satisfied with the spell he developed under his boredom, although he couldn't use all the strengths and abilities of the deity. But just the existence of water law is enough for one's own water law and clone to stand alone. Pfenglin took the spring and dread, and climbed to the volcano's mouth. This is a magical place. No one knows whether it is an active volcano or an extinct volcano, and no one has seen its panoramic view here. For many people, they don't come to the volcano crater for excitement. But Pfenglin was here and wanted to see these things. Some light flashed in Pfenglin's eyes. Just now, it was the perception from another water method and clone, DSK. The situation has changed. It's a pity that Pfenglin is now in the volcanic crater of Yan village, so it's better to take care of it now. Soon, there was a red spring in Bai Pfenglin, which came to the top. I have found this place. Are you still reluctant to say it? Pfenglin looked at the goddess in front of him jokingly. Quain just looked at Pfenglin coldly, not knowing the origin of the man in front of him, but what Quain knew was that as long as he acted rashly, the gentleman in front of him would instantly kill himself. This is the sixth sense from a woman. Pfenglin looked at the spring. Tusk. The doubts in some places have dispersed, but more often, the mist is lingering. Once you reach a place, everything is unraveled. Water law and clone are unique water attributes, so they are very sensitive to water attributes and other natural attributes. Plus this is a volcanic crater. Logically speaking, there should be no other attributes of chakra. However, Water Far Middle. Clone felt a strange feeling, and the feeling that this feeling gave Pfenglin seemed to be similar to the temperament of spring. There is a wave of metaphysics. Then let's go down and take a look, Pfenglin said. Go down? Redface was shocked. Are you serious? After Quain heard this, sure enough, was he still discovered? He took a deep breath and said, don't go down. I will tell you everything. Quain said. After all, it was compromised, and Quain was a little weak. Facing a future that I don't know, the future is slim. How can this life continue? Even so, only 3 years can survive. A piece of water could not help but a figure drifted across Quain's mind. It's late. Just below, there are some things hidden, Pfenglin said. Hong followed Pfenglin, even if he was going to die. He followed Pfenglin to die. Pfenglin took the spring, and Hong followed Pfenglin down. Going down the inner wall, only 10 meters away, Pfenglin and his party arrived at their destination. There seems to be some distance inside the built-in hole. Tusk. I don't know why, a person fell off the cliff in an instant, and then there are a lot of genius treasures, and a story about a grandfather there. GT. No, this spring is like this, right? Pfenglin felt that it might be similar to what he had in mind. It is not spacious here, and it is enough for 3 people to pass by at the same time. After walking in, Quain said, really, please, don't go in. His words really carried a lot of fear and regret. Pfenglin ignored the spring. It seemed that there was something in it. To be cautious. The thunderous blue leapt in his eyes, secretly preparing to use thunder method at any time. It's very dark here. There is no place for lighting. DSK, logically speaking, the fire method should be used to illuminate this place, but Pfenglin felt that if he switched to the fire method, something might happen. Then, Leaf a lightning curse. Lightning flashed, shining on the road ahead, and there was a blue road along the way. The rock walls here were pits and pits, and when you walked further inside, you found that something seemed to be rolled over here. It seems to be the destination in the end. After arriving at this brand new incision, some bugs on Quain's body swam forward in an instant. It's strange why they don't fly here. Hey, trivial question. The corner of Quain's eyes didn't know when there were tears, as if he saw something. The little bugs headed forward. Here is another altar, different from the 4 altars there. There are worms around this altar. Inside the worm pile, in the middle of the altar, there is a person. Middle dot 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 ask for flowers middle dot 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 middle dot. Well, if you can still be called a person. This person's body is connected with worms. The end is disgusting. This person's face is yellowish and thin, and the whole body is close to the bones. Fenglin looked at the person in front of him. Something was wrong. Wolf activated instantly, approached this person, and Quain weakly stretched out his hand. As soon as Hong saw that the spring had no influence on Fenglin, he ignored the spring. Fenglin took a closer look and started with both hands. When he noticed, he quickly left this place. In his eyes, Gwen jumped wildly, fierce in the future. Recalling what I had just discovered, this person's body is all made up of bugs, and it doesn't matter if this person doesn't have 5 internal organs. Insects are his 5 internal organs. In other words, his 5 internal organs were too old, and he couldn't help replacing them with insects to extend his life. Fenglin only had contact with this kind of bug a few times, and found that this bug, instead of absorbing the vitality, and then storing the vitality, this is something that has never happened in the entire ninja world. Fenglin only felt this vaguely, until he felt this person's body before he realized that this was the source. What is the situation with this person? Fenglin asked Quain. Quain said blankly, this is my great-grandfather. In order to continue his life, he has absorbed a lot of things. Grandpa. He quickly settled an account in his heart, almost 100 years old? As if he knew what Fenglin was thinking, Quain said, he is a period earlier than Kaienzu Zujian. What age do you think he is? MMP, serious? At the same time as Senja Zujian, this is an old antique. At this point in time, it is not impossible to live. Uchiha Madara forced to live to the old age by relying on the mess. From a time ago, Tusk. From this perspective, it is not too much to say that it is a god. How did these insects be cultivated? There was also the spring in front of him. I don't know why. Fenglin suddenly felt that this person was very pitiful. Chapter 298. Squeak. A hurried voice broke Fenglin's thoughts. It took a minute for the battle at the level of Fenglin. Even half a second would be enough to solve the battle. Then these insects were still wandering, and suddenly fell to the ground without moving. Facing this weird moment, Fenglin chose Mang Fire method middle.door Itan long. Regardless of what mess you have, burn all of it with a fire. If you burn it, it's better. If you can't burn it, let's talk about it. This is Fenglin's simple idea. Quain was already unable to continue. In the next moment, some bugs that hadn't fallen to the ground rushed towards the spring in an instant. Fenglin pulled away the red. The golden light curse was instantly activated. Leaf a middle dot Shunlai sky flash used, and the leaf a middle dot Shunlai spear was launched instantly. The thunder light in his eyes was manic. Quain pulled to the person's side. Countless insects rushed to the spring. This kind of abnormal picture is a group of peculiar painting styles. Fenglin temporarily retreated with red and returned to the top of the crater. That picture is disgusting, Hong said, not so scared, but disgusting. Simple nausea. Fenglin recalled the appearance just now, a little uneasy. Take care of you. Let Hong leave here first, and then let a moist body escort Hong. After doing these things, Fenglin left a little bit. The two hands began to outline the spell. Now Fenglin has not used both hands for a long time. So far, Only one technique requires both hands. Delineate the time. After perfecting it, it takes a full minute. But Fenglin now uses this technique. More than 50 seconds later, the riot below spewed out instantly. Directly dragging such a high plate up, it exploded in an instant, aroused a lot of dust. The land is torn apart. This scene is spectacular. The next moment, a tall figure rushed up. Can someone who can rush out of this place be a normal person? Exactly 1 minute. The minute curse was finally completed. Reaper's sniper. Send you back to your hometown. Fenglin instantly felt that the energy in his body was reduced by a third. With such a strong ability, you can use thunder, water, and fire for half a day. But this Reaper's sniper can consume a third of it in one blow. It can be said to be big when it comes up. The tall figure didn't feel it, and then hit the lower abdomen with one blow. Bursting from the middle of the abdomen. The vitality was quickly lost. Not waiting for Fenglin to take a sigh of relief, countless bugs blocked the hole. The offspring now are quite interesting. A cold voice came. Although he heard this familiar voice, Quain's figure emerged from the dust. The look in Quain's eyes was pure white. You are not a spring, Fenglin said. Although the spring I just met was not very familiar, Fenglin could feel the heavy shackles that this spring was carrying. The kind that is enough to crush a person. Fenglin looked at Quain. Quain said, I am naturally not Quain. I am her ancestor, but unfortunately, even if it is so strong, it has only been 3 years. Quain obviously felt the condition in his body. A huge fire dragon from the spring came towards Bi Fenglin. What a superb fire escape. Fire escape without Jian. After Fenglin escaped, fire technique I Tan Long was approaching the instantaneous speed. A similar fire dragon headed towards the spring. After Fenglin used the I Tan Long, then he used the thunder method, and the huge thunder attribute array appeared. Leaf a thunder spear. Quain just calmly looked at the scene in front of him. Looking at this scene, this is Xianfa? Unexpectedly, I saw Xianfa here. The triple secondary effects of the inverse generation are activated to counteract the effects of the response. You need to be alienated to use the fairy law. I just need to move my mind. Some thoughts surfaced in Quain's heart. Maybe I am the longest person living in the entire ninja world. In the old days, even if it was Senju Zuma and Uchiha Madara, they could only be considered juniors. By now, they must have died a long time ago, and I am the only one who has lived till now. I was still very happy in my heart. But when I thought that the Fenglin in front of me disturbed me and continued to live, I couldn't help but become annoyed. A huge fire cold energy pillar emerged, and 4 energy pillars covered Fenglin. I thought I had no human emotions. I didn't expect it, but I would like to thank this person. Moody. The end is the performance of God. Quain stretched out his hand and looked at his body. What a young body, even if it's a girl. What about being young is the most beautiful thing in this world. Can't stop admiring yourself. But after thinking of this battle, he would fall. I want to kill the handsome young man in front of me. Damn it. Fenglin was shrouded in it, and he couldn't help but believe that the person before was really inside Quain's body. Is this taking home? Can you still play like this? Damn it. Even Izumi has only said a few words. But Fenglin feels that he should die at the age when he should die, and honestly leave help to future generations. Waterlaw I Tan Long. The extremely fast figure drilled through the envelope of 4 energy pillars. Buff is on. The power that can be called horror hits the sky. This momentum is almost materialized, breaking through the floating dust mist. The excitement of the shockwave expanded directly towards the surrounding area. The red that was about to fall to the bottom. When I turned my head, I felt this heart palpitating fluctuation. This is the coercion that another red is familiar with. Is it this far? It seems that there is no need to worry about Lin. Hong headed towards the clearing, and then she silently cheered for Fenglin, and just didn't hinder Lin. Quain looked at the imposing Fenglin in front of him. A younger junior like you. I have only seen Kaiane Zuzuma. It seems that something has been thought of. No, at this age, You should be better than Quain. The handposts are even better, Quain said with admiration, showing proper appreciation in the language. Mate, who do you think you are? Are you worthy of commenting on me? Pfenglin shouted. In this state, the buff increases the speed, and the golden curse is added. This is the first time that Pfenglin has turned the state to this point. Even if you are a real god, I will show it to you. God? What is it? In the next moment, Pfenglin blinked and came to Quain, and then the thunder attribute knife swung directly towards Quain. Are you in time? Chapter 299. This thunder attribute knife was an experience that I tried and failed last time when I was fighting with Hanzo. Similar to Suzuo Nenu, with a slash, this time it was not shining with blue light, but with blue lightning. Quain looked at the knife in front of him. What have the younger generations now developed to this point? Is it so tough? This thing is similar to Suzuno. This spring is the same to see. I don't know if the descendants are so awesome, or Pfenglin is an accident. It's a pity that this body of my own is not my own after all. But why did you seize the spring? It's because the spring's physique, or blood succession limit, was actually the same as the original self. This is a surprise. Quain's figure quickly emerged, quickly out of the range of Thunder Knife. Next, a few insects came towards Pfenglin. No matter what kind of thing you are, no matter what kind of existence you are, I have only one knife under my sword in Pfenglin. There is no god under the sword. 27. Even if it is a god, I can cut it for you to see. Quain's physique was a little overwhelming. Under this high-intensity battle, no one could lift heavy weights lightly. A huge fire array emerged under the seal. Two huge flames emerged from it. One by one they sprayed towards Pfenglin and one by one towards the crater. Well, like this, what do you want to do? Pfenglin never looked down on his opponent in battle. Every move of his opponent was worthy of Pfenglin's thinking. Of course, many times, Pfenglin relied on the so-called combat intuition, facing the flames gushing out. Water law middle I tan long. After all, the water method was used in this environment. Water law middle water flow bullet. One after another, waves of bombs followed the water dragon and plunged into the flames. Water can extinguish the fire, which is naturally not wrong, but the opponent is not a simple fire escape. Plus here is a volcanic crater. The chakra of fire attribute, extremely active. It is a very risky thing to use the water escape in this place. But Pfenglin's moves are not so simple. Fire method middle meteor fire rain curse. The same fire array appeared in the sky, a line higher than the spring fire array. Countless meteors fall, like rain. This is the origin of the meteor fire shower. This scene is like a mage's spray. The flame suppressed the flame. The key is that Pfenglin also used the water method middle I tan long. This water method consumed the flames on the opposite side to some extent. Then only half of it was consumed, and the following meteor fire rain curse came. That is, the name had rain. But this curse had nothing to do with water. Pfenglin's water dragon chased after the place where the previous flame had fallen. A crisis flashed in Pfenglin's mind. Pfenglin didn't know how long the opposite spring could last. The spring itself had a lifespan of only about 3 years. Even after seizing the house, it is impossible to live for another 3 years. Otherwise, this person would have taken the house long ago. That is, there must be drawbacks. If we say that judging from the fire bombardment of the two sides, if it is equal to each other, it is close combat. Before the approach of Pfenglin, Quain did not dare to fight directly, but avoided with speed. Is it faster? Are you still here? The instant thunder sky flashes can be used not only to attack, but also to drive one's own speed, and then upgrade it to a higher level. Pfenglin went directly to the spring like this. Don't think that if you wear the skin of a weaker woman, I won't start. Instant thunder gun. At an angle close to the face, the lightning gun was released. A blue light flashed, and once again penetrated Quain's repaired wound. Quain's effort left, forming a transparent shield in front of his eyes. Crystal escape middle. Colorless slight escape. Quain finally used blood succession boundary. The spring itself has a blood inheritance limit, that is, the ability to manipulate insects. There is no specific name for it, also because Quain did not practice chakra. After being possessed, only a few abilities can be selected for coverage. So I chose Jing Dun, and there are several other methods that have been recommended to the extreme in the long years. Just as Pfenglin had expected, the Quains itself did not have chakras. After just staying there for a while, it was absorbing the vitality brought by bugs and chakras. Now, except for the body, Quain is at its peak state. Countless insects rushed to be Pfenglin. Even if Pfenglin kept waving, it was inevitable that there were omissions. Fortunately, the thunderlight attached to Pfenglin's body electrocuted these insects. Otherwise, the ghost knew what would happen after being bitten. Some lightning flashed in Pfenglin's eyes. Quain smiled at Pfenglin, then turned and jumped into the crater. Pfenglin will naturally follow. The ghost knows if you will take the opportunity to run away. But the feeling of anxiety is getting heavier. Suddenly a flash of light flashed. Didn't it? Didn't it? Did you make this idea? Pfenglin thought of something in an instant. With a thought in his heart, he quickly moved the water away from his body with redness. Then, by the way, inform the people in the temporary residence, whether they believe it or not. Pfenglin took the initiative to accelerate, speeding up the fall. What did you do? Falling from this height, Pfenglin is confident that he will not die. Most of it is injured. But the spring is different. It's normal to fall directly to death. Crystal escape middle. The art of crystal delight. The sinking Quain's hands were imprinted, followed by the surging fire attribute chakra. Using such a technique of crystal delight, transparent light is coming towards Pfenglin. MMP, how to hide in the air. I tell you, don't hide. With the thunder attribute knife pinched in his hand, Pfenglin refilled it with thunder attribute energy. The next moment, explosion. Explosion is absolute art. The thunderstorm not only annihilated Jing Dun's attack, but also directly helped Pfenglin fall. It's just that the younger generation hurts a bit. Fortunately, some protective measures have been taken. Pfenglin caught up with the spring. As flying rocks continued to fall, the two of them used the flying rocks to ventilate and lift their strength. After being pulled in by Pfenglin in close combat, it was too late to exchange thunder knife from this distance. Then just a punch filled with all your strength, and it hit Quain's face. Quain subconsciously picked it up, then ducked sideways. Unexpectedly, rocks fell from the sky again. In desperation, Quain could only deviate again. This deflection can be a big deal. Pfenglin seized the opportunity, and the punch of the super shadow level slammed into the unsuspecting arm. You definitely don't believe it. The shockwave visible to the naked eye fell on you. Chapter 300. If the whip kick hit Quain's forehead this time, it would be no worse than the kick in the finale of Emperor Kai. Quain caught the gap in Pfenglin's turn. Jing Dun used it again, and then Pfenglin kicked a stone slab into powder with one leg. Consequences are very serious nature. Smothered sound came from the mouth of spring. Right arm directly hit deflated. Can be thought, where there is no intact skeleton in existence. Pfenglin took advantage of the victory and pursued it, catching the jump of a small stone, turning around with a whip leg and heading towards the spring. Who made this foot also carry the thunder attribute? Quain looked down, no longer using Jing Dian, but replaced it with Huo Dian again. I've been alive soon. The first half of my life was brilliant, and Kaienzu's Eugene was a junior. Even if I'm a younger one, I surreptitiously live, and now, I am still a god. The memories passed quickly in front of me. This life is too long. 140 years have passed. Countless memories. My son and grandson, all the way to the spring, tried their best to make themselves linger. I just want to live a few more years. Is it wrong? Even if they use the lives of mortals to extend themselves, that is their honor. A huge fire broke out. It wasn't just fire escape that broke out. It was like triggering a chain reaction. The feeling of scorching heat broke out. Is it a chicken? Is this a volcanic eruption? Depend on. Although Pfenglin had already felt it, It was still too sudden. The flint below continued to brave and surge, but the surge of these degrees was still a prelude. Although Pfenglin has no experience with volcanic eruptions, Pfenglin can feel the violent energy between heaven and earth, but there is no limit. But it's coming soon. Pfenglin looked at the spring, and after Quain used the bursting fire escape, there was no brilliance in his eyes. This can't be called Huodun. Maybe this god has made some moths. The pure white color dissipated, and the human color appeared. Seeing the momentum on Quain's body leave, Pfenglin knew that it was spring again. Quain fell weakly. Pfenglin Leafer quickly approached. When he arrived, he didn't wait for Pfenglin to catch the spring. Quain said, "What do you think the spring water is like?" Then the pupils became pure white again. The familiar god returns. My whole life, I am not allowed to die like this. Pfenglin felt something was wrong. Instant thunder sky flashes, instant body technique, golden light curse, buff added to the extreme. With the help of the falling rocks, Pfenglin moved upwards like flying. Look at the last Thinxi Angquan. One pupil is pure white, and one pupil is human, half holy and half god. Countless insects left from Quain's body, and then amidst a roar, the spring instantly became a light source. Even in this boiling volcano, it is the brightest flame. Pfenglin speeds up and moves upwards. This is not on the flat ground, and he can't. This is really terrible. Spring? Before the explosion, what was Quain thinking about? I have never seen real spring water in my life. My father named me Quain, and my mother seemed to have passed away just 30 years old. According to my father, this is the destiny of the family. Both men and women are about to die at the age of 30. When I was a child, Quain thought that there might be an undead senior in the family, who shared the lifespan of the descendants. But these are all unfounded things. When he was a child, Quain took over the title of his father's god, facing the village of Yan, just watching their development. In the beginning, only one young person was captured a year. Later, one was not enough, and he was not allowed to expose himself near the village of Yan. In fact, there is more than one Yan village below the volcano. It is a pity that my father has absorbed all the people in that village. There is no concept of right and wrong, and no one tells her what should be done and what should not be done. The wish of the spring from childhood to large is to see what the real spring water looks like. This wish is difficult to realize. Inexplicable and inexplicable. The current Pfenglin thief is unhappy. Fighting is a very comfortable thing. It ended up killing you? If you want to kill yourself, it's not that you haven't played it before. But what is the matter with this volcano? Pfenglin moved quickly, rushing upward in a nearly flashing posture. When he reached the opening, Pfenglin saw the light source of the spring, which completely detonated the volcano. The magma rises at an incredible rate. Being so far away, Pfenglin felt the scorching anger. This closer, who can bear it? Can only see if Datongma Hui can bear it. Or wait until your triple rebellion rises to the top, and then come back to see if it can work. Now it's desperate to run forward. Gwen kept emerging. Frankly speaking, a volcano is not so easy to be activated, but the gods have already done some tricks underneath, which is what the gods thought at the beginning. I can't die. I want to live forever. Even if I am going to die, I have to be worthy of noodles. Is it paranoid? His paranoia is the most glamorous success. Pfenglin calls MMP directly having to go down the mountain. Pfenglin quickly sketched a few spells. The chakra of fire between heaven and earth is unprecedentedly violent. Frankly speaking, this scene was what Pfenglin wanted to see. But it was not a real volcanic eruption. Just want to experience the real burst of fire. Pfenglin confirmed that Hong had reached the place of Yan village, and felt a little relieved. Just when I ran to the temporary residence, magma gushed out from the crater. The strenuously drawn water method and water body did not last for even a millisecond and evaporated directly, but this feeling was already remembered by Wang Zhao. Pfenglin. There is also this power, okay. Except for the immortal. They can't stand it. Pfenglin's buff time was up, and his breath weakened. But at the moment of life and death, more potential has exploded. Good guy, I didn't even know that I was so awesome. At this time, The magma is still erupting. It seems that the village of Yan has a unique reason. After the magma erupts into the village of inflammation, the magma gradually weakens. Watching magma cover the entire Yan village. Now the living people, only Pfenglin is still red. The village of Yan is 8 kilometers away. Pfenglin and Hong dare to look at this place. The scorching magma buried everything, whether it is evil or despicable, whether it's longevity or short-lived. Tragedies and comedies are buried in this land forever. Maybe a few decades later, there will be a spring flowing here.